Science is not a democracy. Through peer review, scientific journals censor the material they publish. Manuscripts from scientists are submitted to the editors. Then the editors give those manuscripts to a few other scientists that are familiar with the field for review. These scientists are also anonymous, so you will never know who the people are that disagree with your findings or research. These scientists may not suggest publication. They may suggest modification or publication in another journal, though. This is to keep the journals free of undesired publications of manuscripts pertaining to pseudoscience and unscientific material in general. It is also said that it helps to reduce errors in the papers and generally improve the quality of its material. Some new research is being blocked, though, too, because of this process. Specifically from problems of groupthink. Communities set up since the 1970s as a community that gives up their personal values, beliefs, attitudes, and so forth for the sake of the whole. During the times of the gentlemen scientists, it was like this. Funding had far less constraints. During the times of gentlemen scientists, it wasn't like this. Funding had far less constraints than now, but they also had less publications. The constraints also indirectly require scientific method, making any work that violates them hard to publish or getting funding for. Submitting papers require conformity to proper scientific practices, and if not, the journal uses peer review as a constraint to refuse publication of the work. Originality, importance, and interest seems more important according to science as well. Nobel winner Irving Laureate was a chemist who coined the term pathological science back in the 1950s, just before his death. Oddly enough, though, he was a Nobel Peace Prize winner. The term was not well accepted among the scientific community, describing in a presentation typical cases involving observation of barely detected causal agents near the threshold of awareness concerning the senses. Nevertheless, they were detected and with great accuracy. Many supporters of the theory have used ad hoc hypotheses to explain their theories, which involve pseudoscience and particularly ESP. These theories, of course, can be reproduced by the supporters, but not by critics opposing the hypothesis. It was claimed that these were not cases with dishonesty, but people who were mistaken about what human beings could do to themselves, to be led astray because of subjective effects, wishful thinking, and threshold interactions. To be clear, though, this doesn't persuade scientists to avoid subjects concerning prions, facilitated communications, cold fusion, or orgone and zero-point energy. Just use caution, be tentative, and understand the history of science, and be aware of the tendencies of human nature, which can lead any easily astray. It is stated that sometimes scientists are led astray and make systematic errors during experimentation by veering off unconsciously from scientific method. For various reasons, and sometimes in rare cases, researchers deliberately report false results. It is common for other scientists to attempt to duplicate the experiments, to duplicate the result and validate the hypothesis. Government-funded agencies and scientific journals usually require that researchers archive their scientific data, entailing detailed experimental procedures, raw data, statistic analysis, and source code. This is to provide evidence of the effectiveness and integrity of the procedure, assist in reproduction, and assist in new experiments for the hypothesis. Not mention helping engineers to examine the potential application for a new discovery. When additional information is needed prior to reproduction, the author of the study is required to provide it promptly. If the author refuses to share data, then appeals can be made to either the editor of the scientific journal that published the study or the institute that funded it. If some irrelevant feature of the study is questioned, this could cause unavoidable problems also. Seeing that all data cannot be recorded on what took place in an environment and only relevant facts are reported, observations are hence sometimes referred to as theory-laden because of small deviations of the result. Due to things such as not saying how big the room was that the experiment was done in, parts of the theory then need to be assumed in order to select and report experimental conditions. Norwood, Russell, Hanson, Emery, Lakatos, and Thomas Kuhn have all done extensive work on theory-laden character of observation. In 1958, Hanson coined the term, claiming that all observation is dependent on the framework and conceptualization of the observer. Preconceptions can affect both observation and description. For example, watching the sunrise, two people can see different sunrises, though it's the same psychological phenomena. Parallax. Kuhn stated the route from the theory to measurement can almost never be traveled backwards. He also revealed that scientists generally have a theory in mind before experiments are even performed. Experiments that are needed to make experience observations based on evidence. This implies that the nature of the theory itself dictates how the theory is tested. Kuhn further argued, once it has been adopted by a profession, no theory is recognized to be testable by any quantitative test that it has not already passed. Philosophy of science looks at the logic behind science and the ethics that separate science from non-science. From at least one scientist, there are basic philosophic assumptions that form the base of scientific method. Reality is objective and consists of humans and consistent, and humans have the ability to perceive reality. Also, elements of the world have rational explanations. These assumptions from a discipline of methods, principles, and rules of nature, patterns, speech, techniques, theories, and depictions, from the base on which science can be grounded. Theories that criticize this assumption and have given their own account of the logic of science are philosophical systems based on positive facts and phenomena. Excludes speculative speculation, and their philosophies believes knowledge derives from sense and experience. Those who show or prove that theories are false. Thomas Kuhn wrote in his book, The Structure of Scientific Revolution, that when he researched the history of science, he found that what is being used now was dramatically different than what was then an adopted method. His observations do not say how science is or should be practiced. It is merely sociologically important. Paul Feyerabend similarly researched the history of science, causing him to deny that science is a system of methods, principles, and rules that regulate the art. He argued in his book against method that scientific progress is not due to applying any particular process for any specific norm or method of science in history. You can find where violating it has contributed to the progress of science. Jokingly, he added, if believers in scientific method wish to express a single universal valid rule, it should be anything goes. Criticisms such as these have led to a radical approach in the sociology of science, which also led to a strong program. The postmodernists of science themselves have also been subjected to intense controversy as well. This conflicting debate between postmodernists and realists, which is overvalues an assumption, and which is full of overvalues and assumptions, is known as the science wars. Postmodernists claim that scientific knowledge is nothing more than formal discussion and the equivalence of a sermon. Realists claim that scientific knowledge does reveal real and fundamental truths about reality. A lot of information has been written about this subject, taking on the challenge of postmodern observations while defending science as a legitimate method of finding truth. Analytical methods used in INMT essays aren't required to be as sensitive as those needed to directly detect the quantify the minute amounts of endogenously formed DMT. The essential qualitative method, thin layer chromatography (TLC), was thus used in a vast majority of studies. also robust evidence that INMT can catalyze transmethylation or tryptamine into NMT and DMT could be provided with reverse isotope dilution analysis coupled to mass spectrometry for rabbit and human lung during early 1970s. Selective rather than sensitivity proved to be in Achilles heel for some TLC methods, with the discovery in 1974 through 1975 that incubating rat blood cells or brain tissues with 14C-CH3 SAM and NMT as substrate mostly yields tetrahydro B-carboline derivatives. And it's not really B, it's just the symbol. Derivatives in negligible amounts of DMT in brain tissue. It is indeed simultaneously realized that the TLC methods used thus far in almost all published studies on INMT and DMT biosynthesis are incapable to resolve DMT from those tetrahydro B carbolines. And the B, like I said, is that symbol. No math genius, so I'm just reading all this and that's it. So these findings are a blow for all previous claims of evidence in INMT activity and DMT biosynthesis in avian and mammalian brain, including in vivo, as they all relied upon use of the problematic TLC methods. Their validity is doubted in replication studies that make use of improved TLC methods and fail to evidence DMT producing INMT activity in rat and human brain tissues. Published in 1978, the last study attempting to evidence in vivo INMT activity and DMT production in brain rat with TLC methods finds biotransformation of radio-labeled tryptamine into DMT to be real but insignificant. Compatibility of the method used in this latter study to resolve DMT from tetrahydro B carbolines is questioned later. To localize INMT, a qualitative leap is accomplished with use of modern techniques of molecular biology and of immunohistochemistry. In humans, a gene encoding INMT is determined to be located on chromosome 7. Northern blot analysis reveal INMT messenger mRNA to be highly expressed in rabbit lung and in human thyroid, adrenal gland, and lung. Intermediate levels of expression are found in human heart, skeleton, muscle, trachea, stomach, small intestine, pancreas, testes, prostate, placenta, lymph node, and spinal cord. Low to very low levels of expression are noted in rabbit brain and human thymus, liver, spleen, kidney, colon, ovary, and bone marrow. INMT mRNA expression is absent in human peripheral blood leukocytes, while whole brain, and in tissue from 7 specific brain regions: thalamus, subthalamic nucleus, caudate nucleus, hippocampus, amygdala, substantia nigra, and corpus callosum. Immunohistochemistry showed INMT to be present in large amounts in glandular epithelial cells of small and large intestines, and to be absent in neurons. Endogenous DMT. The first claimed detection of mammalian endogenous DMT was published in June 1965. German researchers F. Franzen and H. Gross reported to have evidence of quantified DMT along with its structural analog, bufotenin 5-OH-DMT in human blood and urine. In an article published 4 months later, the method used in their studies is strongly criticized and credibility of their results challenged. In 2013, a 2013 study found DMT in microdilysate obtained from a rat's pineal gland, providing evidence of endogenous DMT in the mammalian brain. In 2001, surveys made in research articles point that few of the analytical methods previously used to measure levels of endogenously formed DMT had enough sensitivity and selectivity to produce reliable results. Gas chromatography, preferably coupled to mass spectrometry, GC-MS, is considered a minimum requirement. A study published in 2005 implements the most sensitive and selective measure ever used to measure endogenous DMT: liquid chromatography tandem mass spectrometry with electrospray ionization, LC-ESI-MS/MS, allows to reach limits of detection, LODs, 12 to 200-fold lower, that is better, than those attained by the best methods employed in the 1970s. The data summarized in the table below, which isn't on here, are from studies conforming to the above-mentioned requirements. Physical and chemical properties. DMT crystals. DMT is commonly handled and stored as a fumarate whereas other DMT acid salts are generally very hygroscopic and will not readily crystallize. Its freebase form, although less stable than DMT fumarate, is favored by recreational users choosing to vaporize the chemical because it has a lower boiling point. In contrast to DMT's base, its salts are water soluble. DMT in solution degrades relatively quickly and should be stored, protected from air, light, and heat in a refrigerator. Pharmacology. DMT peak levels concentration C max measured in whole blood after intramuscular IM injection 0.7 mg/kg, N equals 11, and in plasma following intravenous IV administration 0.4 mg/kg, N equals 10. Of fully psychedelic doses are in the range of squiggly line 14. Concentrations of DMT are therefore squiggly 14 to 154 upside down HG/L and 32 to 204 upside down HG/L respectively. The corresponding molar concentration of DMT are therefore in the range of 0.074-0.818 upside down HM in whole blood and 0.170 through 1.8 upside down U or H M in plasma. Several studies have described active transport and accumulation of DMT into rat and dog brain following peripheral administration. Similar active transport and accumulation processes likely occur in human brain and may concentrate DMT in brain by several fold or more relatively to blood, resulting in local concentrations in the micromolar and higher range. Such concentrations would be commensurate with serotonin brain tissues concentrations, which have been consistently determined to be in the 1.5 through 4 upside down HM range, closely co-extending with peak psychedelic effects. Well, I mean, and my whole point is the only thing it did is it just sparked debate over like job security and shit. You know what I mean? Like nobody's like going after these guys and freaking saying, "Look, man, you need to stop doing that." You know, it's like fucking now. I believe Europe is trying to go after people for using photos and pictures that they don't have permission to use. You know what I mean? Like they did with videos. They're wanting to do it with photos now too.
Oh, copyright.
For copyright, yeah.
Using somebody else's copyrighted material.
Now they haven't done that in the past, but they're talking about it. They mentioned it before once on Facebook about that, you know. So that was kind of one of the
That
things.
that's how, there's been laws about stuff for decades now. I remember hearing stories about especially journalists using other journalists' content without the permission.
Well, I think what's really pissing me off about the whole thing is like they're wanting to set up AI powered game masters for role playing games. Like
Okay.
D&D wants to set up a freaking dungeon master to freaking create like adventures off the fly and shit. So instead of you having somebody who actually has to DM the game, you can just have a freaking computer do it itself. And I know they have like I don't think of it as AI, but like you can go on Discord and you can have freaking adventures, but like these aren't like actual storyline, you know what I mean? These are like you go in there and you do a command in the freaking and Discord and these different apps. They say, well, you got this or you didn't get this or you got hit by this or you know stuff like that. It's always
Yeah.
it's not like an actual storyline. But I think that's really the one thing that really messed with me up on that. I didn't think that was cool at all. And then the whole modding thing, that's crazy. From what I've seen so far on just YouTube videos and what these people have been putting together with AI, I don't think that's a very smart thing to do. Now I'm okay with like the music they've been coming out with because they come out with this cool shit where like it's 1950s music supposedly, but then they start talking about freaking this one. It's this guy freaking praying to Satan in like 1950s in 1950s version. You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's like hell ye almighty Satan and like old bluesy freaking voices, you know. And then there's a couple of other ones that are just funny. I do enjoy listening to them, you know, because I got a sick sense of humor. But like that's about as far as I can go when it comes to the humorous side. This lot computer generated stuff that's like really horrible. Deep fake supposedly is what they like to call it. It's just really bad graphics.
Okay.
I can't freaking say that this is good stuff when I know damn well it's horrible. And a lot of the people who do this stuff, they don't really know how to edit video properly. So what they do is they just allow like a 30-second freaking scene to keep looping. You know.
Sounds exciting.
You know, so it's just really horrible, and that's what computer graphics is being replaced with. You know, so that's something that I've always had an issue with stuff like that, and that's something, and I do believe that there is usefulness with some of it, but not all of it. Later on, I guess I could get more into it once I talk to you guys about it, but I want to do most of that on Tech Talk, kind of go over it. So, well, how long have we been recording? An hour and a half.
Hour and a half, yeah.
I didn't think this would even take that much time up, to be honest with you.
Well, it's good for me something to think about time, yeah. Something that we can broaden out a bit.
Well, I wanted to recap and go over some of this stuff too. You know what is all it really was for me, because I did cover this, and it was a while back with Karma, but I just kind of wanted to go over, you know, from that point when we were talking about the Actors Guild SAG and their big problem with voice actors. And
Okay. Yeah.
I just, at one time it was okay to bring up, but then I stopped and I thought about it. I was like, hold on, dude, because a lot of this shit that I've been talking about, this is what's been going on since then, and it just seems to me like it was more of a gimmick to push the AI thing, get more attention on AI, so that they could actually push it in the gaming world. Because like all of this attention that's been happening with AI hasn't been freaking positive at all, dude. Everybody's making it out like it is, but it's actually been like a lot of drama, and they do that.
I don't know. I don't know. Like I keep on saying, people just use the term AI to explain everything and anything these days. Oh, bird over there. AI.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far, dude.
Well, yeah.
That was like a really, really bad example.
But you see my point.
Well, yeah, but that was still a bad example.
Okay, that was a bad example, but
Like
the underlining point.
artificial intelligence, like you type in a search in search engines, and all of a sudden the drop down freaking comes up. It kind of gives you suggestions. Oh my goodness, that's AI. You see, now that would be a
A
better
simple database search. AI.
right, exactly. Now
Yeah.
that would be a better example, not like a bird. Oh no.
Okay, maybe. Okay.
Yeah, that's. I can't believe you did that. You're an.
I didn't know that bird was an artificial intelligence.
Well, I do want to mention the thing about the doves, though. Like there's a guy, doves. You know how they said that they released the doves after the flood and it came back. I knew
Okay, so Noah's dove was artificial intelligence.
it was a stupid dove, so yes.
Okay.
Okay, because like if it was a freaking parakeet, a parakeet would have taken time to look around and find like the best thing that he could bring back to the freaking ark, okay?
Yeah.
But instead of that, they freaking had a dirty freaking old pigeon that they released, and it just went out and it grabbed the first thing it could fucking get,
Mhm.
which was an olive branch. You know what I'm saying? Why the hell, out of everything, it just freaking decided to grab a freaking olive branch and bring it back? If it was a freaking parakeet or some exotic bird like that, it would have went out and it would have freaking shopped around and tried to get something that was actually pretty cool to bring back. You know what I mean? Something that said, hey man, look at this. This is beautiful. But no, that old dove, it went out. It went out and all it grabbed was an olive branch. I believe that's what it was, wasn't it? It was.
I can't remember.
I believe it was an olive branch.
Yeah, I can't remember the passage.
But
What's this? Olive. Oh, maybe. A fig. What's that?
yeah, a fig. Actually, you're right. It was a fig. It was a fig.
Okay.
Fig branch, a fig tree. The branch of a fig tree. So.
Yeah, I'm just thinking Middle East. What was it? Iran. That makes more sense. Fig rather than olive.
Was actually Mount the hell is that? It's the one over in Turkey.
Okay, Turkey. Iran.
Yeah,
Well,
it's in Turkey.
that's
Yeah.
broadly speaking.
So I think I'm done. I've actually covered as much as I really want to about this. To be honest with you, I'm sick and tired of talking about AI. But I wanted to at least finish this up, kind of go back to it again.
You get sick and tired of talking about AI. Just think about me listening to people just
Well, I hope.
go on and on and on and on about what they call artificial intelligence.
I hope that
It's no more than a few text-based queries.
I hope that someday you will be able to, like, come up with a rational explanation for your hate of AI, because, like, you are a wild man, dude, when it comes to AI and this cloud. You know what I mean?
Again, it's just overused terminology that's so broad that it's meaningless.
Yeah. And but see, I think you should really think about it and break it down on what you mean by that. You know what I mean? Like, elaborate on that more. What you just said right there. You know what I mean? Like, actually come out with, like, more information why you think that it's just meaningless. You know what I mean? And it's so broad, and things of that nature. And I think that it would actually be a good
Okay.
topic to talk about. You know what I mean?
Sorry, I'm coming up with words like people, gullible, manipulation from advert marketing executives,
Well,
these other concepts like that.
at least add in my stupid freaking program thing too. Like, these programs are really, really stupid. I mean, they really are. They cannot really. They can't gather information very well at all. The majority of them are incapable of doing it. I've actually tested this out, and I can verify they are very, very stupid. You know, I've been using that freaking AI for the music, and you would be amazed at how stupid this program is. I have to freaking be methodical about every single thing I put in there. If I'm wrong about anything in what I want them to do, freaking it screws the whole thing up.
So that's not really intelligence.
Right, it's stupid. Artificial stupidity.
Actual stupidity.
Yeah, yeah. So I
I
mean,
created a post with that title late last year. Artificial intelligence or actual stupidity or something.
there you go. So before we head out, man, give your names and stuff, and we'll just go ahead and end this, because I think we've done a good enough job.
Yeah. Again, my channel, mine's just Midworthy, and it's got very little artificial intelligence in it.
That's it. Okay, and you guys, if you're on here and you're watching this, you've already found me. Besides this channel for Roger Hanson, I actually do have a channel on YouTube called Gaming with Infamous. You guys can check that out. It's separate from the podcast because I'm trying to do my podcast separate than what I do on my gaming channel, which is really, really just shitloads of games being posted, and I'm starting up on my live stream again, so those are coming out. You can find me on Kick. What am I streaming on now? I'm on Kick, Rumble, X. I am starting back up on Twitch as well, and that's as well as YouTube, which is my other YouTube channel, the one where all the hot chicks go to. And you know how that is, Mark. It's Roger Hanson. Just Roger Hanson at Roger Hanson 73. So. It was my nephew's dad. He never married my sister, so I can't call him like a brother-in-law, but that's what he'd be the equivalent of.
So okay. So did he die of cancer, or did he die with COVID?
It was cancer.
And what kind of cancer was it?
It was I know it was single cell.
Yeah, what? Sickle cell?
Single.
Oh, single cell cancer. Okay. I thought
that's the bad stuff.
Yeah. Yeah, no, okie dokie. I was just asking, but you'll get every strand just to see how much you can take. If you get really sick, you should. If at any time you get really sick, even just because it helps, you should boil an onion. And with your onion water, you will pour after it's boiled and it's boiled for a while. You will pour tea and honey in your what? Excuse tea and honey. Excuse me, lemon and honey in your water, and then you pour that. That's your tea. So it's onion tea is what we call it. And then you sit the onion next to your bed, and you sit the onion next to your bed while you sleep. You drink the tea down, obviously. So and might have to hold your nose. That's how I drink my alcohol when it's really bad. You hold your nose and you don't taste anything. So you drink it back, and then you put the onion, like I said, by your bed for added flavor. Onion in your socks, and in about a day or two, you're good. And definitely a lot of vitamin C, oranges, pineapple, for your vitamin C in regards, but definitely the onion tea helps a lot.
I know Robot was talking about using zinc too.
Hmm.
I mean, with the COVID stuff, being honest, all I did was use ibuprofen and Sudafed. And that was it. Just
Yeah, it was like you had a really bad cold, really, really bad
yeah,
cold.
you know, as
Because you
long
had
as you
it
as long
before
as you
then.
keep your freaking hands away from your nose and stop freaking wiping the snot all over yourself, you're pretty much set. You're okay. It's just you have these feelings where you feel like you're gonna crawl out of your skin and you're gonna lay down and you're gonna sleep.
Did you get any rashes?
No, none of that. Never got rashes. I literally felt like I was gonna crawl out of my skin. I mean that
Really?
yeah, it's like an overwhelming feeling, like freaking you knew like you had it, like
I could hear that I had it, but I didn't. Yeah, I got you.
you know what I mean. And the second time I got it, I knew what it was. It was that distinct. Like when I caught it the second time, I knew I had it. There was no doubt in my mind because I knew the feeling.
You just knew what it was, yeah.
Yeah,
And that's how
and
it's been every time they've released a strand since then. I mean,
I
but it
but
doesn't anymore.
that was about it. You know, I don't.
I I had it once, like a year and a half ago, I believe. But it felt I think it was must have been one of the mildest one anybody's ever got. I it's I did the test and it shows positive, but I don't feel anything more than a normal flu
Yeah,
symptom.
Hmm.
that was the
What did you
second
do?
one for me. That was my second experience with it, like the flu and a runny nose and shit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah, I think that was when it was got weak. The virus got weaker, I guess. It got,
I'm I'm glad it um, I'm glad it finally started dying off. And I kept
yeah.
trying to explain to everybody they were talking all crazy and shit, and I'm like, dude, they've had freaking epidemics like this since the beginning of freaking history, and the one thing
Hmm.
is they always die off.
Hmm.
Like the virus will always freaking go away. You
Oh
know?
Do
my
you think that they die off, or our collective immune system got better at fighting it?
Well,
God.
they mentioned that with the Black Plague. Okay, the Black Plague was a good example of these plagues. Like one of the worst plagues in history wasn't stopped by any man. It just stopped. You know what I mean? There was sanitation didn't end it. Freaking
Mhm.
medicine didn't end it. It just died. It killed itself because it ran out. Now, like with AIDS, all right, AIDS was supposedly started over in Africa, and then it
Started in
spread
the
to
lab.
Europe, and then it came across the sea to the United States. All right, now from the time that it freaking passed from uh, Africa to Europe and then
I
over
have
to
a
the United
patent for
States,
AIDS.
the virus had to mutate. So the virus that you get in Africa isn't the same as the virus that you get from Europe. And just like that virus and the African virus isn't the same as the one that you get in the United States because it has to mutate in order to survive.
It
Mhm.
mutates once it's injected, and it has a patent. There's a patent in the United States for the AIDS virus as well as its cure.
Usually they have a life expectancy, and most plagues die out on their own naturally. But the sad part is a lot of people have to die when it comes to things like the Black Plague.
Hamsters, test dummies. Same with us. That's all it was with COVID. I mean, I don't want to say that's all it was because that's not all it was. There's a lot more to it and a lot more intricate process. But a lot of it had to do with testing, just like we were talking about cryptocurrency testing and seeing, because we are attempting to, take over. But I mean, it's a new world order. I don't know really how to say.
That one of the deadliest viruses in the world
It
is just like maybe 600-700 miles away from me, right in Wisconsin.
What is it?
I forgot the name of it, but there's a laboratory up in Wisconsin that holds one of the deadliest freaking viruses, man-created viruses. All right, and they say they're keeping it for freaking research purposes. So, I mean,
but it's so funny how much traction that COVID got, considering the actual numbers. I guess they're saying in a shorter period of time, this amount of people died of it, and that was why it was so much. It was so much in the scope, but in the same breath or the same regards too, it's strategic if I can keep you focused on a certain thing in order for you to believe a certain thing, and then if I tell you you're gonna die, you'll believe it. Like it's just I don't know. It's one of those big. It's one of those things you gotta know or you don't know.
I believe there was a scare. I do believe that. I believe they used the COVID epidemic to achieve some of their goals, what they wanted done. Scare the population so that they could get vaccine laws implemented, and then after they get the vaccine laws implemented, they could freaking get, people to take all this free
You
money.
have to take the vaccine in order to get certain jobs. But I mean, like these are all tests. How much control do we have?
Flood the economy with all that free money, so that freaking they can make it to where there's money shortages now, and all.
We want to see his asleep. I love it. It's literally the survival of the fittest, and being the fittest has nothing to do with finances. Great.
Well,
Great.
Think about it. All those stimulus checks. I mean, you think they're just going to hand those out and you're not going to have to pay them back?
Well, you're paying your soul. You're already doing that. But some of us are already doing that. But they don't. The government, as far as money, it's like a big facade. Like
all
the
these
money.
all this supposed hard times we're having, right? You know why we're having that? It's because they were handing freaking money out to people. They were giving it to them.
Are you kidding me? The government has been in debt for centuries. It has nothing to do with the couple $100 that they gave or thousands of dollars. It has nothing to do with that. They went in debt with J.P. Morgan, and then they attempted to turn it back on, great espionage stuff.
The Federal Reserve can freaking print any amount of money that they want. Okay, but the only problem is the value of the dollar freaking isn't worth shit. Okay.
That's why we went up with the crypto. Mana.
It's pretty messed up that people can't put two and two together. Like why they flooded the economy like that. Why they were so eager. Why they were so eager to give all these people freaking money. And everybody. There wasn't nobody that said, "Oh, I ain't taking your money." Every single person opened their arms and said, "Oh yeah, free money." That's just common sense. They're going to take the money, but I mean,
they kind of did that. Like back, I think it's like something where if you got the stimulus with the taxes, then you kind of end up paying back to an extent. But again, like I said, it's like interest. If they can say, "Hey, this is where the money went," it's basically the audit coming in and asking them, "Hey, we got to see the books. We got to see the numbers." And they don't have a way to show where this money went unless the money goes somewhere. And so, we were planning this pandemic. The money is here for this and that. and it actually just put them in more debt, which is why man. I am telling you, they want to separate from the Trinity. America's attempting to do its
I
own
was
thing.
I
They
was
trying to.
watching
Oh,
I was watching Ag Day this morning, okay, and now Ag Day is promoting freaking that farmers go and buy freaking USD insurance, okay. The
hmm.
United States Department of Agriculture, they have an
Blow their
insurance
arms up.
policy now for farmers. And the reason why freaking they want them to do that is because of all these disasters supposedly that's happening, you know. And I'm like, are you serious? So you're gonna freaking have farmers going out freaking getting government insurance, and because they got that government insurance, the United States gets to dictate to them what they grow and what they don't grow. So if they want you to grow genetically modified freaking corn, you're just going to do what you're told,
No,
because
they
if you
want you to
don't,
tear down your farm so they can
no, I
produce
mean
the
they
genetic
the
modified.
government sends you the seed and you grow it. You don't have any say in it whatsoever. They send you the seed, you put it on your land, and that's it. And the reason why you do that is because you have insurance with them, or you owe them money.
But the insurance doesn't really come into play. That's your insurance. That's your insurance that, hey, when I come yap this up off of you, you can get paid for it. And if I yap it up off of you with a tornado, or I take it from you
Hmm.
with force, like you're not growing what I want, it doesn't work that way. You cannot get insurance because you're unwilling to grow
But they can
certain things.
refuse you. You see, they can refuse you that insurance so that the next time a tragedy happens, you're not going to be covered and you're going to lose everything because you didn't have that insurance, because
They
you
would probably
didn't.
definitely guarantee something happens if you don't have the insurance too. But if you do have the insurance, then you'll get paid, and they feel like then I'll wash their hands. Uh-huh.
Yeah, you see what I mean?
Somebody called asking about the house that I stay in. I rent here. I can't dictate that you can have this house. Like, but they were just like, yeah, we're very interested in your property. Now, while we're here, you're gonna have to wait. We got stuff to do.
Yeah.
All right, folks, it's coming up to the 2 hour mark.
Yeah, no one
Wrap it up.
joined.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, it's good because we had a good conversation with the three of us, and like I said,
Always, yeah.
last
Yep.
week, last week might have just been a fluke. We got lucky.
Yeah, and you
High point.
left when everyone came. You should have stayed.
It was
Yeah, I
good.
know, no, but last week I had
Tan hit the
You
something
B
to
sign
do.
when he saw the
Hmm.
big guys. He's like,
you would have
that's
loved
my exit.
talking to John though. He was a really good conversation and everything. It,
Hmm.
it was pretty good. But
Hmm. That's cool. Yeah, we should pin that live stream onto your channel right at the top.
it's right up there. I think Sunday it'll be playing again. So
Yeah, cool.
it played just yesterday. I wanted that to be on the first day stream. So for the 24/7.
Hmm.
So the next time it plays will be on Sunday.
Tomorrow is the interview, so I'll be here, but it's 1, so it's 2 my time. I got to make sure I adjust accordingly, but I'm sure I'll keep an eye on the chat because it's Saturday. I'm not really busy on Saturdays.
All right.
You're on Eastern Time Zone, Comer?
Yes.
Same as me.
All
Cool.
right.
Where are you? You're in Canada, right? Yeah, that's what you just said. You're in Canada.
I'm
And
in I'm in Toronto.
there's something else that I'd like to do.
English Tories from the time of the Glorious Revolution until the passage of the Reform Act in the early 19th century were defined by their commitment to the monarchy, their staunch support for the Church of England, and their general opposition to sweeping political or societal changes. This orientation meant that they were often resistant to ideas associated with radical reform and revolutionary ideologies. The Tory party was not merely a philosophical current but a functioning political organization that periodically held governmental power. Over time, the political landscape in England began to evolve. By the later part of the 18th century, a new synthesis emerged, incorporating moderate economic ideas traditionally associated with the Whigs and the social values championed by the Tories. This blending laid the groundwork for what would become known as conservatism. In opposition to the French Revolution and its perceived excesses, figures like Edmund Burke and William Pitt the Younger helped to shape the emerging conservative ethos. Burke, in particular, articulated a political philosophy that emphasized order, tradition, and the accumulated wisdom of the past. Rather than embrace revolutionary change, Burke argued for a cautious, evolutionary approach to reform, grounded in respect for inherited institutions and practices. Pitt, though known for his administrative capabilities and reformist leanings in economic matters, also upheld many Tory principles, especially in foreign policy and national defense. The political ideology that would come to be recognized as conservatism did not spring fully formed but gradually took shape through these contributions. By the early decades of the 19th century, the word conservative began to be used more regularly. During the 1830s, followers of Robert Peel began to reinterpret traditional Tory principles in light of the demands of a changing society. Peel and his supporters advocated for social reform and the opening of markets through policies like free trade, while maintaining the traditional Tory emphasis on institutional continuity and national unity. This evolution of thought and policy led to the eventual formation of the Conservative and Unionist Party, a development that formalized the transition from the older Tory label to the newer Conservative identity. Nonetheless, the term Tory did not disappear, continuing to be used as a colloquial synonym for conservative. As conservatism developed further, a particular branch known as traditionalist conservatism emerged. This form of conservatism, also referred to as classical conservatism, is deeply rooted in the idea that there are enduring moral truths that society must align with. These truths are thought to be accessible through natural law, which implies that human society should conform to a higher order or pattern that transcends individual preferences or contemporary trends. Traditionalist conservatism places a high value on social cohesion, cultural continuity, and the transmission of inherited wisdom across generations. Edmund Burke is widely regarded as one of the intellectual fathers of traditionalist conservatism, and his ideas were echoed and expanded upon by other thinkers, including Joseph de Maistre. These thinkers shared a skepticism of radical change and were wary of the human capacity to reason abstractly about society without recourse to established traditions. They saw human institutions not as arbitrary constructs but as the product of centuries of organic development, embodying the collective experience and practical wisdom of past generations. Traditionalist conservatism gained further articulation through the writings of figures like François-René de Chateaubriand and Louis de Bonald. Around the year 1818, Chateaubriand helped to found a monarchist newspaper called Le Conservateur, which used the term conservatism to signify a commitment to preserving the social and political order. This marked one of the first known uses of the term in its modern political sense. Central to traditionalist conservatism is the belief in the importance of nation, culture, custom, and tradition. These elements are seen not as optional or secondary, but as essential foundations for a stable and just society. Practical reason, grounded in real-world experience and historical understanding, is valued more highly than theoretical reason or abstract rationalism. Traditionalists tend to view society not as a mere contract between individuals, but as an organic and spiritual community that binds past, present, and future generations. From this perspective, the state is not merely a mechanism for the implementation of policy or the enforcement of law. Instead, it is seen as a social organism with a spiritual dimension, whose purpose is to uphold the moral and cultural values that sustain civilization. Change, in the traditionalist view, should not be the result of revolutionary impulses or deliberate rational schemes. Rather, it should emerge gradually from within the traditions of the community, adapting old forms to new circumstances without severing the connection to the past. Leadership, authority, and social hierarchy are also considered natural and necessary features of human society by traditionalist conservatives. These structures are not viewed as oppressive or arbitrary, but as expressions of the natural order. Respect for authority and deference to established institutions are seen as essential for the preservation of social harmony and moral order. Traditionalist conservatism arose as a distinct reaction to the Enlightenment and to the political upheavals of the 18th century, including both the English and French revolutions. Enlightenment thinkers had emphasized reason, individual rights, and the possibility of constructing society anew on rational foundations. In contrast, traditionalist conservatives viewed these ideas with suspicion, fearing that the rejection of tradition and inherited wisdom would lead to social disintegration and moral chaos. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, traditionalist conservatism continued to exert influence in various European societies. It provided an intellectual counterpoint to the liberal and socialist ideologies that were gaining ground during this period. While liberals emphasized individual freedom and legal equality, and socialists focused on economic justice and collective ownership, traditionalist conservatives called for the preservation of cultural identity, social order, and moral virtue. The mid-20th century saw a revival of traditionalist conservatism as both a political and intellectual force. In response to the devastations of 2 world wars and the rise of totalitarian regimes, many thinkers and political leaders began to reconsider the importance of cultural continuity, ethical foundations, and institutional stability. In various countries, conservative parties and movements began to incorporate traditionalist ideas into their platforms, advocating for policies that emphasized family values, national identity, and respect for historical institutions. Although traditionalist conservatism remains one of several strands within the broader conservative tradition, it continues to shape debates about the role of government, the purpose of education, the meaning of community, and the limits of individual autonomy. Its enduring appeal lies in its emphasis on the deep roots of human society and its call to honor the wisdom of the past while navigating the challenges of the present.
Okay, we got it up and going. Sorry about that, Mark. Your audio's kind of messing up.
Should be okay now.
Yeah, there it is.
Hmm.
Okay, let me.
It's gone dark again.
It was weird how it did that.
Why? What happened?
I don't know. I came to sit down, and the moment I sat down, it just went boom, and I freaking came back. Or I usually hit refresh, and it straightens out, and it didn't do that. So that was really strange how it did that. But everything popped back up. We got the new stream going, so
Okay.
we're good to go on that one. Well, it's good anyhow. At least we got that music that you hate so much.
I wasn't really listening to it.
Well, I know, but still. So, so today we might as well just go ahead and jump in. I'm like a half an hour late. I ended up getting carried away with a lot of my notes and stuff like that, and I really love this stuff. I get preoccupied and I forget what time it is, so
I know the feeling.
so I guess it'd be a good time to actually start the show. I believe everything is up and running. I wasn't able to go to Twitch and check it out, but I know Kick is running, DLive is running, and I better go in and double check with YouTube. Yeah, there it is. It's running. I'm gonna go ahead and put it on the playlist. Make sure it's
what it's supposed to be. And yeah, we are on episode 3, I believe, right?
Yeah.
Okay, because I got a little confused earlier. I didn't know for sure if it was episode 3 or if it was episode 4. Now we had to cut it short because the English dude freaking got overly hot. He apparently lives in a lush, tranquil environment where air conditioners aren't needed.
Actually, it's been cooler over the last couple of days. It's been around 20, 25 degrees centigrade, so
Well,
it's pleasant.
I'm glad that it's like that because you thought I thought you were going to freaking pass out last time.
Well, yeah, that's 30. What was 30 degrees? Was about 2, 3, 4 days.
Yeah.
And who knows? It might come back.
Yeah. So hopefully everything stays that way and it stays good temperature over there because that was I've never seen an Englishman look like that before.
Okay.
Like all discredited and shit, like all that nobility gone and just
I don't do heat.
and all that sweat coming down your head and the horrible feeling of excruciating pain.
You know I've got that or no.
So before I get started, let me also point something out here. I've been joking about the Scottish philosophers and stuff that we didn't leave out or that we left out last year. But on a serious note, it is good to add Hume's into this discussion because him, as well as Kant, are two important people when it comes to all of this stuff. So even though I'm joking about Hume's, this is important to that he's in this conversation. You know much about David Hume's?
Like I've mentioned before, last episode, a lot of these names are familiar, but I've not done any read on them in decades.
Well, it's because you went to university and they.
No. I had an interest in this sort of stuff in when I was 24, 25.
Now, Adam Smith, he's another guy who's a Scottish thinker, but he was more into the economic sphere, and you know how I am about the liberal philosophy of the economics. You know, we can get to that, but first I wanted to discuss Hume's. That was one thing I wanted to make clear before we got started. Is seriously, I do believe he should be a part of this conversation. And the second thing I want to point out too is Hume's. People need to understand that he was more Republican. You know what I mean when it comes to his ideology. But on the other hand, he played a very, very important role when it came to classic liberal thought. But it needs to be understood. His ideology didn't just consist of classic liberalism. He also believed in republicanism too, as well. Which there is a huge difference there. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know much about that, Mark, but
yeah. Well, every sector's got its own differences inside.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah.
Well, when you think about his brand of republicanism, think about Florence and the Florentine Republic. You know what I mean? How they were, things of that nature. So he had that going on with him. Now, he wasn't only a philosopher; he was also a historian. And the thing about Hume's is he was real skeptical about abstract theories when it came to like natural rights. Now this gets into what me and you always have a conversation about when it comes to private property, and he he uh, he felt that with these natural rights that that how's the best way of saying it? Now he believed that liberalism emphasized the importance of should emphasize like the importance of experience, habit, and established institutions. You know what I mean? And that was in order to maintain like liberty and justice and stuff like that. Now he had a real issue when it came to abstract theories, like I said, about like natural rights.
Okay. Yeah. Nature of nurture arguments. Yeah.
Now he believed in like empirical in an empirical approach, basically. You know what I mean? A philosophical approach that was empirical.
Scientific approach.
Yeah.
If you want. Yeah. If you want.
Now, one thing that he had in common with you is he was suspicious of speculative reasoning, and like when you always accuse me of being of what is that? That's speculative.
Excuse your speculation.
It's just speculation, Roger.
Something
You always tell me that, and you beat me over the brow with it. You know,
Don't believe everything you hear.
Right. Now he was disconnected from historical experience and observe it, and he observed like human behavior more than anything else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So right there with him, I also want to point something else out. Now, Hume's, maybe unintentionally, I don't think he really intended this, but I personally believe that he could have been responsible for what would eventually become, well, I wouldn't say eventually, because it was during the same time period, I guess, maybe right around there. But Jean-Jacques Rousseau and his ideas could have kind of bounced off of some of the stuff that Hume's believed in when it came to this. You know what I'm saying? Because Hume's had that whole thing about like it was more rather than it being like a historical experience and human behavior. Hume he didn't do it's really weird how to put it. You know what I mean? For one thing, he didn't deny that justice and liberty were important principles, but he questioned the idea that there existed a set of inherent universal rights that were given to us in human nature. Does that make sense?
Yeah. God-given rights, if you want.
Right, and he didn't think that they were discoverable through pure reason. When it came to those God-given rights, he felt that these claims were, rhetorical devices,
and hence the death, and hence the dying of the church, and hence the idea of socialism. The state is the church, or the church is the state. Yeah,
right. Well, he also believed that it was used to justify political agendas, rather than like careful, grounded moral truths. You know what I'm saying? He really believed that. And political agendas is actually a big issue that we're having with today. I think that's really one of the huge issues we're having, and it's not just in politics. It's in everyday life. You know what I mean? Like when you sit and you listen to people talk about politics, just average people, they've always got an agenda. You know what I mean? Some kind of a narrative that goes along with their bullshit.
I don't know about gender, but everybody's biased in one way or another. You can be the most neutral journalist in the world, but you still have a bias. Just because you don't bring it to the table doesn't mean you haven't got it.
Well, that's the thing about him. His view. He didn't believe. In his view, moral and political ideas didn't originate like in timeless principles. But they were the product of like custom, habit, and shared social experience. You know what I mean? And when you hear that, you need to keep Rousseau in mind. Rousseau kind of blends right into that too. You know what I mean? Like when you start believing that 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 this stuff is just about your customs and your habits and your social experiences, that kind of takes you into a dangerous area, which we'll be getting into if we're lucky. But that's just that.
Where you're going to go on. Yeah, I can see where you're going to go ahead with that one. But carry on.
But that's just my personal take on it. You know what I mean? And I mean, my whole opinion about that hasn't changed from the time I first read about this stuff until now when it comes to that, because you can really see it. You know what I mean? When you start, especially with social experiences, and you start trying to apply that to morality, that's when things kind of go a little haywire, in my opinion. You agree or disagree with that?
I consider morals to be subjective. Morals can change over time. After all, it was once moral to have slaves. So morals are subjective, and morals are a human construct.
Well, see, that's something that he argued too. So he argued that people that what people call rights or justice, it was often shaped by like historical circumstances and collective agreements rather than by nature itself. You know, which is a valid argument. I mean, you can't deny that. Just like what you said about slavery just now, you know what I mean? Now he also went into property rights, okay, which were often defended as natural and eternal, okay, and he argued that that these were in fact like based on conventions established over time. You know what I mean? To maintain social order and cooperation, basically. You know what I mean? Like these weren't something that was God given and given to each of us, and they were eternal. That we had a right to private property.
I don't know. Using the English Christian Church example, the king is the God's entity on earth. Therefore, this
Hold on, you're fading out.
the God given king, and then so it is a God given right.
Well, that's if
because it's given by the.
Well, if you look at it like in that. If you look at it in that aspect, though, when it comes to monarchy and God given, like this was a hierarchy that was set up that said that the king owned everything. You know what I mean? And it was like all of the land belonged to the king, and you had to have permits, I guess, back then to hunt on lands that were owned by the king. I believe that's how the system was set up.
Well, fiefdoms, isn't it? Yeah, fiefdoms. Counties and towns and areas.
Now, what he really emphasized were that these things were in fact based on conventions established over time. Now, these conventions evolved in response to like human needs, scarcity, and the desire for peace, not from any innate law of nature. You know what I mean? And I believe that's probably where he got that from, because of imperialism and monarchy and everything. I would almost bet that's where that came from, because he wanted to spit on the face of your king and say, you're just a wretched man with evil deeds.
And if I'm not mistaken, he was born in 1711. So what, 40 years after the British English Civil War?
Let me see. No, 17.
40?
Yeah, he would have.
Within his pounds time?
Now, did we ever go over the... Yeah, we did in the last episode, didn't we, when the revolution actually happened?
Well, we have been over it. Don't think it was in the last episode, but we have been over it.
Yeah. Now,
but yeah, roughly.
It was back when we were talking about John Locke, I believe.
Okay, so it could have been last episode.
No, that wasn't the last episode. We had to cut the last episode short because we had this English.
Funny enough, David, who died in 1776, 75th of August.
Yeah, now he was actually an old man back during when a lot of that was going on.
Died age 65.
Mm-hmm. That was actually.
Yeah, which is relatively old for that period.
Yeah. So like he would have been on his last leg whenever he was at this stage. Now, and I do want to point out to people who are listening too, because Mark brought this up in the last episode, and I should have mentioned it before that. But some of these people that we mention here won't be during the time period when John Locke was around and classical liberalism came about being. Some of them are later on. So
John Locke was earlier, wasn't he?
Yeah, they all aren't from the same time period. That's something else I was wanting to mention, and I almost forgot to.
100. Yeah, they're within 100 to 150 years of each other.
Well,
everybody we've been talking about here.
Well, I've got some people that are going to be mentioned that are from the 19th century too. So,
okay,
so that's
later.
Yeah,
at least. Yeah.
Now, moral and political ideas did not originate in timeless principles, but were the product of customs, habits, and shared social experience, is what he said. Now, that brings us into private property, and that with private property, that's what we were just discussing. He argued that they were in fact based on conventions established over time to maintain social order and cooperation. Now, these conventions evolved is where he goes with it, and that was according to human needs, scarcity, and the desire for peace. Now, because of this, Hume's rejected the idea that political authority or justice could be justified by appealing to imaginary states of nature or hypothetical contracts made by free individuals. Okay, now he thought that these abstract models they failed to account for how actual government had formed and how people in real societies behaved. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Now, uh, according to Hume's, it made little sense to build a theory of government on the fiction that people had once lived in perfect freedom and later agreed to surrender it. You know what I mean? So I do agree with that because I even mentioned that in a lot of the talks that we have about history, you know, because people are just so outlandish when it comes to history. They don't understand that we didn't come from a history where there was a golden age, you know what I mean? There might have been a little bits and pieces of golden ages here and there, but it was pretty much filled with brutality, murder, and hatred. You know what I mean? It's there was no golden age, and I can see where he's going with that basically. In my opinion. Do you believe there was a golden age?
We are in the golden age.
Well,
But yeah, you could argue that we're in the golden age. People don't have to starve these days, or at least in the Western world. Everybody's can gain a suitable way of living these days.
Right. Well, now, but I mean, like in the past, do you believe that there was a golden age before now?
What is it? The city up on the hill, Washington DC. That goes back to Greek mythology, doesn't it? That's
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, Troy. Yeah.
I believe that's probably what he was trying to get away from too. Whenever you listen to some of the stuff that he believed in, you know what I mean? That he was trying to get away from a lot of the mythology and things of that nature, which he was firmly against. You can clearly say that he was firmly against. So that's just my take on it. But he now one thing that he believed that I am against. In his estimations, he believed that human beings had always lived in some form of social order. And authority emerged gradually through customs, utility, and the need for stability. I don't agree with that. I believe that humans were forced into this form of living where we, you know what I mean? It was like,
well, physically forced or economically forced. I mean, the argument, the Industrial Revolution is that people moving out after the Napoleonic Wars, people started to move out of agriculture, moved out of villages and moved into cities. Hence, industry.
He's talking about humans. Human beings had always lived in some form of social order. Now, human beings, when you talk about that, you're talking about going way back in the day, okay? Humans originally, well, he came from a time period where they didn't know as much as what we know now. You know what I mean? Let me put that out there first.
To live in a group, you have to live in some sort of social order, even
Well,
though how vague or limited that social order is. Yeah, to live in a group. So, living in a group and social order go on and on.
social order is when a group of people decide you're going to do what we say, or we're going to hit you over the head with a rock.
Or maybe any
You
other
know what
things.
I mean? It's like
Um,
you're living in our town now. You're doing what we want you to do, and if you don't like it, then we're just going to have to freaking do some horrible stuff to you.
okay.
You know what I mean? It's like, and this goes all the way back to even the ancient times. You know what I mean? It was like freaking, they would go on caravans to search out slaves so that they could do their work for them. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? So it was always that way for the longest time. Like you mentioned, slavery 100 years ago. Heck, they had slavery since the beginning of mankind.
Yeah, yeah, indeed.
So
Second
that,
oldest occupation.
mhm.
Second.
Next to prostitution, I believe, and beer
Indeed.
making.
Oh, okay.
Make,
Brilliant.
making beer and prostitution and getting slaves to do your work. Yeah. So right there, I mean, humans had always lived in a form of social order. Authority emerged gradually through customs, utility, and a need for stability. Yeah, in some aspects, I guess, but there was always that control aspect behind it. You know what I mean? To control people and everything.
Yeah, but you don't want murderers just to wander around your streets.
Yeah.
So you're going to need to, like I said, yeah, as soon as you start creating groups, you're going to have some sort of authority to make sure that people don't murder each other in the streets.
Well, see, he also goes into that though. He also believed that when like people assert natural rights like absolute liberty, equality, or property as
Okay.
as universal and unchangeable, they were usually ignoring the complex reality of society, like what you just mentioned, and what we're talking about. It's a lot more
Define,
complex.
in
Huh?
this context, define equality. In this context, define word equality.
Well, in classic liberalism, equality was basically where we can all uh, where equality was universal. You know what I'm saying? Where we all deserve the same kind of equality. If anybody, and at the time too, they weren't really very good at that, even because like they didn't apply equality to black people. They didn't apply it to women.
But how are they gaining the means to this equality? What is their method of creating equality?
Well, for this style, it eventually turned out to be the constitutional government. Okay, and it didn't promote just this person has their certain set of rights, and this person had a completely different set. It was a broad interpretation. This is our rights. And this is it doesn't seclude one single person or another single person. It applied to everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And
Yeah,
every
the blind lady justice,
right,
as you see on top of the court buildings,
right.
and the actual title. Yeah, but yeah.
I mean that's probably the best way that I can probably explain that. Um, um, Now, what else? Absolute liberty, equality, or property as universal and unchangeable. Now, he felt that this could be dangerous, as it might inspire revolutions or resistance based on the idea that had no practical
May
foundation.
create the Soviet Union,
Well,
or it might create the concept of Soviet Union or China.
he's also talking about like when people create a false truth. You know what I'm saying? Um, like saying that freaking you deserve the land you live on, and you because it's God given and it's right, and
What happens in Zimbabwe a couple of years ago? It's still
Zimbabwe.
happening anyway. Or whatever. What's Zimbabwe's name? Zimbabwe.
Yeah, Zimbabwe. It was changed from Rhodesia to Zimbabwe.
Yeah.
So I have no idea what happened in Zimbabwe.
The sort of removal of farmers and having native Zimbabweans access the land, and because they didn't have the sort of training to be farmers, the country went into a famine. Technically, still is.
Yeah. Now, when it comes to this right here, how do you feel that fits into it though? Like that's the big question. Like, do you agree with Hume's on his ideas when it comes to this, that it's not God given, and that the government can just come in and take your property and
that's why we've got checks and measures. That's why we've got legislation. That's why we've got courts. That's why we've got.
No, I'm asking just a simple question. Do you, when it comes
depends on circumstance. That's all.
You know, when it comes to constitutional law, classical liberalism, do you think Hume's is right about this? Because like you got to understand what that whole concept.
Again, if all the land is owned by the monarch or baron or the fiefdom, then or the state, then yeah.
Now that's a big question too. Who owned the land? You know. Now, what is it?
Was it Dave? We were having a conversation last night with, I think, Dave Caprion about him owning all of his airspace.
Yes, that was him.
Yeah. And only the land and the land underneath the land up to a certain point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, see, with Hume's, what I think is he's kind of taken this a little bit too serious, and or actually he's taken it way out of proportion, because he says that it might inspire revolutions or resistance based on the idea that had no practical foundation. Now, the whole idea of it being God-given, okay, means that no other human on the face of this planet has the right to take that away from you. You know what I mean? And that's what the whole premise was based on. I think that Hume's is just a little bit too analytical. You know what I mean?
I'm wondering actually. How much of the residential areas of the Vatican City does the Catholic Church own? The residential and commercial areas in the Vatican City.
Well, I mean, how are you going to go off that? I mean, you do realize that like Vatican City is older than freaking.
Yeah, how big is the Vatican City? It's quite a. large area, isn't it?
Well, I mean, not just the area, but look at the time. I mean, it's not going to come with a freaking title. You know what I mean? It's not going to come with a lease or anything like that. That place has been sitting there freaking since what? 2,000 years ago?
Yeah.
You know, I don't even.
121 acres.
So I mean,
Yeah.
it's it's pretty old. Now, what basically Hume's favored was a more cautious, pragmatic approach, and he wanted it to where rights were understood as political constructs, basically, you know, but that needed to be adjusted according to, again, you know, circumstances, public interest, and experience of the communities and stuff like that. But for me, well, you can kind of see where that will take you, you know, because like we were talking the other day, and you found out that France has changed their constitution like 15 times. You know what I mean?
200 years. Yeah.
And that's and they're doing it all on a whim. You know what I mean? It's like, well, we don't like our constitution. We're just going to go ahead.
Actually, no. If you have a look at
You're gonna have to start over. You're freezing up.
there was major.
You froze up there. I couldn't hear even. I heard it like three words you just said.
Yeah, the French Constitution has changed, but at significant times, such as the Vichy uprising in south of France.
Well, there's a lot more issues that took place there too, and that's
yeah.
You know. I find it odd though that they changed it so much. I don't even think you guys freaking changed your constitution. Well, you don't have a constitution.
Well, we do have a constitution. It's just not codified single entity.
I heard it was called the Invisible Constitution.
No.
Kind of like the Invisible College. I got you started.
1689. He's wide of the four parts of Magna Carta. I can't think of any at the moment. Habeas corpus. Yeah. Remember, a lot of our non-singular constitution is your written constitution. A lot of your early points of your written constitution is based on the sticking rights or act of rights.
Well, I think where Hume's is getting mixed up, and you're probably getting mixed up too, is there's a difference between a constitution and a Bill of Rights. Okay, now when it comes to now when it comes to the Bill of Rights, that's where he's talking about where rights were understood as political constructs. You know what I mean? Where the king allowed you these rights, and this is what you could. That these were the rights you had.
Yeah, but again, if it's God given, king is the messenger of God. Therefore, God rights.
Well, he didn't believe in that. You know what I mean?
Depending on which monarchy you're talking about.
He was very, very, very against the monarchy. Hume's was. Okay. He did. You know what I mean? And I think that's what he was really attacking. He didn't like the idea of a king giving people any kind of rights according to a Bill of Rights. You know what I mean? Yeah. And I don't think he.
But the Bill of Rights or the Act of Rights is based upon many previous smaller acts.
which the king authorized because he was the messenger of
So,
God.
so in effect, what he's doing is just codifying the entire previous act into one bill and extending on it.
Yeah, I don't know if I believe that. To be honest, your kings were pretty nasty, dude. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
So as our MPs and prime ministers.
Well, not as bad as King Henry VIII. You know what I mean? It's like what he did to Catherine is just horrible, dude.
Yeah, but that's just one person. That's not. Doesn't affect the entire country. Oh, it did. It did because it would affect the Roman church. But in itself, it didn't affect the
Oh,
entire country.
it didn't. I guess you never heard the story of Bloody Mary, did you?
Yes, yes, yes. That's why I said in its in itself, it didn't affect. But yeah,
Well,
it did cause problems, issues. Well, it was a part of a wider issue.
yeah. Now, Hume's emphasis was on the usefulness and consequences of moral and legal rules rather than their supposed origin in nature. Um, what's your thoughts on that?
Say that again.
Hume's emphasis was on the usefulness and consequences of moral and legal rules rather than on their
So he's looking at more rules as a utilitarian sort of thing.
usefulness and consequences.
Okay, yeah, definitely from a utilitarian point of view.
And this is moral and legal rules. Okay, so and he believed that rather than their origin in nature and where they came from. You know what I mean? So, but that I mean, to me, that sounds all right there. He's not crossing the lines at that point because that. We have a senator here in Kentucky, or we had one. I don't know if he's still there, Mitch McConnell. And
Yeah, I've heard of one.
everybody talks shit on him because, like, whenever they try to pass these freaking quick and easy bills, he just stops it dead in its track. He's like, hold on, man. You know what I mean? We need to stop and think this over. You
He's
know?
a very effective politician, to be fair.
You know?
I may not agree with everything he does, but I can appreciate his effectiveness.
You know, it's like we need to really think this through before we pass this law, rather than just pushing it through the freaking Senate and being done with it because the House of Representatives agreed to it. You know what I mean? And I agree with them that laws shouldn't be just automatically passed. And you hear people today talk that nonsense, like, "Oh, we just need."
Problem with U.S. laws is they are written in such a convoluted and stretching to over 100 pages per bill. And as you've seen with recent legislation, small additions have been added to the bill at the last minute.
Well, see, I do like Hume's interpretation of this stuff because he held that rules should be evaluated based on how well they promote peace, cooperation, and happiness, not on whether they conform to some abstract moral blueprint. You know what I mean? Like, and that goes back to this.
Isn't the point of happiness being happiness is an abstract concept?
Well, promote peace, cooperation, and happiness rather than abstract.
Peace and cooperation can be measured, can be defined right down to a point. Happiness can be. So,
Well, you've got to take a look at what he's saying when he says abstract moral blueprint.
Yeah. So I'm arguing, isn't happiness an abstract conclusion?
Well, it's not a blueprint. Yeah, I mean, can you put a blueprint on happiness, dude?
You can. People try. People
Give it a try, dude.
But
Yeah, give it a try, dude. You know what I mean? Make a blueprint and see if I'm happy with it. I'm sure
some people do.
You know, I'm sure there's going to be somebody in the crowd that says, "The hell with that." You know, I'm really, because I mean that's what I'm saying. Like abstract moral blueprint. Okay, and that's what he's saying about like private property as an example.
Okay.
Like, you know what I mean? It's some abstract moral blueprint that says that private property is God given, and there's no actual facts backing that up. You know what I mean? But like I said, I think he's being a little bit too methodical there because he doesn't understand the reasoning behind why they would say that. That they came up with that concept because that takes the power away from other people to take away something that actually belongs to you. You know what I mean? And that's why I have
Take away happiness.
right.
Good question. People take away happiness.
Mm-hmm. But I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't believe in this stuff about property taxes, because that's the government, another one of the government's ways of sliding in and taking people's freaking property. Once you buy that property, it's yours, and it should be yours until you sell it. You know what I mean? There should be no reason for
as long as it is yours and not, let's say, mortgage to a bank or something.
Right. And even in that aspect, it's the bank that would take your property. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's not the government, rather. You know. So I mean, that's one thing that I say. Now he believed that in his way, what he sought to do was to ground political theory and observation. Tradition and the actual workings of society rather than in like metaphysical speculation. You know what I mean? And when he says metaphysical speculation, what he's referring to is like the whole thing about land and God and the king and God. The king was like a direct descendant of God. That goes all the way back to the Assyrians and the Babylonians, and you know what I mean? This is something that they believed in for thousands of years, which was completely untrue. You know what I mean? So
Depends on your point of view if it's untrue or not, but yeah.
what, you believe that the king is a direct descendant of God, Mark? Be honest.
One king. Pharaohs, yeah.
No, I mean,
Pharaohs.
do you believe that?
That probably died out around the Tudor time.
No.
Late Tudorish.
No.
No?
Not really.
When?
Right up until Cromwell cut off your guys' king's head is when
Okay, yeah. That was the first, I think.
I would say that was right when it ended. Like people, even though Cromwell couldn't keep it away from monarchism, he at least showed the people, look, man, this is just a man like the rest of us. You know what I'm saying? Like a curse isn't going to befall on England because we cut off the king's head. You know what I mean? I think that kind of opened up their way of thinking to where they kind of came out of that idea. So
Yeah, and also at the time, the inventions of the Gutenberg press was being created. So, yeah, which influenced. Would you argue if it wasn't for the Gutenberg press, the English civil wars wouldn't have happened as much as it did?
well, I think that most of the revolutions that did happen was a direct result of all the presses, because like revolution broke out because of it. You know what I mean? And it
Yeah.
wasn't just well, England started it, but like
Yeah.
it was a chain reaction. Every country, well, yeah, pretty much every country in Europe had a revolution after England. So,
Yeah.
um,
Or,
I,
or do printing, the printing press.
so yeah, well, so yes, I mean, I do believe that that was a big factor because of that, because like it was like they all jumped in on it, and it was like here in the United States, everybody here thinks that the U.S. Revolution inspired all these, France and stuff, and
Place.
but it was actually that wasn't the case. We were like one revolution out of a whole lot of revolutions.
Yeah.
That took place. Now, Humes argued that loyalty to stable government, respect for legal traditions, and gradual reform were better paths to justify than sweeping appeals to rights that had no foundation in practice. He supported commercial society, individual security, and the rule of law, and he distributed both political enthusiasm. No, and he distrusted both political enthusiasm and authoritarian power. So, I think the dude was like he was a stick in the mud, is basically what my theory is.
Okay.
You know, the more I read about him, the more I think like he's kind of like the obnoxious Englishman. You know what I mean? The guy who's real freaking anal retentive about the way things should be. You know what I mean? That's
Okay.
even though he's Scottish, and Scottish are more anal retentive than English people, to be honest.
I'm not going to comment on that one.
Well, you know it's true. It's true.
No comment.
Like political enthusiasm and authoritarian power. You know what I mean? Like that's like it's like two polar differences, and he opposes both of them. So he's got to be somewhere in the middle there. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Two polar opposites that he disagrees with. So he's got to be there somewhere. Now, don't get me wrong either. Okay, he did influence a lot of people. Later, liberal thinkers. Okay, and he was big in the Scottish Enlightenment. That's another thing. That's probably one of the most important things to say about him. So now, this is the guy you like too, right here, Adam Smith.
Mm-hmm.
Now, you've already heard my take on Adam Smith when it comes to liberalism and the economic sphere. What's your take on Adam Smith?
Give me a while to think about that one.
Okay, so Adam Smith, he's another Scottish thinker, I guess you could call him. He advanced liberalism mostly in the economic sphere. Now, his work on moral philosophy and political economics formed the basics of classical liberal economic thought. In his writings, he defended the idea of free markets, division of labor, and limited government intervention in economic affairs. Now, he argued that individuals pursuing their own interests unintentionally benefit society through the invisible hand of the market. Smith also supported education, justice, and defense as core government functions, reflecting a balance of liberalism that respected both liberty and order. And when it comes to the free market, see, this is the whole thing that I don't agree with. I really believe that liberalism, classic liberals, even dropped the ball on that. You know what I mean? Because it's
It is a point that I do bring up quite a few times. This in the past. Yeah, just a part of my own philosophy, if you like.
I want you to talk about it. That's kind of why I said you'd like this guy. Do you hear me?
Yeah. Carry on.
Well, for me, I think they dropped the ball on it because, like, first of all, you know, like especially last year when we were talking about the English, you seen how the liberals came to be in England, but then as time went on, first, I think the biggest problem with England was the anarchists whenever the anarchy movement took place. And they eventually merged into, didn't they merge into the labor or the liberals first, and then they all ended up going into what's now the Labour Party?
Yeah, in effect.
You know, and you see this whole supposed free market thing being pushed, and the truth of the matter is it's like now everybody thinks it's either free market or it's tariffs. You know what I mean? And the whole idea of a free market is just completely gone. You know what I mean?
It depends on how far you want to stretch a free market. If you're talking about free market within the such as a country, then sure. But yeah, it just depends on how far do you define free market to be.
Well, free market should
globalist or
we'll see.
Yeah, but that's a race to the bottom, isn't it? That means that you are going to have the cheap countries coming out on top, as we've seen with China and India.
See, the first mistake you made right there is the same mistake most people do. Like whenever you talk about free markets and you talk about things of that nature, it's not just like on a global scale of trade and stuff like that. Okay, when I own a business, I should have the right to hire whoever I want. I shouldn't have to fill out a government form saying that this guy is appropriate.
So you have the right to hire illegal immigrants, which potentially could reduce wages throughout an industry.
Sure, why not? Sure, why not? Why is it that hold on.
So you want to hire people based on very little income or wages for them?
Hold up. No, let me say this. Free market is me being able to hire whoever I want to hire.
Okay.
It doesn't. Okay, the government does not have the right to enforce a law that tells me I need to have them fill out a paper and report it to the government.
For the purpose of national insurance style taxes, or as we would call them in the UK.
And it keeps coming back to that. See, they shouldn't be taxing me for labor. They shouldn't be taxing anybody for labor.
They're taxing you for facilities that they provide them.
No, they aren't.
To defend your country, to look after the street lights, to
Whatever.
make sure that you don't starve to death.
Whatever. You know, I mean, and that's not a part of what our country was built on.
Being fair.
Our country.
Part of the contract between the state and the citizens is related to the defense of the nation.
Our country's responsibility is not to make sure that I don't starve to death. Okay, first of all, that's not their responsibility. It's my responsibility to make sure I don't starve to death. Okay.
Okay. But if they find out that you're starving yourself to death.
Well, from the kindness of their heart, if they want,
in the US, you may have to
from the kindness of their heart, if they wish to freaking help me out, that's their choice. But it is not their responsibility to make sure that I do not starve myself to death. You know, and I think that's really hard for a lot of people to understand because they think that the government needs to provide for them and needs to give them that sense of security and make them feel all warm inside and good.
Of course, the old Reagan thing about "I am from the government and I'm here to help you."
Yeah,
the worst words you would like to hear from a politician.
You know, that's the thing, man. And then like Social Security, you know, where I need to have Social Security to make sure that I'm taken care of when I'm an old man. Now, don't get me wrong, a lot of people need Social Security, but that's because we've been raised up on this generation that depends on that shit, whereas before people made sure that they had their life savings.
But this goes back to after World War II, Britain mainly, actually. The point of state-provided pensions is the idea is that you are putting in money into that pot through taxation.
Yeah.
And you're collecting back a percentage of that at the end of your life as a state-provided pension.
What happens to the rest?
Concept.
What happens to the rest?
Well, whatever happens.
Yes, you know.
But yeah.
It's like, shit, dude. What are you doing with my money after I'm dead? It's like they're not sending no checks out. Now, I guarantee if they send a check out, it's not going to equal the amount of money that they took from you.
But this raised living standards throughout the 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, because you've got all these boomers, end of the life, they've been putting in money since World War II. They're receiving a pension at the end of their usefulness, quote unquote.
Well, you know, I mean, I agreed with Humes about the limited government intervention and stuff, and that kind of goes into what we're talking about here when it says in limited government intervention in economic affairs, okay, which means keep your hands out of my freaking wallet, you know what I mean? Basically. I do agree with that, but then he starts talking about division of labor. You know what I mean? The division of labor. What the hell is that shit about? You know what I mean?
Yes, comrade. Carry on, comrade.
Yeah, you know, I mean, and that kind of goes into what I was talking about with frickin' Russo and stuff of that nature. So, I mean, he seems like he's more of a shifty kind of of guy than he is anything else. It just Smith.
Okay,
Is,
yeah.
I said Humes, didn't I?
Yeah, you
So,
did.
yeah. Well, Humes he's just a snobby old Scottish dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like freaking you get Adam Smith, who's all about money, and he's like talking about crazy stuff like freaking free markets, and then he starts talking about the division of labor and limited government intervention. They don't even work together. Like how can you do that? Like divide labor.
Well, you need specialists to do specialist jobs. You aren't going to get a plumber to do brain surgery on you.
No, he also argued though that individuals pursuing their own interests unintentionally benefit society through the invisible hand of the market.
Yeah.
Do you believe that?
We are seeing it at the moment with the internet revolution, the web revolution, with people selling their products and services online. So yeah, if there's a product service out there that a consumer is interested in, and if the consumer's not interested in the product, then goodbye goes the company.
Well, with me, when it comes to Smith, I told you I find nothing interesting in him whatsoever. You know, I mean, he really seems to be one of those insignificant little bugs that was more interested in money than actually freedom. You know what I mean? Like a horrible.
Is money in a civilization that requires money or the Keynesian rules to function? Is the concept of freedom not real money not related to freedom?
Well, he goes further though. He reminds me of like an arms dealer, maybe. Like somebody who would sell freaking weapons to a foreign country and claim that it was classic liberalism or liberalism at the time. You know what I mean?
Money is just a representation, well, should be a representation of the free market.
You know,
money flows where people are interested in products, or services, or goods.
Okay, have you ever heard of Immanuel Kant?
Yeah.
Okay, how much do you know about him?
Again, a name. Not formal.
Do you know what country? Do you know what country he came from?
France,
Germany.
Northern.
He was German.
Okay.
He was.
Name. You spelled his name with a C.
Well, Kant is spelled with a K. If I did that with a C, I apologize. Immanuel Kant. Now, he was a German philosopher, and he introduced moral and political reasoning that aligned with liberal ideas. Now, he emphasized the autonomy of the individual, moral law grounded in reason, and the imperative to treat others as ends in themselves. Okay? Now, politically, Kant supported Republican government, the rule of law, and cosmopolitan rights that promoted peace and cooperation among nations. His beliefs in rational freedom and individual dignity became foundational to later liberal humanism. Now he's the one that really brings the nuts and bolts to the classical liberal ideal. You know what I mean? A lot of people go separate directions when it comes to Immanuel Kant, but most people do agree he was like the nuts and bolts of all of it. You know what I mean? He came out with like amazing concepts. You know, that. Well, I mean, I guess we can get into it and talk about it rather than me trying to explain it, because I'll get excited and start talking all patriotic and say pretty words and stuff like that.
Okay.
But Immanuel Kant's belief in rational freedom and individual dignity was at the heart of his moral and political philosophy. He argued that human beings are not merely creatures driven by instinct or emotion, but rational agents capable of making choices based on principles they give to themselves.
The argument I remember this argument. The argument that he makes is he ignores people being irrational. Saying that people can be rational. Yeah, they can be rational, but they can also be irrational. And he never really goes into the argument at all.
Well, when it comes to that, you have to think sovereignty. That's where sovereignty comes into play. That's the whole beauty of this whole thing with classical liberalism, because the rational, the irrational, and then the sovereignty. Okay, and that's where it all ties in together. And I've said it in the past. I was like, constitutional government may not be perfect, but being honest with you, if you look at it, it's probably the best thing we've got going. You know what I mean? It really is.
Depends on the form of constitutional government.
Yeah,
and
that's
there's
true.
many forms. There's the US model, there's the UK model, there's the Swiss model, which is interesting, and France or European ones.
Well,
it depends on what model you're looking at.
And I keep bringing this up to you, but we need to tone it down when we come to talking about the people with little feet. Okay.
Okay, the clog wearers.
The little shoe people.
Yeah, not all of them wear clogs.
Peru, or wasn't that his name? Had the little bitty shoes. A little Swiss dude that. What was it? It was a crime show back whenever over in England, actually. Peru.
He was Belgian.
Peru.
He was Belgian. Belgium.
Was he Belgian? I thought he was Swiss. I thought he was
Swiss. It was Africa Christie. Yeah, Africa Christie. In a lot of the books did actually state that he was Belgian. And if you watch a few episodes of the 90s show with David, can't think of his name, surname. He does state that he's Belgian in quite a few of those episodes.
Okay. So, according to Kant, the capacity of self-legislation, as he described it, is what gives human beings their moral worth. Now, unlike animals or inanimate objects, humans are ends in themselves, not means to an end. Okay? Their ability to think, reason, and act according to moral law makes them unique and deserving of respect. For Kant, dignity arises not from status, power, or wealth, but from the inner capacity to act morally, guided by reason and not by external compulsion.
Mm-hmm.
So, what? Any thoughts there?
Try to live my life like that.
Okay. So rational freedom, according to Kant, does not mean the ability to do whatever you want. Okay. This is where we get into what you're talking about earlier. Instead, it means the ability to act according to reasoned moral principles that one can will as universal laws. He believed
Mm.
that true freedom is found in self mastery, in the alignment of one's action with duties derived from reason. Good so far?
Yeah.
Okay. So when a person follows the moral law, not because of fear, desire, or social pressure, but because it's the right thing to do, that person is free in the highest sense. Okay.
Mm. And who defines what is right?
This form of freedom, this form of freedom is determined by the person, each individual.
So, okay, on their own moral conscience.
Right. And that's when we get into the I said sovereignty. Now we start talking about conscience. Okay, this is where it all gets fun and it starts mingling into one another. The conscience. Okay, we're free according to our own conscience. Okay, of what's right and wrong. But then you have the group conscience, which is the sovereignty. And that's where all of us as a whole determines what's right and wrong together. Okay. So when a person goes off the rail and they decide that it's okay to freaking rob a liquor store and they feel 100% that they are right and just for doing that, that's where the rest of us come together with the group conscience to say, no, look, you did wrong. So what we're going to do is we're going to put you over here in this place. Is that, you see what I mean?
Okay, but okay, for an argument, but the kid robbing a bakery to feed its starving family.
Well, we brought that up earlier. Okay, now you have to really look at that on a with a clear conscience, okay, and be honest with yourself. If you went in and you stole something, would you feel bad about doing it? Would you know that what you're doing is wrong? Don't worry about what everybody else thinks. You as a person, if you went in and stole something from a store, would you feel bad about doing it, no matter what the circumstance?
I can't answer that.
Okay. Even if it came to feeding your kid, would you still feel bad that you had to steal food in order to feed your kid?
Possibly.
You're right.
I've not been in that situation, so.
Well, I mean, that's an example. Because you felt bad about doing it, you knew that you were in the wrong for it. You know what I mean? So, yes, you had to weigh the outcome. You knew what was going to happen if you got busted because you knew that what you were doing was wrong.
Okay.
So I mean that's just my take on it.
Okay.
And believe it or not, that is freedom. You know what I mean? Are you willing to sacrifice your freedom to feed your children? It's the truest form of freedom right there. I mean, it really is when you really stop and think about it. Now, this form of freedom requires discipline and autonomy, as it involves recognizing one's duties and commitment to them out of respect for moral law. Okay? This moral law for Kant was not imposed from outside. It was not dictated by religious authorities, political command, or tradition. Instead, it came from within, from the rational structure of the human mind. Because all rational beings share this capacity for moral reasoning, the moral law applies equally to all. You see, that's where all of it gets really, really freaking cool. You know what I'm saying? So that's just my opinion on it. I think that this is cool stuff. I don't care what anybody else says. You know what I mean? I suggest that if anybody is watching this and it actually likes what they're saying here, go and listen to these people's writings. Okay, some of the beautifulest writing in history was was written by these people. I'm doing it an injustice because I don't have time to go over the readings and actually quote what these people said, you know. But this is some of the beautifulest writing I've ever heard in my entire life.
People in the 16th and 17th century or 18th century knew how to write.
Yes.
Yeah. Like today.
Right. No one is exempt, and no one has the right to override the moral agency of another. Okay? This universalism forms the basis of Kant's belief in human dignity. Now we get into human dignity. What do you know about human dignity, Mr. Edworthy?
I've got quite a bit of it.
Okay. Now, to treat someone with dignity means to treat them as a moral equal, never merely as a tool or object for one's own purpose. Now, Kant emphasized on rational freedom. Kant's emphasis on rational freedom led him to support principles of individual autonomy, legal equality, and respect for human rights. He believed that that governments must be grounded in laws that all citizens could rationally agree to. Okay. Authority, in his view, must be legitimate, not because it is powerful, but because it respects the rational nature of those it governs. A political system that violates the autonomy of its citizens, suppresses their voice, or treats them as passive subjects is unjust, no matter how effective it may be. So no matter how effective your government is, if it suppresses your voice, treats you as passive subjects, then that freaking that government is unjust. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
No matter how effective it is. So that I found that pretty cool. He was a very, very smart man. You know what I mean? And like I said, he was the nuts and bolts behind all of this. Kant was a very, very intelligent man, but dude, Kant, no, or I said Kant. Don't get me wrong. John Locke was a very, very intelligent man. Okay, don't get me wrong on this, but Kant, he was the guy that freaking he knew what he was talking about. You know, he really did, and John Locke did too. Don't get me wrong, but Kant is really the guy behind the scenes that really pulled.
But a lot of this, this sort of reciprocal. Each person is writing off the writer of the previous.
I don't
or
think
taking inspiration from.
I don't think anybody actually wrote like this before freaking Kant, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? Like this is very profound stuff. It really was. Now we might have heard some bits and pieces in Greek ideas of democracy and stuff, but you know how much that was a fraud. I mean, the Greeks and their philosophy on democracy was just completely a load of crap.
I don't know. These pieces.
Yeah,
Again, all of this is an evolution, and I just checked, and Kant died in 1804. was born 1724, so he was writing, let's say, 100 years after Smith, Locke, and
Locke.
there's various other people.
Now I really do believe though that he was the mover and shaker on a lot of this though, because of a lot of, and a lot of what he says does intertwine with constitutional government. I mean, a lot of it. This really. Now,
Let's see. 1776. It would be in his 40s, 50s.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. You see what I mean? And then, like a lot of the revolutions that took place all across England, he would have been right there in the middle of it too.
Yeah.
You know. So now, this is where he also goes into he goes into all aspects of it. Let me just start it back up. Now, the political system that violates the autonomy of its citizen, I've already covered that. It's unjust. You know what I mean? Now, he said that laws should be made through public reason with the aim of creating conditions under which each person can live as free and equal moral agents. His concept of dignity also demanded that individuals be held responsible for their actions. Okay, now that's the flip side. He also believed that they should be held responsible for their actions. Not that they can just run around with their pants on the ground, you know what I mean, and acting like the fool. Pull those pants up. Be responsible for your actions. Those kind of things, you know what I mean? Now, since people have the capacity to choose between right and wrong, they are accountable for their decisions. All right. This moral responsibility is a burden, but also a mark of honor. It means that humans are not puppets or victims of fate, but authors of their own moral lives. Okay. What do you think about that? You believe in that?
Up to a point.
What do you mean?
Still forming my ideas on that one.
So you believe that you're a victim of fate? A victim of fate?
But well, yeah. This goes back to the Jordan Peterson argument, doesn't it? And the entire victim nature sort of arguments that we've been suffering for the last 20 odd years.
20.
No.
Where you been? It's like
it's become more evident.
Yeah.
Obvious.
Now this view was profoundly optimistic. Okay, it affirmed the potential of every person to act nobly and rightly, no matter their circumstances. Okay, and I did make a side note when it came to Kant and his beliefs. That I'm just gonna read the whole thing because I think that this is actually important. It's not very long, all right?
Yeah.
But Kant's belief in rational freedom and individual dignity also extended to his views on international relations and peace. He argued that peace among nations would only be possible when states recognized each other as moral equals and respected the autonomy of their citizens. He envisioned a federation of free states governed not by force or domination, but by mutual respect and lawful cooperation. Just as individuals must treat one another with dignity, so must nations in their dealing with each other. And that's That's very, very true. So,
Mm.
do you agree?
Depends. I keep on hearing this word respect come up. Define respect.
Well, you defined it. You're the one that's asking the question. I mean,
Yeah.
what's your definition of respect?
To treat one other person with as much moral equality as possible.
I would hate to sound religious when I say this, but to do unto others as you would have them
Yeah.
do unto you,
Yeah.
is what it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Okay. Yeah. I was just thinking.
I know. Well, when I was listening to you, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
That's basically, I mean, and it really is that simple. I had a I had a conversation on Censorship Sucks chat where he posted something, and this guy said something about I should. So if somebody says that they believe in unicorns, then that doesn't mean that I should feed into it. You know what I mean? And I said, well, you know what? If that person honestly believed in unicorns, freaking, I shouldn't criticize him because he believes in unicorns. He has the right to believe whatever he wants.
Yeah, but you have got the right to believe that there is, or don't disbelieve in unicorns, and have the right to state that. So
Well,
no, I actually disagree with you. You saying this person has got a right to say that, and I've got to agree with it. That's a very sort of
well, see,
socialist.
no, it's not. It's your lack of dignity. Like you don't want to allow people to have the dignity of being a human being.
No,
because
I'm saying that you've got the right to argue against an idea.
ethics has gone completely out of the door today. Like it doesn't matter when it comes to being in a community where you actually respect one another. You should actually give people the right to have their own dignity.
You are saying that because he has the right to state that he believes in unicorns, but I haven't got a right to disagree with him.
No, it's not that. I was like, it's your preference. It's your lack of dignity trying to degrade somebody because they believe in something you don't believe in.
I didn't say degrade. I had to say argue against.
Well, arguing against might be a better way of saying it.
He's so just having no argument, just having a discussion is no degrading.
There you go.
Seriously?
Okay. Well, I mean, if you're having a conversation, but that wasn't the context of what was being said whenever we were having that conversation on the chat. You know what I'm saying? It was like this guy was being completely disrespectful, and he was trying to. He didn't take into consideration, the other person's dignity. You know what I mean?
Okay.
And
didn't see the interview.
It wasn't on an interview. It was in just a post. You know what I mean? Like they made a post, and I found that pretty messed up that people actually believe that. You know what I mean? That they act that way is what I'm saying, and you see it all over the place. People don't allow other people the dignity as a human being to freaking express their ideas. You know what I mean? Like you have to say stuff that's just completely wrong like that.
I didn't see the context of the post, so, but yeah, I have still got the right to argue against your ideas.
Well,
that's not dignified. Again, depending on how you argue that, it could be, but this whole fact point of arguing is not undignified.
Well, we do have a comment from Camille, and Camille asks, should Rousseau and Hegel be considered liberals? No on Rousseau, and Hegel isn't even worth mentioning. I mean, but on
a liberal.
Well,
yeah,
classical liberal.
Mm.
Now, Rousseau. I'm going to mention Rousseau later on, but there's I wouldn't classify Rousseau as a liberal. There's a lot of things that I do want to get into when it comes to him. That's when we start talking about what radicals and what a radical is, and radicalism. Those are very, very important things to know when it comes to Rousseau. Hegel, whatever, dude. But then again, I mean, I am talking about Humboldt. So Wilhelm Humboldt. He's another guy that we're. Do you want to step away and maybe freaking take a break to use the bathroom and stuff, and then we can come back and continue?
I was just thinking of fruit juice or something.
Yeah, get some stuff like that, and then we can come back and get to the nitty gritty, because
okay.
Well, I've got to pee. That's the only way I can say it, dude. But by the way, Camille, thank you for your response, or for your comment, and we'll be right back, and we'll discuss more. If you have anything to say, just answer or put something in the comment section, and I guess I could talk about Hegel, but I really don't like to,
You can tack him on to the end.
Yeah, I could. I can do it for tomorrow, actually, because that'll fit right.
Okay.
Let me go ahead and put some music on for these hipsters to check out, and we can let them get down with the boogie of Mr. Robot, aka Illuminati, here on Rumble at Hacker Radio. Now this time I'm going to put a video on so that you guys can see the coolness of Mr. Robot. You better mute out, Mark. I know that hurts your ears when you hear it. So we will be right back here in a little bit.
Awakening from an epic dream, awakening from the long dark night. Awakening from history, awakening from duality. The liberation of the human soul to consciousness of the one and all. The activation of the sacred plan, the birthing of a new man. A new man. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny, living on the earth in peace and harmony. Perceptions, awakening to the joy of life. Awakening to a new dimension, awakening to a paradise. The illusion of separation disappearing to unity. Into the source of a high vibration, into the wonder of the mystery. The mystery. When the light within is revealed, all the pain and suffering shall be healed, and the truth of love is our destiny. Living on the earth in peace and harmony. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Thrust 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled around. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot rolled round. And if Mr. Robot rolled a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Here is an exercise demonstrating the union of in at the end of words. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and striving. Dividing and gliding and sliding and falling and brawling and sprawling and driving and driving and driving. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. Plus 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000 thistles. Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Mr. Robot Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, and if Mr. Robot rolled around a rolled round, where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Where is the round roll? Mr. Robot rolled round. Hardly had his Hail Highness heard the easy hedgehog when he hit the humming bee by the hunter who had horrible beetles in the human hall. I love to hear the horse's hard iron hooves go hammer, 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 hammer on the easy highway. I hit my horse hard. I'm hurrying around to hunt up hogs. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Thistler. Theophilus Theophilus Thistler, the thistle sifter, is sifting a sieve full of unsifted thistles. 3,000 thistles through the thick of his thumb. 3,000
Once the gods carved earth like a cosmic chessboard, Poseidon claimed Atlantis, his star-born accord. 10 twin suns, throne of Tridents waves at his command. Empire stretched from Baalbic stones to Mayan sand. Monoliths stacked like Legos blocks no crane could lift. Sonic levitation, gods don't need pulleys or grit. Athena taught Athens, Hephaestus forged veins of gold, but Atlantis spires pierced heaven, stories untold. Is of virtue, divine blood pure in the veins. No egregious geodesic temples where starlight reigns, but mortality crept in, diluted the grace. Gold turned to rust, hubris eclipsed the god fast.
Souls of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the coalition all has above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walked the sea.
Watched the fall, saw vice crack the divine. Pyramids hummed warnings, but they ignored the signs. Sky split with fury, tsunami swallowed their pride. Atlantis sang screaming, but blueprints survived. Baalbec's foundation, stones that defy modern math. 1,000-ton puzzle, gravity's aftermath. Scholars still baffled how they aligned the stars. They rode cosmic currents, breaching space-time's bars. Now divers chase shadows where crystal cities gleamed. AI scans the ocean, but truth's a half-dream. Dream free misses whisper maps in their lodges of lore. Plato's Critias, a metaphor or a war.
Echoes of Atlantis, drowned in the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, the co-attention all as above, so below. Cosmic empire of laws and princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea.
They say Poseidon's seed still flows in our veins. In every megalith, every grid that restrains. The Dogon chart Sirius, temples guard the flame. But Atlantis tech, it's encoded in our DNA's frame. Zeus's verdict was fire, a flood and ice. Yet the Sphinx still stares, whispering sacrifice. Mortal minds crave power, but miss the design. True kings rule through resonance, not bloodline. Now decode the ruins, their psalms etched in stone. A star-born king's empire, now dust and bone. The hall of records buried neath Giza's cold gaze holds anti-gravity schematics from pre-flood days. Crystal engines hummed, Orgon fueled their might, till pride turned their frequencies dissonant blight. The Anunnaki fled, Mars colonies crumbled. Leviathan's bones in the Mariana rumbled. But Poseidon's ghost rides the Bermuda's mist. Evolve past the greed or drown in the abyss. Tsunamis smaller than gods, crack continents like eggs. Jungles of Egypt drowned, turned to sand in Poseidon's regret. Mammoths shrunk to lapdogs, skies choked by volcanic breath. Waves circled the globe thrice, 3 funerals for death. Up the piston, rode the arc of frequencies, not wood. Up tetrahedron ziggurat where anti-grav pulses stood. While Atlantis sank, he spliced DNA and quantum seeds, stashed them in Göbekley's veins and Indus Valley reeds. Volcanic winter's curse, Zeus hit the reset, scorched the grids, erased the moon ringed internet. Noah's not a shepherd, he's a star-born archivist, cracking hermetic scrolls in caves where mushrooms twist. The survivors crawl from mud with amnesiac eyes, built new gods from scrap metal and fallen skies. Now desert bones whisper where cedars once soared. Man's just a ghost in Atlantis' holographic horde. Wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what's new. The flood wasn't water, it was math, a codex purge. Enoch's nightmares digitized in the cosmic surge. As above, so below, the blueprint stays true. Rise from the ashes or drown in what you. Echoes of Atlantis drowned in the deep, the deep. Poseidon's lost kingdom, where titans still sleep. From Giza to Tiwanaku, their codes etched in awe. As above, so below, cosmic empire of lore. 10 princes of plasma, their thrones now debris. Echoes of Atlantis, where gods walk the sea. So when you see Stonehenge, Angkor Wat Spire, know Atlantis 20 years, a block every 2 minutes. Hieroglyphs scream their pride, but not a how and what's written. Modern science scratches heads, these structures can't be mimicked. Copper tools, now scholars tripping, logic thinly stretched and twisted. Ran an obelisk, 1,000 tons dragged across the sand. Today's crates can't lift a fifth, what force moved them by hand? Call the ancients primitive, yo, that's pure delusion. Physicists today need miracles to crack their fusion. The high priest of Kemet mapped the stars with precision, while modern minds stay chained to 3D prison. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden was an allegorical crypt, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemic pyramid ode. The Sphinx wears water scars, a flood from ancient skies. Explosives crack the pyramids, no tombs, just hollow lies. Money stolen, nah, that's ego talk, a weak hypothesis. Truths buried in the stars, encrypted in the myths. Sacred geometry, pagan songs, the roots of Christendom. Pythagoras knelt at their feet, Jesus learned the kingdom. Temples mirror Orion, Aztecs trace the same glow. Megalithic GPS, what's buried below. They split the lotus stem, hid wisdom at the core. Solomon's temple, just a copy of what came before. Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, hidden wisdom, allegorical crypts, written in the language of symbolism, advanced knowledge cloaked in simple living secrets that rewrite history's episode. As above, so below, the hermetic code, key of life unlocks the heavenly abode. Conscious matrix, alchemy pyramid ode. Iron to gold, alchemy's flame, they mastered the unseen. Telekinetic levitation, Mars dust in their genes. Critics laugh, aliens hat, but the proof's in the plasma. Why is the Dogon tribe no serious? Was a binary drama. Myths of metaphors, the truth's too bright to hold. Scattered in ruins worldwide, a map etched in gold. They call themselves Negeru, gods with cosmic ships, gifted fire, math, and law, then dipped beyond the eclipse. Now academia's gatekeepers mock what they can't measure. The scales of Ma'at weigh soul, not tech or treasure. Reset Tepe dawned when gods walked as king. Left blueprints in Gobekli Tepe and the Nazca line. The Emerald Tablets truth burns through the scholar's denial. We're echoes of starlight reclaiming our trial.
When you stare at the sky, feel the ache in your chest. That's ancestral memory. We're all cosmic guests. The pyramids hold a hand, rising cold and divine. As above, so below, till the world's realigned.
Land of the lost, esoteric Egypt, truth's a spiral eternity script. Written in a language of symbolism, gods we've been missing.
Okay, I had to figure out where the unmute button was.
Right, fine.
Okay. I was able to go get me some coffee and smoke me a cigarette on the back porch. And
Sure.
is it raining over there?
Not where I am. It's been dry all day.
It actually rained today, which was good. Today was a
Did-
good rain.
Actually, I had quite a nice sort of walk in a sort of light shower yesterday. Refreshing. It was warm. But yeah, well, no rain today.
Okay, so with response to what was mentioned about Hegel, I go ahead.
I'm just reading what come out. Wrote Yeah, I've got to agree with but both Hegel and Rousseau being sort of early influences that shaped to, extreme socialist regime sense.
Well, there was a couple things that actually alarmed me about Hegel, and the first was his belief in active participation in ethical life. You know what I mean? Like he believed that everyone should be have an active participation in it. This goes back to what we were talking about with like Mr. Robot and what they are enforcing in Australia right now. You know, where you vote
What
or
they've been
yeah
enforcing for what 50 odd years. I think they've been enforcing it ever since World War II.
yeah, and it's you vote or you get fined for it.
Yeah.
I don't really see that as a benefit to any kind of actual free society. And then besides that, Hegel rejected the idea that individual freedom was simply a matter of independence from others or like resistance to authority. His concept of liberty or freedom or whatever you want to talk about it was purely a negative concept when it came to freedom and liberty. Um, he, uh, he believed that it was incomplete and immature understanding of what freedom was. You know what I'm saying? Um, which I really don't agree with. So that kind of turned me off on a lot of the things that he uh, from what he actually believed in. You know what I mean? And a lot of people really don't take those kind of things into consideration when they read what he's actually saying. But he really was about all that. Like he didn't. It was very communal. You know what I mean? And it wasn't you had the choice to believe or you when it comes to ethics you didn't have the choice. You know what I'm saying? It's like you either vote or you get fined for it, basically. Or heck, if it was back in the day, they would have put you to death for it. And that kind of goes into to Rousseau too, because Rousseau ended up spawning a whole lot of bad stuff, man. And that's where I want to get into eventually. Eventually, I want to get into the French Revolution and kind of go over some of the stuff that took place there. You know, so but that's my take on Hegel. I don't know if that was a good thing or if it was a bad thing, but I don't know. Now she went on to say both thinkers have commonality in being predecessors and major influences to 20th century totalitarianism, but they have also both been interpreted as liberal. So I was curious about y'all's thoughts. Okay. Well, I hope that was really, really a good interpretation. If it wasn't, I apologize because I didn't think anybody was going to clump Hegel in with liberalism of any sort. So, well, maybe modern liberalism.
Progressive.
Well, I wouldn't even call it progressive.
Oh.
You know what I mean? Like progressive is its own like animated cartoon series.
Something.
Yeah, you know what I mean? It's like watching Donald Duck on Saturday. Yeah. So for younger people, they won't understand that, but we understand, Mark, don't we?
Sort of.
You've watched cartoons on Saturday, didn't you? Oh no.
Many years ago.
Okay, so you understand.
Yeah.
Okay, so I went over my best in the best way I possibly could about Hegel. Now, Wilhelm von Humboldt, he's another German. He elaborated on the clearest articulations of liberal political philosophy in the early 19th century. Now, he argued that the purpose of the state should be limited to ensuring security, allowing the individual to develop their full potential without interference. His ideas strongly influenced later thinkers, especially in England, and provided the intellectual basis for arguments in favor of minimal government and broad personal freedoms. Now, this is where I think things started taking a turn in the idea of classic liberalism. I believe that this is where people started believing that liberalism had to do with ensuring security. You know, I don't believe that it was a part of the original classic liberal idea. If you'd also remember, like with the United States, when we had our revolution, after the militia was done, they all disbanded and went home. You know what I mean? It was like George Washington resigned as commander-in-chief.
But isn't that the point of a militia? Only to be used in time of need.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, disband them because it's not needed anymore.
And it's like I said with George Washington, when he was president, he was a sitting president, and he resigned as commander-in-chief. You know what I mean? It's like it was pretty amazing. So
has there ever been a time when in U.S. history where a president hasn't been the commander-in-chief, with the exception of that?
Nope.
Okay.
Nope. No other example that I know of. Which was a pretty honorable thing. It was so honorable that the King of England actually sent him a letter and made a note of it, that what he had done was a pretty honorable gesture. You know what I mean? That was after the war they just had too. So that was pretty cool when it comes to that. Now, pretty much he influenced England, but I don't really know how he could have influenced American politics. You know what I'm saying? Because I think what it was is basically it gave this push to where all of a sudden you brought the military into the classical liberal idea, and the 19th century was really where the classical liberal idea just started falling apart. You know what I mean? In my especially in England, you know,
Europe. Yeah.
Well, especially with what we went over last year, that was really profound to me because you could really see it where they just kind of degraded. You guys don't even have a liberal party anymore, do you?
Yeah, we've got party called the Liberal Democrats, the third party, so to speak, in the mainstream, which is totally ineffective at everything. But yeah,
So, and really, I doubt if it's actually founded off of classic liberal ideas.
some of its some of its bases.
That'd be actually interesting to hear about eventually.
Have to do a research into the Lib Dems.
If it's true, which I don't know about
The
that.
Lib Dems are just sort of middle class sort of flip flops.
Flip flops.
Flops.
Now that could be
Yeah.
that could be actually what we call libertarians here in the United States.
Yeah.
So yeah. Now, Frederick, and by the way, I want to say this one is another one from the 19th century, but Frederic Bastiat. Have you ever heard of him?
Yeah, but again, not for a long time.
Okay, he's a French economist and statesman in the middle 19th century, and he wrote with force and clarity in defense of free markets, voluntary exchange, and the dangers of government overreach. His satirical and economic writings critique socialism and protectionism, highlighting the unseen consequences of state intervention. He argued that the state should protect life, liberty, and property, but should not become a tool for redistributing wealth or favoring special interests. Now, that right there is something that I believe would have been important if they would have listened to it, because like a lot of the stuff that's going on today has to do with state intervention. You know what I mean?
Well, arguably a lot of it to do with corporations and non-governmental organisations.
Well, I mean
So-
that kind of extends into state intervention too, because they want to bypass constitutional government. You know what I mean?
Right.
So they use non-governmental organizations to
Yeah.
do that.
If the project fails, it's this NGOs fault. If the project succeeds, it's the governmental minister's responsibility.
Now, he argued that the state should protect life, liberty, and property, but should not become a tool for redistributing wealth or favoring special interests.
Mm.
You know, so that's something that really. Hold on a minute, I have somebody yelling for me real quick. I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about
Go on.
that.
Well,
But yeah, I mean, it's like in the middle of the 19th century. Okay, that's the one thing that you have to understand. Though they were saying this stuff back in the 19th century about socialism and protectionism for one thing. Which protectionism is something else that nobody wants to understand. You know what I mean? Like um, that's something that people need to get out of. Like this whole idea of socialism is an issue, but also thinking that it's your government's job to protect you. That's a load of shit.
if the well, again, defending borders, defending national interests. Yeah, it is the government's job to protect you.
Well, from foreign interests or
What's the old catchphrase? From influences from within and beyond.
well, I
National
mean,
borders, I think.
well, I mean, for from an American standpoint, you know what I mean. We came from a society that had a militia that took care of us. You know what I mean. We've moved from the militia to a society that believes that the National Guard is supposed to be somehow our form of militia, which it's not. It's still state ran. Okay. But and we've been hoodwinked into believing that a lot of these socialist programs that have been pushed on us in the 20th century is actually the American way, and it's not. Okay. Like back whenever George Washington was around, or even Abraham Lincoln. Okay, we didn't tell kids that they needed to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. You know what I mean?
Even though that's made illegal recently, within the last 10, 15 years.
Well, I mean, no, it back when Roosevelt was in and the New Deal and the new socialist things put into place, all of a sudden it was the American way that kids had to get up every day, go to school and stand up and sing the Star Spangled Banner and say the Pledge of the Allegiance in schools. You know what I mean? And people believe that that was actually the American way, that back whenever, people were living in the Old West, they had to stand up and say the Pledge of Allegiance. And the only reason why they believe that is because they saw that on an episode of freaking Little House on the Prairie, you know what I mean? which was made back in the 1970s.
Yeah.
You know, and we've been just saturated with this load of shit that everybody's falling for, you know, and that all comes back to this idea that freaking about protectionism, you know what I mean, and that the government it's our place to freaking be or it's the government's place to protect us. And that's not how it actually took place. You know what I mean? Now, when it comes to raising our weapons to protect ourselves, I'm sure there ain't too many Americans who wouldn't do that. I'm a 51-year-old man, and I tell you what, if somebody was invading my country, I'd be the first one to get a gun. You know what I mean? I don't give a shit how old I am. So I don't believe there's too many people in my country who wouldn't be willing to defend their country.
Thankfully, you haven't had an invasion since Pearl Harbor.
Well, they're invading us now.
Yeah, World War II was the last time the US saw an invasion on U.S. actual mainland ground.
Soil. Yeah. Well, that's because we are the greatest country on the face of the planet.
Yeah, whatever. Have you
I-
seen your track record in foreign policy? Yeah.
Well, I mean, it just doesn't fill the
When was the last time you were on the war?
hold on. It was just recently. Yep, Afghanistan, I believe. Iraq.
No, you pulled out. It's technically
Iraq.
Afghanistan.
No, the war.
No, it's
The
still
war was.
technically going on.
No, listen. There's
Definitely
occupation. There's occupation, and then there's war.
Yeah, but technically, the Afghan war was never actually finalized. Was never closed.
Well, when the Taliban
Much
disappeared,
like the Korean War, East Korean or Vietnam War. Vietnam War is still an ongoing war technically.
no, that's the Korean War. The Vietnamese won that war, and it wasn't really our war. It was the Vietnamese that had that war. Like for the United States, it was just a police action.
Okay, but in Vietnam, in reality, it was war.
Right. It was a war for the Vietnamese. It was a civil war.
It was still. How many deaths did you see? How many U.S. Deaths did you see in 60s?
Quite a bit.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And that's the whole thing about it. That's what this guy was arguing about with a lot of that. And there are a lot of things that we were brainwashed into believing. Like we were brainwashed into believing that it was okay to enforce the draft, which that was what caused the actual War of 1812 between England and the United States. But still, yeah, we believed the lie, and that's because freaking people just, the classic.
For Uncle Sam and country, or
Right.
In my case, for King country.
Mm-hmm. We fed into the lie, and we walked away from classic liberal ideas that created our constitution and our way of life before that. You know what I mean? So yeah. Now after that, we come to Alexis de Tocqueville.
Okay.
Okay, now, although he's not a pure classical liberal, he offered profound observations about the nature of liberty, democracy, and civil society in his reflections on the American system. Now, his concerns about the tyranny of the majority and the balance between equality and freedom contributed to liberal theories on pluralism, decentralized institutions, and the moral foundations of liberty. His emphasis on voluntary associations and the importance of civic engagement fits within the liberal traditions of limited state power and strong individual responsibility. Now, voluntary associations and the importance of civic engagement is something that I think a lot of people really kind of missed the boat on too, because it comes back to what we were talking about with Australia. You know what I mean? I think when you allow governments that overreach, they take advantage of it, and that's a perfect example of what's important. It should be understood for people to know that it is important to get involved with civic engagements like voting and things of that nature, but they shouldn't be forced to do it.
About encouraged.
Yeah, encourage. We will encourage you through your pocketbook.
But shouldn't our government attempt to encourage voting? Anyway.
Yeah, I mean it's important, but also like voting itself should not be a government thing. Well, at least here in the United States, I don't know how you guys do your stuff, but that's actually the the
In
voting,
this country, it's the responsibility of each individual person, yeah.
right? And like the voting booths and all that, that is the citizens that do that. It's not the government. Like the government doesn't regulate the voting booths and stuff like that. It's not something that.
Well, technically, there's legislation about voting booths and how they're set up. So, in effect, yes, the government does.
No, it's the individuals within that area who sets it up here in the
No,
United
there are
States.
standards. There are rules about how a voting booth is set up. How many people should be there to manage and stuff. At least in the UK, anyway.
That's a clear overreach of government here in the United States. If it's the case, I can check it out, but that's
You've
actually
got standards and legislation to make sure the voting is fair.
well, that should be the people. That should be committees set up by the people, not by the government. You know what I mean? The U.S. Post Office is a government facility.
Okay, about the concept of government by the people for the people. The government are the people in the US.
No, by the people, for the people. That means.
Yeah.
Okay.
By the people. Our government ministers are civil servants, not people.
I got confused. Now, you said for the people, by the people, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's good. I didn't hear that correctly. Okay, so now
Yeah, the government is the people. The people are the government.
now see that this all goes back to sovereignty. Now, I've covered these guys, and what I want to do is I want to get down to the nitty gritty and get into freaking John Jacques Rousseau and where I was wanting to go with that. You know what I mean? Because I think this is what is really going to clear up a lot of the bullshit about how me and you don't really understand. If you really want to know about a country that has dropped the ball repeatedly, France is your biggest and greatest example.
Yeah,
You know,
I agree with
so I mean, let's take this all the way back to the beginning, and let's look at how great France really was. And I want to make this clear that just because I'm talking about the French people doesn't mean that I'm talking about all French people, because there are Canadians that are French, and they're technically not French, they're French Canadians.
We love the French, really.
Well, they can give up the horse meat. I seriously don't think that that's very productive. Like, we've evolved past that. You know what I mean? Like, nobody should be eating horse meat in the 21st century.
Why not? Delicately.
Okay. Oh, I forgot. It's legal in England too, isn't it?
Yeah, it's legal as long as it's advertised correctly.
Okay.
And the issue with the Hanger Gate several years ago, where supermarkets were mislabeling horse meat as beef.
See, that's just wrong.
Big scandal in the UK. Must have been about 10 years ago now.
Mm-hmm. John Jacques Rousseau can rightly be understood as a radical thinker, okay, in the context of his time. Now, in his ideas, in many ways, formed the foundation of like a distinct political current current that was separate from like classical liberalism and a traditional monarchy. Now, in the 18th century, when the dominant political forces were absolute monarchies and the emerging liberal theories grounded in property rights and limited government, Rousseau stood apart by offering uh, a vision of democratic sovereignty. He also believed in collective morality and social transformation. Now, even though he believed in those things, you have to understand that his ideas were radical not only because they were that they challenged the divine rights of kings and inherited privileges, but also because they rejected the central premise of classical liberalism, which is while political theorists like John Locke or Montesquieu sought to limit power and secure individual autonomy through constitutional design and protection of private property, Rousseau aimed to reshape the entire relationship between the individual and society. Now, he didn't merely want to reform monarchy or property law. He proposed rebuilding political and moral life from its foundation, based on equality, civic virtue, and shared decision making. Now, in this sense, Rousseau wasn't simply a more extreme liberal. He was basically laying the groundwork for a new ideological tradition. Okay. Now, this tradition, which would later develop into forms of radical democracy, also republicanism and socialism, even, and even the aspects of communitarian thought, which when they say communitarian, they're basically saying communism. Okay. Now, a lot of people have a hard time with understanding the separation between socialism and communism, but there is a difference. Okay. And I think that that's something that needs to be understood too. I found it pretty amazing I find it pretty amazing that I've had conversations with people who don't believe that they're communists. You know what I mean? But then when you sit and you listen to them, they start talking about communal living and freaking shit like that, and holistic belief systems and stuff like that, and they don't really understand that freaking like communism is communism.
There's an argument that humans can live comfortably in a community of 150 people.
Mm-hmm.
This communism you use, and it's suitable for small groups. It's not suitable if stretched out.
Well, elaborate on that a little bit more.
If you've got such a small group, then you've got enough people to actually be able to be numbered. You've got a small enough community to communicate between each other with. On a larger scale, communism doesn't work.
Right. Well, I mean, and I pointed out holistic because of one thing. A lot of people don't connect that with what we're talking about here, but I actually did research on that. I've got another channel that you know about. It's The Wonderful World of Weirdness, and I wanted to check out the holistic ideas that everybody is always talking about when they're into spirituality and stuff, and it was amazing to me when I went through the literature and I read it, because like these people who believe in holistic ideas, especially the ones who believe in like holistic education for children and stuff, they they really do have like this globalized socialist kind of belief system. You know what I mean? It's really amazing to me when I read that. It just blew my mind. You know what I mean? So it changed my whole way of looking at that, because um, I never noticed it until I actually read the literature and found out what they were saying. So I mean that's something that I suggest everybody do. If you really think that you believe in something, go and check out the history behind it, the literature, and what it's really about. Educate yourself so that you understand. Like last year when we had Bob Dub on here and we were talking about um, anarchy. You know what I mean? Back when I was younger, man, I thought I was an anarchist. I was just Mr. Anarchy all through and through. But then I found out what it was last year, and it just blew my mind. You know, um, their philosophy is really, really uh, idealistic. You know what I mean? But understand their philosophy is nothing compared. It has absolutely no relationship to their practice, how it actually turned out. You know what I mean? It's very socialist kind of thinking. So I'm really glad that we've done these series. You know what I mean? Because it really has helped me in a lot of ways too. I've it's groundbreaking. I think we're doing an excellent job, to be honest with you. You know, if people want to like go out and listen to the news and listen to all that crap, then they can go ahead and do that. But I think that, I mean, we're actually talking about real politics. That's just my take on it. And
Yeah.
and that's the one thing that I do need to bring up, since we are talking about Russo, and I'm going to be doing a lot of bad mouthing when it comes to Russo, because anybody who has any kind of conscience would say that this guy is he's a creep. You know what I mean? That's really the only way you can say it about Russo. He's a creep. He didn't merely want to reform monarchy or property law. He proposed rebuilding political and moral life from its foundation, based on equality, civic virtue, and shared decision making. In this sense, Rousseau was not simply a more extreme liberal. He was laying the groundwork for a new ideological tradition. Now, this tradition, which would later develop into forms of radical democracy, republicanism, socialism, and even aspects of communitarian thought, emphasized popular authority, economic fairness, and the moral education of citizens. Now, the moral education of citizens, this is where things start getting a little bit crazy. Have you heard much about the moral education of citizens, Mark?
Well, back when I was at Room 101. Yeah, comrade.
Well, we're not that far ahead in history, man.
Mm.
You know what I mean? But we'll get there. Now, by the time the revolution,
Sorry, comrade commissar.
yeah, the commissar. Now, by the time of the revolution in France, Rousseau's philosophy had become a guiding light for the most uncompromising revolutionary faction. Leaders such as Robespierre cited him as a model of virtue and political clarity.
And when Robespierre says that, yeah, take note.
Yeah,
Robespierre was a pretty person.
yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. Now, Rousseau's calls for personal sacrifice in the name of common good, his distrust of luxury and artificial inequality, and his instance that real freedom comes through obedience to laws one makes for oneself were all central to the revolutionary project. Now, his ideas were not merely refinements of existing liberal concepts. They were a challenge to the entire structure of elite rule and commercial individualism. Now, commercial individualism, have you heard that term before?
Well,
Mr.
yeah. What's a common sort of term, like at one point?
Mhm. I figured
Yeah.
you would have known it because you're from England, and a lot of people over there was really, really. Uh, it was a big term back, especially in England. Commercial individualism.
Oh, Thatcherism, Reaganism. To a point.
No, I'm talking about real history. I'm not talking
Oh
about
yeah, Thatcherism was a practical application of.
commercial individualism. Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, when the phrase commercial individualism is used in contrast to Jean Jacques Rousseau's philosophy, it refers to a specific kind of social and moral orientation that emerged in modern commercial societies, especially those shaped by market economies and private property and the pursuit of self-interest. Okay, that's what Rousseau despised the most. Now, since Robespierre was mentioned, I have a cool freaking quote that he used to use all the time, and he loved it, and it came from Rousseau. Okay, you want to hear it?
Go on.
I made a note of it. Now, one of the most famous quotes that he made or that he cited, particularly during the height of the French Revolution, was drawn from Jean Jacques Rousseau's political philosophy. Robespierre often invoked Rousseau to justify his vision of a virtuous republic governed by the general will. The quote he is best known for citing was, "The people's voice is the voice of God." The idea is rooted in Rousseau's concept of the general will, the collective will of the people aiming at the common good. Robespierre interpreted this, though, as a moral and political justification for revolutionary action, including the suppression of dissent, which he saw as a threat to liberty and the unity of the republic. So not only did he believe in what he was doing when it came to the French Revolution, but he also believed that that
Destroying liberty for the sake of liberty.
he didn't like. Yeah, he didn't like dissent. You know what I mean? He believed in the suppression of dissent. So anybody who dissented was a threat,
Isn't liberty all about dissent?
pretty much.
So yeah, we're moving liberty for the sake of liberty.
I mean, liberty isn't cool if it's not being in the form of dissent. You know what I'm saying? It's like, come on, dude. You know. Now, Robespierre also paraphrased Rousseau when he declared, "Terror is nothing other than prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue." You want me to read that? You want me to read that again?
Go on.
Terror is nothing other than prompt, severe, inflexible justice. It is therefore an emanation of virtue.
Okay.
That's pretty dirty, don't you think?
Just get to my head around it, but I find this is used in virtue. Okay, yeah.
I like to use words like decrepit.
Huh?
Decrepit. I just love.
Okay.
I love the word decrepit and degradation.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? Now, this was a part of a longer justification for the use of revolutionary terror, in which he claimed that virtue combined with terror formed the guiding principle of the revolution. He believed that to protect liberty and the republic, the enemies of the people had to be dealt with swiftly and without compromise.
Hence, Madame Guillotine.
Yep.
Yeah.
Now, the quotations reveal Robespierre's intense belief in moral purity and revolutionary justice. He turned Rousseau's vision of collective sovereignty into a political doctrine that placed the abstract will of the people above individual rights, allowing for extreme measures in the name of virtue and unity. So that was a note that I pulled. And I felt that it was pretty adequate because I want to make a really distinguishing picture of what Rousseau actually was the cause of. You know what I mean? This is what Rousseau's ideology actually developed into. I personally don't feel that he actually contributed all that much to the world. You know what I mean? When it came to his ideologies, because he
contributed quite a lot, but
not
positive.
Yeah. Yeah, I like how you said that. I should have really thought how I said that, actually. You're right. He did contribute a lot, but not in a positive way.
Not with positive outcomes.
Yeah. Now, getting back to Rousseau, and when it comes to the phrase commercial individualism, okay, you need to understand that it centers on the idea that individuals should be free to act according to their own preference. That's how he felt. He felt that it centered on the idea that individuals should be free to act according to their own preferences, accumulate wealth, engage in economic exchange, and shape their private lives without interference from the state or community. Now, this all sounds good to this point, okay?
Okay.
Now, this view celebrates independence, personal achievement, and the right to pursue material comfort as a form of self-realization. You know what I mean? Now, Rousseau viewed this development with deep suspicion, though. Okay,
Mm.
and all of that right there to me when it comes to commercial individualism, yeah, it sounds pretty legit. But Rousseau viewed it uh, with deep suspicion. He believed that commercial society, um, far from liberating people,
Trap son. Huh?
Yeah, I find it really weird.
I know. Yeah, your mic's all over the place.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just as I was starting to talk the really good trash about Russo, it made it to where it went off and I had to hit refresh.
Uh,
You know, I find that odd.
yeah.
This platform must be owned by French people. There's nothing good. There's nothing better than like bad mouthing French people on a French platform. I should.
Actually, you own Rumble.
Rumble. I don't think it's France.
No.
It's,
No.
but I just wanted to say that I was about ready to say I should probably get on Odyssey. And,
Yeah.
And badmouth Russo really bad and just say horrible things. Now, Rousseau, like I said, viewed this development with deep suspicion. He believed that commercial society, far from liberating people, actually corrupted their moral character and undermined their sense of true freedom. Okay? Now, in his analysis, the rise of commerce encouraged vanity, competition, and inequality. It turned individuals away from genuine human connection and towards artificial desires rooted in comparison and ambition. People no longer valued themselves for their inner worth or virtue, but measured their success against others through wealth, status, and public esteem. Rousseau saw this as a dangerous shift that promoted egotism and alienation. From Rousseau's perspective, true freedom was not about the ability to pursue one's personal interests in a marketplace, but about living in harmony with others in a community where the general will guided action. What do you think about that, Mark Edworthy?
Again, not a big fan.
Does it sound positive to you so far?
Not overly.
What stands out to you that you really don't like?
The entire. Let me think on that one.
Okay. So, what it was is, he imagined a form of civil life in which individuals did not surrender their identity to the crowd, but instead found fulfillment by participating in collective self-rule and aligning their interests with the common good.
But what is the great good if it's not?
Yeah, I think you see. I kind of knew you would say something at that point once you heard the common good and collective self-rule.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so that's what he felt in this vision. Freedom meant moral autonomy in social equality, not the multiplication of choices in the marketplace.
Okay. Yeah.
So,
So yeah, I know. I totally disagree.
right. Now, self-rule, collective self-rule is what really stood out. Like he believed, instead he found fulfillment. He felt that 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 we would find freedom through fulfillment, or we would instead, fulfillment by participating in collective self-rule and aligning our interests with the common good. Now, when I start hearing stuff like collective self-rule and common good, I start thinking freaking living in a commune and having to vote on every single thing, like
Yeah.
growing fruits and who gets to wear the.
Again, it works in a small community, but you can't ramp it up to a large national idea or a large idea.
They sure gave it a try, didn't they?
Still do. You get communes. Actually, Germany is well known for localized communes.
Well, France is something else that people always keep overlooking. Like France is just as big of a player in this as what Germany is, and Germany and France together are really, really two countries that we're going to have to take a close look at when it comes to all this, because we're no longer talking about the classic liberals. Just so you know, like that's that. We'll discuss a little bit on Voltaire, but that's only so that we can badmouth frickin' Rousseau a little bit more. You know, in the last episode, or the episode before that, I called Voltaire a big mouth, and he was, but I mean, this is a guy that preached for the First Amendment, freedom of speech. You know what I mean? So of course he's got a big mouth. You know what I mean? Like he was the guy. You know what I mean? Okay, I was thinking about this a little while before we did this. You take a look at poor old John Locke. Okay, you got this skinny little old gray-haired man, and sometimes when you go to a library or something, you'll see his picture up on the wall. But nobody ever freaking notices him. Nobody ever says, "Hey, that's John Locke," And then you turn around and you freaking look and you find out that freaking old Voltaire, dude, he's just sitting out there in the freaking public square with a huge freaking statue. Look at old great Voltaire, dude. You know what I mean? Him and his big mouth just standing there in the middle of public, got a huge statue of himself.
And where is the statue of Voltaire?
It's in Germany, I believe, or it might be in France. But that was the difference between
Paris.
But that was the difference between them, and Voltaire freaking really he really broke his foot off inside of freaking Rousseau, man. That's the one thing that I do like about Voltaire. Now, commercial individualism also conflicted with Rousseau's belief in simplicity, authenticity, and virtue. He argued that when people became obsessed with property, fashion, or financial gain, they became less capable of genuine virtue. Now, their identities become entangled with appearances and artificial needs, and they lose the ability to see one another as moral equals. He believed this had the effect of destroying the foundation of community, making people indifferent to justice and undermining the possibility of true democratic participation. So basically, what he's saying there is that we all should wear the same shirt and pants and the same color shoes,
Yeah.
and we should conform. At least that's what I'm making it out to
Yeah.
be.
Yeah.
You know, so I don't know. Do you hear the word conformity in that?
Yeah. I'm thinking Soviet Union. Thinking China. I'm thinking North Korea. I'm thinking Pearsons.
Now he according to what I've read on everything, you know, he didn't idolize like primitive life as a lot of people have claimed, but he did believe that a simple mode of existence was more conducive to equality, freedom, and moral integrity, basically. But I wanted to attack his bullshit on moral integrity, and that's why I decided to go with Voltaire's arguments against Jean-Jacques Rousseau, because Voltaire was known for freaking just, you know, just tearing into this dude, because Jean-Jacques Rousseau would always give these elaborate speeches. He was a real good writer. Okay, Voltaire always did compliment him on his writing style, because he really was a good writer. But the one thing is freaking he didn't practice what he preached, and Voltaire always called him out on that. All right, and the one area where it really pissed Voltaire off when it came to Rousseau was child rearing. This idiot would constantly make comments concerning child rearing and how children should be treated and stuff, and he had absolutely no idea what the hell he was talking about.
And the state to control child rearing.
Mm-hmm. And Voltaire freaking well, see, like even with Voltaire, I don't. There's a lot of things I don't believe. I don't agree with Voltaire about when it comes to child rearing either. Like he was big on education and stuff like that. And some of his stuff I disagree with now that I've become older and more up to date on things, you know. But I do agree with him on his take when it comes to Rousseau. Now, Voltaire's arguments against Jean-Jacques Rousseau particularly regarded Rousseau's theory on child rearing, like I said. And this stemmed from their fundamental different views on human nature, society, and reason. Now, while both were leading figures in the Enlightenment, they disagreed sharply on many subjects, and their rivalry often played out in like public letters, essays, and philosophical debates. Now, I love to go through and read like these old public letters, and because they make commentaries on their essays and their writings with publicly. I don't know if you know that or not.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
But I love doing that. I think the last one I did was with Walt Whitman, and Emerson was another one with him and Edgar Allan Poe. I love that like those two hated each other with a passion, you know. And Voltaire and Rousseau is another example of that. So one of the most pointed areas of contention was Rousseau's belief in the inherent goodness of human beings and the idea that children should be raised free from the corrupting influence of society. Okay, Voltaire found Rousseau's idealism naive, impractical, and even hypocritical. In his famous treatise on education, Rousseau argued that civilizations and social institutions deform natural human virtues. He believed that children were born good and that proper education meant protecting them from the artificial influence of society until they reached an age when they could reason for themselves. Now, I wanted to point that out, and I want to tell people something. And I've here in Southern Illinois, we've had issues with that where people aren't really all that smart. Okay, and and this is an issue. It might not be here recently, but like I've seen it where parents have literally not done something, and like 4 or 5 year old kids don't even know how to talk. You know what I mean? And that right there is what really sticks out to me when I hear this kind of crap. You know what I mean? Um, I don't agree with that 100%, or not even 100%. I just don't agree with it. Period. You know. But that's something that I have seen because of it. Now, my whole idea on like the education system doesn't really agree with this statement. You know what I mean? Where we should just keep our kids away from education because it deforms natural human virtues.
Okay.
Do you think it deforms natural human virtues, Mark? I know you're pretty rowdy. You're pretty rowdy, and considering you were a teacher at one time, weren't you?
Well, I was never a kid. Kid teacher.
Yes.
My experience is over 18-year-olds.
So do you think it deforms?
Before nature, more than probable, but for a good purpose.
Mm-hmm. Now, see, he advocated raising kids away from like urban life, religious dogma, rigid, rigid schooling, and premature intellectual instructions. Now, I kind of have my whole theory on preschool. When it comes to that, I don't see it as beneficial whatsoever. You know what I mean? So in that aspect, yeah, when it comes to preschool, because like in kindergarten they teach kids how to use crayons. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but surely the benefits from preschool comes from things like socializing. After you see those kids your age,
let them run out on the playground and have fun, recess and stuff like that. Go out and then maybe let them eat. Let them eat.
I'm not a big fan of sort of preschool sort of things because I suggest that the state is your parent. But it's got a lot to do with forcing families, forcing parents back into work quickly. Which is another conversation in itself. But also, I do recognise that these sort of things are there set up for things like the purpose of socialising, and creating civilised norms.
Well, I don't know about all that civilized norm shit. Like I've yet to see any quote unquote civilized norm whatsoever. You know what I mean? It's like you hear that term. You know what I mean? I'm 51 years old and I've been hearing that freaking term forever. You know, and it's never been here ever. Like,
Okay.
think about it. How many times have you actually seen civilized norms?
Describe what a civilized norm is.
That's what I'm asking you, dude. You
No,
just said it. You said it a lot easier than what I did. You just
I
straight
see
out
people
said it.
be civilized norms, open doors up of other people, sit down and, I don't know, eat in a civilized, normal way.
That must have been like 20 years ago.
People are, well, in the UK, people are civilized.
Oh yeah, I keep
In
forgetting
my
you're
area,
over there.
people are civilized.
I keep forgetting you're over there in the UK too. Like you guys are the ones who created tea time. You know what I mean? So yeah,
So
etiquette.
yeah, we are civilized, unlike you.
Well, we actually invented fast food, so you need to just keep it at bay.
Okay.
Because without us, you wouldn't have Burger King, Mister.
I hardly eat fast food.
I don't either.
If I'm eating, I'm sitting down in a restaurant with a knife and fork. I'm civilized.
Yeah. Now, according to Russo, the educator's task was not to mold the child, but to allow the child's nature to develop without interference, in harmony with nature. Now, Voltaire sharply disagreed with this view. He believed Rousseau romanticized a vision of the natural human condition that ignored the complexities and necessities of real life. Now, I kind of see where he's coming from with that because, like, Rousseau is romanticizing like what his vision of the natural human was. You know what I mean? Like, first of all, babies aren't born virtuous. Okay, period. Like, they're horrible, rotten little creatures that will cry and whine to get attention if they have to. And the only people who know that are people who's been around babies. You know what I'm saying? And they're ornery as shit. If you really have been around a baby, you know babies are ornery as shit. I mean, you can see it, like when they give you that shifty eye. You know what I mean? Like my little nephew Jacob, I would pick on him all the time. He had this little Shamu freaking teddy bear, and I would take the freaking I would take the tail and I'd shove it up into his face, like in his mouth. And he'd freaking his head would go back, and he would freaking it would wobble for a little bit, and then he'd look at Uncle Roger, and he'd have that shifty look in his face, like I'm gonna get you back. You know what I mean? And there was no freaking hesitation. Like there wasn't no virtuous thought in his mind. It was like, I'm gonna get you back, old man. And this was back when he was like maybe 4 or 5 months old. You know, so anybody who's been around a baby knows that that's not realistic at all. You know, so that might not, what I said might not pertain to a lot, but it does when you stop and look at it in that context. You know what I'm saying? Because you have to actually be around babies to understand this stuff. Now, Voltaire thought that Rousseau's idea of removing children from the civilizing influence of society would not produce virtuous citizens, but instead result in ignorance and instability. And I do agree with that, because what I told you about what I've seen with like these little kids that are like 4 or 5 years old and can't even talk. There's been situations where families have got in trouble with the state because they ended up sending their kids to school and they can't even freaking talk.
Surely, if they're sending the kids to school, that's the fault of the educations.
No, I mean, like, they would send them at the beginning of the school year, they would send them into school for the first time. And these
Yeah.
teachers would get these kids new who've never been in school before,
How old are they?
about
At that point?
4 or 5 years old.
Okay, so that's
You know
isn't
what I
that
mean?
legal in your state?
Well, kids should really be able to speak and and speak English by the time they get to freaking kindergarten, dude. Something is wrong.
3 upwards, 3 to 5.
Yeah, exactly. So by the time they hit 5, they should be able to have a pretty good handle on.
You're gonna have late developers, obviously, but that's the job of the education system.
You don't find it disturbing that little 5-year-olds can't talk?
Could be medical reasons.
Well, I'm just saying, dude, from experience, there's
Could be environmental. It could be, who knows? But
well, like I said,
but
like
again, that's the job of the education system to determine the level and then take appropriate action.
yeah. Well, I mean, and that really gets into the whole issue that I've been talking about too, about education. I don't think that the state or the freaking federal government should be able to impose laws that pertain to this kind of stuff either. So, like,
I disagree. The state has to make sure to have people of a certain educational standard.
I find it as like a search and destroy social program that,
Again, depends on how it's carried out.
you know, to where, I mean, that's one issue that really gets into modern day, where you start talking about overreach and, you know,
And like anything, it can go to the theory can go to an extreme, but
you know. Now, to Voltaire, civilization was not a source of moral decay, but a necessary framework that refined human behavior, development, and intellect, and allowed people to live in peace. Which I think that is a load of shit. That's the one thing I disagree with Voltaire. I don't think that it was. Well, I mean, it's not moral decay. I'm not going to say that. You know what I mean? But it's not. It's not a framework that refined human behavior. You know what I mean? And and my whole opinion about that actually developed because of the story about Buffalo Bill. You know what I mean? I told you guys that before. Remember about Buffalo Bill's son?
remind me.
Now, Buffalo Bill, his son ended up, him and his wife didn't agree with living in the West. His wife wanted to move back to the city, and he wanted to stay in the West. Now, he ended up finally caving in and telling her that she could take their son and move back to the East. And when he did that, what happened was his son ended up dying from an illness that was the cause of living in in the city. You know what I mean? Back then, it happened where if you lived in a metropolitan area, it could actually kill you. You know.
Small gun. Yeah, this was before air environmental sort of pollution was the thing.
Hmm. Well, when that happened, all of a sudden his whole outlook on things changed. Like he actually, that's what started him to where he had a respect for the Native Americans and the way that they believed in nature and stuff of that way. And that I mean, heck, you should know about Buffalo Bill. He was more famous in Europe and England than he was here, and he was pretty famous here in the United States too. So, but that's what changed it, you know. So
Hmm.
whenever I first heard about all this, that's what it reminded me of. It reminded me of Buffalo Bill's story. So Voltaire, I don't agree with him when it comes to like uh, the framework for refined human behavior and stuff like that. So now Voltaire's criticism was not just theoretical. He was appalled by what he saw as a contradiction between Rousseau's philosophical claims and his personal behavior. This is the good part. This is where I really get to shame Rousseau because he is a disgusting human being, and Voltaire was the one that pointed out. Okay, Rousseau, despite writing extensively on the ideal way to raise and educate children, had abandoned all his own children to public orphanages shortly after their birth.
Yeah.
So this man sat there and he would write theoretical stuff about how to raise children and stuff, and he was actually freaking abandoning his children to freaking orphanages. Okay.
Mm. So letting the state take control of the children.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
So you know that
What happened to his wife?
I've never found anything that talks about his wife whatsoever.
Mistresses or whatever.
Yeah, I've never
How many
found it.
kids?
Huh?
How many kids did he have?
Nothing. It just mentions that he did have kids and they were given to orphanages. So
Yeah.
and
But we
being
don't know how many.
now, in all fairness, this could be Voltaire's just shit talking. You know what I mean? Because like you got to remember, they did correspond through freaking papers and stuff like that, and they they will they will critique each other's writings, maybe.
Yeah.
But I doubt it. I want to hold on to the idea that Rousseau was a disgusting reprobate who abandoned his children to the state because
Yeah.
or orphanages. What do you think? You think we should stick with that one?
Yeah.
Because like Voltaire repeatedly pointed it out, and he did it to discredit Rousseau's authority on the subject. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So for me, I think that's a good reason to do it. Now he saw that it was deeply ironic that a man who extolled the virtues of natural parenting did not raise his own children. For Voltaire, this was not merely a personal failing, but evidence that Rousseau's ideas were empty rhetoric. Voltaire also attacked Rousseau's rejection of reason as the highest human faculty, where Rousseau emphasizes feeling emotion and instinct, Voltaire championed rationality, empirical knowledge, and intellectual progress. So, which one would you go for? Would you go for Voltaire or Rousseau when it comes to?
I would be a more Voltaire supporter
Yeah.
for this reason.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if people knew you, they would understand that you're all about empirical knowledge and rational and intellectual progress, I guess. You know. But I would have to go with Voltaire on a, well, don't get me wrong, because you've been around me, I have no problems with the whole idea about feelings and emotions and instincts. I mean, I'm okay with it, but I think there's an old saying that I learned when I was in recovery, okay, and it goes freaking, it's good to have your head in the clouds, but you also need your feet firmly on the ground. You know what I mean? It's okay to be freaking thinking of all those things that are lofty and up in the clouds, but you need to be grounded in life. There needs, you know what I mean? So I enjoy thinking on emotional levels and things of that nature, and I think instincts are important because, like, you have to be able to think on emotional levels. You know what I mean? I do believe that mental illness and all that stuff is real. I think that in order for people to overcome mental illness, they need to be able to think on emotional levels and recognize when they're happy, sad, glad, mad. You know what I mean? So I do agree with that to an extent, but Rousseau doesn't think like that. He's going to a whole different level. You know what I mean? He thinks we should all get butt naked and run in the forest like Enkidu. Enkidu and Gilgamesh. We should go. Enkidu was the forest.
Yeah, I know the story. Yeah.
Yeah, run around, hang out with the animals, and make love. So he believed that children, like adults, needed education. This is Voltaire. Needed education in science, history, logic, and the arts to become enlightened and productive members of society. He thought Rousseau's rejection of structured learning and critical reasoning would stunt a child's development and leave them vulnerable to ignorance and superstition, which at the time actually is true. You know what I mean? Superstition was a very, very serious.
Still is. Still is.
Well, we don't need to really be talking about Mr. Robot without him being in here. Okay. Yeah. So let's. Now, it would be nice if Mr. Robot would come in here, but like, we're not talking about superstition. So we're actually talking about real politics too. So he doesn't like that. But one day maybe we'll get him in here.
Maybe.
Now, Voltaire, who lived much of his life in cultured urban environments, saw cities and civilizations as sources of improvement and innovation. He argued that isolating children from the social world would not prepare them for adult responsibilities, but instead weaken their ability to engage with others and adapt to the demands of society. Now, though Voltaire admired aspects of Rousseau's literary style and his ability to stir public sentiment, he viewed his philosophy with deep suspicion. He often mocked Rousseau's elevation of the noble savage and dismissed his social theories of as unrealistic fantasies detached from practical realities of politics, education, and human behavior. I love Voltaire. I do. Like, right there, you know what I'm saying? He's like, listen to that shit. He's getting all wild and crazy on Rousseau. Now, in Voltaire's view, human beings were not naturally good or evil, but complex creatures shaped by experience, reason, and culture. Therefore, education needed to engage the intellect, discipline, and passions, and prepare children for participation in a rational, orderly society. Voltaire rejected Rousseau's theories about child rearing on both philosophical and moral grounds. He believed that Rousseau's idolization of nature and hostility towards reason and social institutions led to educational ideas that were unrealistic, dangerous, and hypocritical. Now, when it comes to that, that's where I draw the line there too, because like I'm starting to see now with the way the state and the federal government are imposing freaking education on parents that it's become dangerous in that respect too, because like if you look at the educational system, you have students that don't want to be there, they're suffering from mental illness, parents that are forced to tell their children to go to school, and these kids don't want to be there and they're mentally ill, and the gun shootings that are happening, things of that nature. This is all done because of government overreach, forcing parents to either send their kids to school or they go to jail or get fined, or both. Or
Yeah, at least in UK, we've got a choice of sending to a state school, so and then or sending to a private slash public school, which there's a difference, or home education. And there are small organisations that are being set up as home educators.
hmm Well, I mean, for me, that's the one thing that I really know.
You do have a choice in the US to go to private or state-run schools.
Well, private, you have to pay big money for
Yeah,
it.
but you got a
You can
choice of that.
you can do internet schooling. They
Yeah,
do have that, and I
yeah.
don't know for sure how expensive internet schooling is, but I do know that it is an option. Now,
Uh, uh,
I from what I've heard about that, I wouldn't really suggest that anybody send their kids to an internet school because I've heard a lot of bad stuff about it. You know what I mean?
always do your research. Always do your research.
Mhm. Well, the thing of it is like they keep kids in their programs as long as they can, even if they don't show up for their
Okay.
scheduled meetings and stuff like that to be getting their or their class. You know what I mean? They don't show up for it, and then they end up, instead of kicking them out of school on, even though it's on the internet, what they do is they keep them on the register so that they can draw money from it.
Yeah, we had I think UK had a issue with this before the pandemic, and I think the legislation did go through to stop all these fake online universities, or at least to mitigate the issue.
And don't get me wrong, man. I mean, freaking, well, other than being a big mouth, I really did like Voltaire. You know what I mean? But I don't agree with him on the idea that because see, Voltaire stood firmly in defense of like structured education, rational thought, and the civilizing influence of society. And I think society actually was society was created because of the invention of beer and prostitution.
Okay. And bread.
And what? I lost you on that last word. You got to say that again.
Bread.
Bread?
Bread.
No, don't be switching it, dude. You said freaking cooked meat.
Yeah, bread.
Your first one was cooked meat.
No. Okay, yeah, and bread is important in beer making.
Well, yeah, bread is important. You're right. I got to give you that much on it. Bread. But you also, I was thinking on the lines of if we're going to agree on something, we have to tell people that we do agree that civilization was created out of cooked meat, prostitution, and beer.
Yeah.
You agree with that? And then we can put bread in there too. So the four fundamental things to civilization is cooked meat, bread, prostitution, and beer. I don't agree with Voltaire on his idea that it was that education is was the civilizing influence of society. I don't think that was the case. So
it can be up to a point.
Yeah. Well,
but not into.
I've actually hung out with people who are big on sports. Okay. And it's not really all that pretty. Yeah, that's all I gotta say.
Okay.
Okay. Like you sit down with them in the front room and you watch sports with them, and you'll see what I'm talking about. It gets
okay. What sort of sports are we talking about?
Just pick one if you want to.
Croquet.
Well, no.
Hello.
I gotta stop. Yeah, you're right. Okay, you caught me there. We can't be talking about those sissy games, like real sports.
Okay.
For you guys over there, it'd be what I call soccer. You would call football.
Football. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Sit down with them. Pay attention to them. Okay.
Okay. I get what you mean. Yeah.
Okay. It's pretty horrible, and they don't even see that. You know what I mean? They don't see that, and it's like here and believe it or not, it's not even our version of football that's the worst one. Like when you watch people who are into basketball.
Yeah.
When you're hanging out with them and stuff, and they're into basketball, dude, they are freaking horrible. You know. So you can really see it. Now, their disagreement reflected a broader clash between Enlightenment, rationalism, and the emerging currents of romantic naturalism, a conflict that will continue to shape political and educational thought long after both of them were gone. Now, that's something that I do want to get into, but I want to do it at a later time. This is romantic naturalism and enlightenment. And I mentioned it the last time we were able to talk. That's something that I really want to get into is the Age of Enlightenment and what it really was. And this term, I'm a realist. You know what I mean? People don't really understand what they're saying when they say they're realists and where that term came from. So I just want to go over that. Now, before we finish, I do want to kind of go over this whole thing about Maximilian Robespierre too.
Okay. Yeah.
And I'll just go through there and kind of explain to people what he was really about. You know what I mean? Because I know a lot of people aren't really educated too much about the French Revolution because they're more interested in like the American Revolution and Cromwell and England, but not too many people know about the French Revolution. They say they do.
Do they? I think probably education is more recognised in Europe, more
Well,
obviously, than in the US.
apparently not, because people don't really understand the term radical idealism.
Okay.
You know what I mean? And if they did know more about the French Revolution, then they would understand what radicalism was. You know, um, especially with this guy Maximilian Robespierre. Now he fits squarely into the category of early radical idealism. Now, particularly with the historical context of the French Revolution. Um, Radical idealism, in this sense, refers to a political vision rooted in the abstract principles such as liberty, equity, or equality, popular sovereignty. And yes, equity was being used in France during that time period, just so you know. It really was. Popular sovereignty and moral virtue, uh, uh, pursued with compromising intensity and often detached from practical limitations. Now, Robespierre embodied this tendency through both his philosophy and his actions. He believed that society could be completely transformed through reason, civic morality, there we go with that word again, and the unflinching application of virtue. He envisioned a republic built not only on laws and representation, but on the moral regeneration of its citizens. This vision came from a belief that politics should be an extension of moral philosophy. So right here we're starting to understand that freaking government and moral philosophy and moral regeneration and everything should all be connected. You know what I mean? Like you shouldn't have any say in this. This is just the way it is, and virtue is going to be a part of government too. You're going to be virtuous if we freaking have to kill you. You know what I mean? Be virtuous or die.
Yeah.
So now he did not accept political compromise or gradual reform, but insisted on the total realization of the ideas of the revolution, purity, justice, and universal equality. Now, Robespierre was deeply influenced by Jean Marcus Rousseau, especially the idea that the general will must be sovereign and that citizens must align their personal will with the collective good. Okay? So it was here with liberalism, it's the other way around. The collective good must align with the individual. Whereas here they're the opposite. The individual must align their will according to the good of the many. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So you got that shift going on right there. That's really the big part when it comes to radicalism. You know, and that's something that a lot of people aren't really aware of when it comes. The collective good is how it's basically referred to. You know, it's like Spock when he says the good, what is it? The
needs of the many
outweigh the needs of the.
yeah.
Yeah, freaking,
This is why Star Trek is a communist halo.
right? It's a sci-fi utopian world of communism, is what it is. You know?
Yeah.
Any respectable Star Wars fan would not put up with such nonsense. That's all I gotta say. You know, Luke Skywalker would definitely kick Captain Kirk's ass.
Okay.
Just plain and simple. And Picard, and Picard, a Frenchman. Now, is he French or is he really English?
English, isn't he? Yeah, he's English.
Okay, just wanted to know. He believed that liberty and virtue was inseparable, and that anyone who acted against the interests of the Republic was not merely wrong, but morally corrupt. From this belief, he developed the justification for revolutionary terror, which he described as virtue armed with force. To him, this was not cruelty, but necessary moral surgery, cutting out corruption to save the public, to save the body politic.
Okay.
Okay. Now, this radical commitment to ideas, however, led Robespierre into a position where abstract principles became tools of violence. His attempt to enforce moral virtue through law culminated in the Reign of Terror, during which thousands were executed for perceived disloyalty or insufficient enthusiasm for the revolution. Though he claimed to act in the name of justice, his refusal to tolerate dissent and his belief in the moral righteousness of his cause placed him at odds with the very principles of liberty and due process he once campaigned, or championed, actually. So this is the kind of thing that radicalism leads to, and this is what radicalism is. Okay, this doesn't have anything to do with socialism. It doesn't have anything to do with communism.
Well.
Not at this stage.
Okay.
Now, radicalism, if you listen to a lot of the stuff that you're hearing here, okay, this is borderline with classic liberalism. I mean, plain and simple, there's no denying it. You know what I mean? But they are very, very extreme. You know what I'm saying? Like, there is no dissent. You will obey. You will dress in the same clothes, and you will not freaking eat or partake from the unholy freaking restaurants of Burger King or Taco Bell.
Okay.
You know what I mean? That's what that is. Because if you do, then you will be fat and you will be ugly. And who wants to be fat and ugly in a world of beautiful people?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
That's why I haven't eaten in McDonald's in 20 years, 25 years.
Well, I mean, you know what I'm saying. It's like they're setting up laws now to where you will be treated like a drug addict if you freaking sell fast food within a certain amount of distance away from schools. They're literally trying to get away with that. That fast food joints cannot be within a certain distance of a school, or that's basically what.
There was an idea about that in the mid-90s in the UK. Bill died a death.
Yeah, that's what That's what Obama's wife tried to put up here in
Yeah.
the United States too, and it freaking it. I don't know if it went through or not. To be honest with you, I don't know, or if it's
Well,
even still in office. But see, that's how people treat drug dealers whenever they're selling drugs too close to a school. You know what I mean? So they're trying to compare freaking fast food joints to drug dealers.
in some cases, aren't they?
Well, I mean, we've got to get away from that idea that that obscure freaking ideology that's important. You know what I mean? That abstract philosophical viewpoint.
Mm.
You know that that's actually important because it's not rational. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It really isn't, and we definitely shouldn't be making laws that say freaking we need to save our children from being fat.
Yeah. Education and parental responsibility. Yeah.
Well, I mean, don't get me started again on the education stuff. Come on, dude. I'm just talking about laws. You know what I'm saying? It's like we shouldn't be saying like there should be a law that prevents kids from getting fat. Just period. It's especially
about a law banning unhealthy obesity.
now you're talking what I'm saying here. Like, I mean, unhealthy obesity. There should be a law against it. Come on, dude.
That's
Kids
an argument.
kids should have a right to be fat and eat candy.
Yeah, but how much are we
Still,
talking about? A 5 foot 12-year-old at the weight of, I don't know, 300 pounds. Yeah, 300 pounds.
well, I mean, that really falls on the responsibility of the parents too. And I mean, everybody's like, "Oh, that's just a cop out." No, it's not. It's actually the truth. It's the
Uh,
parents' responsibility. You know.
yeah, so if that child becomes deadly obese, then surely the parents should be summoned to court
Why?
because wouldn't it be tantamount to murder?
Okay, so if they die from obesity, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't know. I mean, fat people die. You know what I mean? Skinny people die. I mean,
Oh, yes,
I
it's the same thing with skinny people. You're starving your kids.
no.
Surely the state should intervene.
But see, that can get complicated because then you have people who have eating disorders that throw stuff up. You know what I mean? So what happens with them too? You know what I mean? I mean, do you
If
hold
they're sticking themselves in such jeopardy,
what do you
and
hold
the state intervene.
do you hold the parents responsible because their freaking daughter is bulimic and throwing her food up?
That would have to be decided on a case by case scenario.
See, I believe in the classic liberal ideas that say that doesn't belong in government. You know what I mean? That's just kind of an overreach of government. Or
But you don't want to see kids starve. You?
Well, no, nobody wants to see kids starve. You know, and
So,
I think that really has to do with like people's lack of compassion. Really, I don't think that has to do with like any form of government. It's just we live in a society now where people just have no respect for one another. And I was saying that earlier, and I really mean that. It's like they live in a world where they think that they can just be disrespectful to one another, treat each other like shit.
Only in certain areas,
Yeah,
circumstances.
you know, well,
Not
I mean,
everybody.
yeah, not everybody. Don't get me wrong. There are a few of them still good. They're hiding out. You know, they're hidden in secret places where you have to visit and say hi to them. And
Like this channel.
right, and like in in places like your grandparents' house, where your grandparents love you no matter what you say or do. You know what I mean? When you're young, you need to go visit your grandpa and your grandma and say hi and tell them you love them and eat their dinner no matter how bad it tastes. And let them pinch you on the cheeks and tell you how adorable you are because they love you. And it doesn't matter how freaking bad you've been or anything like that. Your grandparents love you, so that's what it's all about. That's what it comes down to. Now, if you're from a dysfunctional family, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that everybody's like that. You know what I mean? But the majority of people in the world know that that's generally how their life is. So you don't you don't take dysfunction and use it as an excuse to be disrespectful towards people in your family when you don't suffer from that problem. You know what I mean? Just be good to one another and find those hidden places where people are nice, like Mark is talking about, because they are out there. You just have to have a little bit of initiative and try to find them. Did I do a good job, Mark?
That's cool.
Okay. I was trying to make that sound really good, but
Yeah.
you just kept sitting there with that straight face, and I'm like, I
It
did
worked.
okay. So I think we're done, dude. I really do because if we don't end this, dude, you're freaking gonna explode. It's got to be what time for you? It's got to be 3 in the morning.
Yeah, just come up to 3:20.
Yeah. So go get you some coffee and well, you probably don't want coffee now, huh? But
Maybe.
you know, get you some coffee and watch you some Midsummer Murders on late night television over there in the UK.
Yeah.
Now, next week I want to give radicalism and I want to give classic liberal up and just be done with it, okay? And I want to talk about realism. I want to talk about the age of enlightenment versus the age of romanticism
Mhm.
or the romantic movement and what that was all about, and go from there because I think that's important. And then after that, we can get into the good stuff like communism and socialism and how Europe has degraded into like this horrible freaking existence of French food and like their Disney World sucks, dude. You know what I mean? People don't even like Disney World in Europe. That's sad.
Actually, weirdly enough, my younger sister had the choice of going to Paris Disney World or Florida Disney World, and she went to Florida.
I don't blame her. I've heard stories about that. Like they tried to turn it into like this fancy freaking restaurant kind of setting. You know what I mean? It's like people don't go to freaking Disney to sit down for a freaking gourmet meal. They go to have
Both US, Florida, and where's the other one?
Florida and Los Angeles.
Yeah, both of them have got 5-star catered Michelin restaurants in them.
Well, the 5 stars is only there because they serve unique foods. Like they, even in the United
Yeah.
States, the way they do their they do like specialty foods, like
Yeah.
and they're it's American fast food, but there's a specialty food that's there.
The US doesn't do the Michelin star system. That's a Europe thing, isn't it?
Well, yeah, and that's who mostly they mostly draw off of their, like whenever I talk to Zach and all them. If you ever notice, they're
Yeah.
all from frickin' England. You know, like
Mm.
I've I only know of one person, well, two people that are actually like those Walt Disney fans that do videos and stuff.
Yeah.
So, well, before we go, let everybody know how they can find you, Mr. Edworthy.
Okay. I'm on minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay. And I am Roger Hanson. You guys can find me at Live with Roger Hanson on Rumble, as well as the Praetorian on Rumble and on YouTube. Now, on YouTube, I am the Praetorian at the Praetorian 5222. And on Rumble, I'm just the Praetorian. I don't think they have the at on there with it. But if you guys are on Kick, you can find us on Kick as well as on D Live and Twitch. Now on Twitch, I am Infamous 1969. On Kick, I am Roger_Hanson, and at D Live, I am Roger_Hanson as well. I was on X streaming, but I did not continue my subscription there, and I do not wish to continue my subscription there.
How many followers on X?
I literally ended my subscription with the same amount of followers as what I started with.
Well, zero, zilch.
Zero zilch in the last 1 year on X Pro.
Okay.
No freaking nobody. It was like
How much content were you publishing?
I published a video every single day for the last year on X.
Okay.
Every single day, at least once, on the platform, and then I made sure that they had 10 posts on there for well over eight months, and nothing. I got views, but and you know the thing about X, it goes back to what I've said on the Wonderful World of Weirdness, is like the competition is just way too much. You know, there's so many people on there's so many people on that platform. There is no way for you to really achieve anything there. You know, I would rather be on a smaller platform like Rumble or Kick or D Live, you know, than to be on a platform where you're not even a freaking small fish in a big pond. You're just a speck in the freaking hay, you know, like a needle in a haystack kind of thing. So with that rant out of the way, I'm going to say thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. We'd really love to have comments. Put it down in the comment section down below, and I guarantee you we will respond. If not Mark, then me. We love comments, so give us your feedback or just say hi, man. You know, we love to have a conversation with you. And with that, I'm going to say good night. I hope you enjoy your night, your morning, your evening, whatever time of day it is. And Mark needs to go to bed. He's running. Yeah. He's running out of energy. You can see he's getting ready to pass out.
Yeah.
Thank you for stopping in and being a part of this, Mark. This was great.
Sure.
Talk to you guys later. That everybody could see on the news, and whenever they started trying to put these regulations in, they could say, well, we need to do it because look what happened with DB Cooper over here. He was able to steal $200,000 and jump out of an airplane with it, you know.
Okay.
So and why I'm bringing all that up is that's what I'm thinking about when it comes to these hackings, that these supposed hackings that took place in the 1970s and the 1980s. I believe that these were all they were staged so that they could use them as examples in order to put freaking stronger regulations on the internet. And I really do believe that.
When was the first UK internet related? I suppose you could say the Communications Act of 94, I think was the first version, First Amendment. You had some malicious communication acts, both the UK and the US, dating back to 87. Maybe a bit earlier.
Now, I know that was when I wanted to mention something that I'm glad in a way that we did this over because, well, before I get on to it, let me kind of put where I'm going with all this.
Okay.
Now, when I was growing up, I remember that they were really pushing it on television and movies, how kids were running around and hacking into freaking bank ATMs and shit with these little devices and stealing money out of ATMs and running amok and everything. You know what I mean? They were just horrible teenagers and stuff. And they had freaking movies come out like War Games. You know what I mean? Where this kid accidentally hacks into the freaking government's freaking nuclear freaking program and gets a supercomputer to freaking play a game that's gonna release nuclear weapons. You know?
That is fictional.
Well, I mean, that I don't think that stuff was actually freaking just somebody coming up with an idea. I think that this stuff was being paid for by the government so that freaking they could push this agenda to where people think that this stuff was actually real and it was actually happening. Okay, because there was a lot of it. Okay, I remember episodes of like Simon and Simon where freaking they brought it up. They came out with a TV series called The Whiz Kid, where he was.
Yeah, you showed me a few clips in the past.
You know.
Yeah.
So they were really pushing it, and I did research on it, and I found out that like in the 1970s there were very few arrests at all when it comes to hacking. Computer hacking was like still in its infancy. And it's like most of them were like freaking tech hobbyists, engineers, maybe some students, and that was it. You know, and it was like what you said. That, you know, back then, like the word hacking was actually just another word for that meant like tinkering. You know, or tinkering or pushing systems to their limits.
Yeah.
Now, this is where we got into MIT the last time. Do you remember the Model Railroad Club?
Well, Model Railway Club was in Hornby.
Out of MIT, Tech Model.
Okay. Yeah, I'm aware of it. Yeah.
Now, MIT's Tech Model Railroad Club, they They came out with like the early version of phone freaking.
Hmm.
Okay, and that's where it comes in with like tinkering around with things. Like I remember I used to know how to take a freaking paper clip, and I used to wrap it around my freaking pointing finger, and if I wrapped it around right and I hooked it at a straight hook, I could take and put that inside of the key area of a freaking payphone, and I could jiggle it,
Huh.
and I could actually get free phone calls.
Owning up to a crime. um, um, I have come across some extremely good 70s sort of how to modify radio and books, and I've actually come across a 1950s. Back in the 50s, especially in the US, it was quite common for young boys mainly to play on with crystal radio sets and stuff. So there was a big sort of movement in the 50s, and when it got to the 70s and early 80s, yeah, there was a big movement in modifying stuff, and how to it goes back to the World War II thing of trying to keep your machines running for as long as possible, rather than today's concept of just throwaway equipment.
Well, I mean, the thing of it is like it was really the arrests were actually not very freaking frequent. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but again, it's white collar crime, and it was done by very few people because they didn't have the resources.
Well, I mean, back in the '70s, this is where I bring up Captain Crime. Now, a lot of people don't know him. I actually mentioned it to you guys in the first attempt to do this, and you guys thought I was talking about the serial guy. So,
Okay,
yeah, but Captain Crunch, his real name was John Draper. Now, what he did is he actually got arrested because he got arrested for phone freaking, and what he did is he used a toy whistle to make free calls. He would mimic
Yeah.
the AT&T tones with an actual
Deep
toy
in there.
whistle. Yeah,
Deep in there.
he would mimic the freaking phone AT&T tones, and it would give him a free call. You know, so that right there is, and that was one of the most freaking prominent ones. That was the biggest, one of the biggest ones they could come up with back in the '70s. Then they said that the most recognizable arrests started happening in the early 1980s, and that was
when
because that was with the rise
but
of
that's because of the 8-bit machines being computers being popular, and modems slowly becoming popular, with restrictions on shared phone lines.
and they started becoming they became more common, and like the last time we tried to do this, I first I brought up 414s, the 414s, which was a group of teenagers out of Milwaukee. But before I do that, I need to bring up the most infamous hacking incident that happened ever, especially when it comes to the 1980s.
Ever.
Yeah, ever, dude, ever.
Okay.
And see, I should have remembered this one because this is probably the most famous hack job that was ever done, and that was when Max Headroom took over freaking WGN
Okay. Yeah.
in Chicago. Okay, and I mean, we've had this conversation at least 3 times, and I don't understand why I freaking forgot it. And then after we did that show the last time, I was sitting on the back porch smoking my cigarette, and I freaking said, dude, just Max Headroom popped into my head. I was like, hold on, dude. Like, that was like the freaking biggest hack in history, dude, And freaking, I never once thought of it until that moment. I'm like, dude, I should be ashamed of myself. You know what I mean? Like, but what happened is this was in 1987, and a guy dressed up like Max Headroom hijacked the television station, or actually it was 2 stations in Chicago. The first attempt was with WGN, which apparently the people involved with it had a problem with. So they had some kind of vendetta with them, and they got on there and they started their hack on taking over the actual freaking network while I was in the middle of broadcast. And it lasted for about 15 seconds until the station caught on to the fact that they had done it, so they shut them down. So what they ended up doing, that they ended up freaking, well, they didn't have their entire broadcast done. So that's what they suspect. They said, well, these guys freaking really wanted to get it out, so they went to their competitor news channel station and hacked them to finish the freaking broadcast. Okay, so that's the big one. Now that takes me back to freaking what I was talking about with this shit just being a setup, like with what's his name, Cooper, DB Cooper. You know what I mean? To this day, they have never busted the people who were involved in that incident whatsoever. They've got no leads on it. It's still a mystery that they've never been able to solve. They've had theories on it, but they don't know.
Yeah. What's this about LJ Cossey? Yeah, Cossey. That's related to this because just looking through the Wikipedia page on there's an entry called "Death of LJ Cossey."
What does that mean, though? You know what I'm saying? I mean, think about that. What does that mean? I mean, that's the crazy part about it is, the second incident I found out it was during the later on during the day. They did it in the same day. It was WTTW's broadcast of Doctor Who during Doctor Who. That's when they did it. I think that was probably the most really wretched part about it. Like, Max Headroom freaking butting in on Doctor Who as he was saving the universe, I know. Now, I mean, you being English, that should just piss you off, dude.
Who was Doctor Who back in '87?
What?
What's the name of Doctor Who back in '87?
It was the blonde one.
That make me 11.
Yeah, that would have been the blonde one. He would have been the later one. So
okay.
Now the thing about this is like they got on there, okay, and the guy was imitating Max Headroom, who at the time was like really big on Coke commercials. So he made it look like on the video it was a Coke commercial, and then he goes to freaking showing his butt, his bare butt, And then out of the sight, a woman takes friggin' fly swatter and starts swatting his butt with the fly swatter, yelling, "They're coming to get me!"
Yeah.
Yeah, we're good showmen, but we're also more grounded. More grounded to be decent behind the scenes guys for keeping the show on the wheels.
Right. So later on, I will talk to you about a good time to get together and do that stuff. And again, I do want to say freaking welcome, man, and I'm glad that you was able to freaking do that. Me and John had been talking for a while now about trying to get you on there, and like I said, I ended up having problems with the two-party verification thing with the YouTube. So and plus I have a crazy old mom who I take care of, and I didn't want to tell you guys that she busted my freaking phone. So that was kind of embarrassing.
Oh, it happens.
You know, but
Yeah, that's probably. I mean, John has his son that probably does,
yeah,
crazy stuff too. So it's nothing to be embarrassed about. It's just what you guys are dealing with.
see, back when I was younger, there was this TV series that was out, and it's called Soap. I don't know if you remember it,
I remember that. Yeah.
Now there's this crazy old man who freaking thought that he was military, and he would always talk about Patton and everything and think that he was in the army. That's kind of like how my mom is, but she's in a wheelchair. So.
Oh man.
Yeah. So it gets
What, talking about the stuff that happened 40 and 50 years ago.
Yeah. So
Roger, you going to grade school? You going to kindergarten?
Oh, I had a situation.
That bus out there waiting.
I had a situation where she opened the door while I was in the middle of streaming, and she goes, "Roger, are you ignoring your mama?" I'm like, oh my fucking god, dude.
No, man.
So, yeah.
So it was on the screen. That's funny shit there, dude.
Yeah. So, with that being said,
Now, the best of my knowledge, John's. What were you saying?
With that being said, I'm gonna go ahead and cut this short, and we'll be done with it. Okay.
All right.
And,
Well, so yeah, we'll talk about a time to get together and then iron out the details of us figuring out how we look at what each other's doing, so you can teach me stuff remotely.
yeah, we can get on there
and then
and do it. Get this stuff straightened out, and then.
And of course, I'll have to take notes by hand as I go too, so I remember some of this stuff, because I'm sure you'll quiz me and stuff to see if I'm retaining the information you give me.
No, what we'll basically.
Which is perfectly understandable.
What we'll basically do is we'll do it in real time. Like we'll make it to where you actually do your own stream, and like if you need help, I'll be there to back you up. And we'll do test runs and stuff like that. But I won't like quiz you or anything like that. It'll be real time setup, and you be able to just take charge. But by the time you're done, you'll be a pro.
He'll just be set up and go. Here, I'm not gonna quiz you. Here you go.
Right. Well, that's the way they
Real time, man. Like fire training.
That's the way I learned it. You know what I mean? Don't sell yourself short. You know what I mean? Don't think a test is gonna make it work. You know what I mean? Like you'll learn as you go.
Not necessarily.
You'll be able to do it. Like
Now, who taught you all this stuff?
I had to do it myself. Nobody was cool enough to.
Oh, you had to figure
it all out.
You had to figure it out as you went.
I even tried to reach out and find out what YouTube had to say, and they didn't have shit to tell me, dude. All they wanted to tell me was freaking I needed.
Their support couldn't help you.
No, they wanted to tell me that I needed special lighting to make my freaking video look pretty.
Our videos are all ugly or shit, and when they get shit tons of views, so what the fuck ever, YouTube, you know.
Need to buy all these $500 freaking circular lights that I can sit around me and then freaking. You seen those, right? Those cool freaking lights they got out now, the circular ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they.
Yeah, YouTube's probably just plugging those light manufacturers because they give them money or something. Is what that shit is. That'd be what I'd say if I had to guess at that.
I finally started.
That would be my guess.
I finally started getting on their freaking creator thing and telling them, look, man, you know, if you want to help people, you start telling them freaking what's the best freaking frames per second that they need to freaking have their OBS set at if they're freaking only getting like 300 or 3,000 kilobytes per second. You know what I mean, for an internet provider. That's important.
Now when was this? Now when was this, and what drove you to start getting into working on streaming in the first place?
I freaking don't. I'm kind of lost on when I started.
You don't remember?
Yeah. Like
You're what?
I thought that it was maybe like 7 or 9 years ago and shit, but like I've been going over old videos. And I'm like, man, I think freaking I was wrong. Like, 2017 was a good starter year. Like, right around there, maybe. Or maybe a little time before that.
Now, I remember I think you said you met old John, like, around 2006 or 7.
No, it was
So you've been doing this?
It was a little bit later than that. Maybe around 2000 and
it was even earlier.
It was I've known John since Facebook, and I moved back to Illinois in 2000 and oh my god. Well, anyhow, 2013 I think it was, and then I freaking met him maybe around 2015 or 16. So I've known.
Oh, okay. I thought you knew him way back in like 2006 or 7.
Oh hell no.
Which I thought you originally said.
Oh hell no. I sobered up in freaking 2003, dude. I was still freaking a baby. You know.
You're what, about 40 then? No.
30, I believe.
You're about to turn 30.
Yeah. No, I was 30.
Yeah, you're about to turn 30 then.
I was 30 in 2003.
Okay.
So I would have been, no. Yeah, I was 30 in 2003. In 2006, I would have been 33 years old. I'm still a virgin.
33?
Yeah. I'm still a virgin.
33 and still a virgin.
Yeah.
What, to the streaming thing, or just
I
to the, oh,
to
you
life.
didn't get into the stream?
To life. Like, I thought I was on top of the world at 30, dude. And then when 40 came around, I was like, yeah, dude, I finally conquered 30. It wasn't that bad. And then by the age of 50, I'm thinking, damn, I'm so glad freaking I don't have to go through that shit no more. Yeah. It's like, it's crazy. So I better get off.
Yeah,
here.
I remember. I remember back in.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Go ahead, man.
Yeah, back in 2000. Back in 2006, that was when I first got into social media. I got on MySpace Music with some of my first demos when I just gotten into home recording and stuff.
Yeah.
And that was early 2007. That was the 2007 demos period where I was cranking out all these demos in my home studio that I was gonna send to record labels in New York and LA and go out there and make it music, and it was just I had it all planned out.
Yeah.
You know, and then I was on MySpace. I was on MySpace then, and that was the thing. I reached a lot of people on there, but then, MySpace, I don't know what the fuck happened to it. It just died, and then Facebook sucked. And
Tom.
so I fell cracks with social media again for years.
See, Tom learned his
After
lesson.
that.
Tom learned his lesson about censorship. Like, he actually started freaking going and trying to determine what it was freaking people should and shouldn't listen to, which is the same shit Facebook is doing right now. And that's what I said.
Yeah.
You give Facebook enough time, they're going to learn the same horrible lesson that Tom did. Which, don't get me wrong, at least he's
What
on,
with MySpace?
yeah. That's where it all started going downhill, is when he started censoring and freaking doing all that crazy shit.
Yeah, and Facebook's starting to go that direction now. They're a sinking ship.
Yep.
It used to be just people on the fringe that didn't like them and said bad things about them. Now it's becoming a mainstream thing to pretty much not like Facebook, and people are craving something more, a platform that caters more to intellectual things like what we do. So we're kind of in a good time period right now to be doing what we're doing. Especially after the chaos that's been the last 4 or 5 years.
Yeah.
People are kind of getting more into conspiracy theories and reaching for the spiritual world, and so and I think to some extent the community we're part of, and John getting back into it with us the way he has, it's kind of maybe been a product of that.
Yep.
All the craziness of the last 4 years, and what looks to be the coming, God only knows what coming craziness from it. So that's the dumber social media, like the reality shows, the gossip and stuff. A lot of that appears to be kind of going the way of the dinosaurs. People are getting more serious right now.
I agree.
It's kind of like the way people got. It's kind of like the way people got. The difference between people in the Roaring '20s as opposed to people in the Great Depression. Everybody had to get a lot more serious, and really get sharper intellectually and more disciplined, and really get to talking about how they were going to get through the crisis that was the Great Depression and ultimately World War II. And,
I would have loved being a part of the Roaring
I think
20s.
that's where humanity's at now. Huh?
I would have loved being a part of the Roaring 20s. I think that would have been cool.
Oh yeah, yeah.
That
was probably cooler than fucking fuck.
Yeah. Well, let me get off of here. I'm gonna go ahead and end this, and because we're still streaming and recording, by the way. This is going to be a part of Wow Talk, just so you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah. I knew you were on.
I'm I'm also
All right.
just so you know and everybody else knows, this is live streaming now, but later on I am going to archive the video and it will be on 15 minute with 15-minute segments for or a little bit longer for upload archived versions of it. Okay, checking everything out real quick, making sure it's working. I've got to go on D Live, make sure everything's going. D Live sounds good. I'm not gonna check all the other ones. I'm just gonna check D Live and YouTube because I have to go into the Wonderful World of Weirdness and make sure this is in the right playlist and stuff. So, other than that, plus I can put a good thumbnail on it. Let's see here. There we go. Actually, almost forgot. I completely forgot where I put that video at, or those pictures, I should say. I can get that later on. Right now, it's more important that I get everything organized and stuff of that nature. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and just back out of that, not get caught up in all that. Actually, that's a good picture I can put on there. Let me put this on live stream and test the audio, and it should be good to go. And there we go. It's time to get started. So I realized one thing. I was doing my countdown and stuff, and a lot of the editing I've been doing, I take all this conversation out of it and just do the reading. So I'm not gonna do that no more. It just dawned on me that I didn't have to do that countdown. So I guess I can just go ahead and get into the reading and maybe do a little bit of conversation first, because when it comes to the editing, I don't even do this conversation into all of these anymore. So it's just a habit that I'd formed and developed. So I apologize for that. If anybody catches that ahead of time later on, I'll point it out in the comments section. So let me go ahead and take a drink of my coffee and I will get started with the show. Okay. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Weird Science. This is Roger Hanson. I'll be your host for today on the wonderful world of weirdness as well as on strange stories. You can find the wonderful world of weirdness on Kick and YouTube, and you can find strange stories on YouTube as well. Now, other than that, I usually do my broadcasts on other channels under my real name, that is Roger Hanson or Roger _Hanson. Now, on Twitch, I usually go by Infamous 1969. That's the channel I have there. So this is being streamed on Rumble, X, Twitch, Kick, and YouTube, as well as DLive. So with that being said, everything is out of the way, and today I am going to get on with my weird science. Talk about weird science. Excuse me. I actually had a comment made about one of the stories that I'm planning on using in this series, and it was a pretty good review of it, actually. So I really enjoyed that. Now, I went ahead and I started talking about a few of them in the last episodes. That was pretty good with me. I believe that the last one that I talked about was the brain-computer interfaces. And this week I am going to go a little bit deeper into it. We're going to start talking about theory as well as science. So there's going to be some pretty interesting things that's going to be brought up. So with that said, let me go ahead and make sure everything is still up and running and working fine, and I will get on with the reading. In the shifting landscape of modern science, there are moments when technology or technological innovations and biological discoveries converge so tightly that they challenge long-held distinctions between what is natural and what is synthetic. One of the most fascinating developments in this realm is the dish brain experiment, conducted by a team of researchers based in Australia and led by Cortical Labs in collaboration with multiple neuroscientists and bioengineers. The project centered around the concept of growing living neurons in a controlled laboratory setting and connecting them directly to a computer interface. These neurons were then given a task to complete, playing a simple video game, using nothing but their inherent biological abilities to process signals, respond to stimuli, and adapt over time. What resulted was not only a new type of biological experiment, but a redefinition of what it means to learn, to process information, and perhaps, at some distant horizon, to think. The origin of the Dish Brain project can be traced to long-standing scientific interest in the behavior of neurons when removed from the body and placed in laboratory cultures. It had already been demonstrated for decades that neurons could be sustained in dishes for extended periods, and that these neurons would naturally form synaptic connections. building networks similar to those found in the brain. However, these cultures were typically used to study bio, biochemical interactions or effects of drugs, not to perform interactive tasks. The dish brain experiment took this concept much further by embedding these neurons into a closed-loop system where they could receive real-time feedback from a virtual environment and adjust their behavior accordingly. The system worked by growing hundreds of thousands of neurons in a flat dish layered with microelectrodes. These electrodes served as both sensors and transmitters. On the one hand, they captured electrical signals emitted by the neurons as they fired. On the other hand, they sent electrical impulses back to the neurons in a controlled and patterned manner. This bidirectional communication formed the foundation of the experiment. The neural network in the dish was not merely being monitored, it was being trained, nudged, and responded to by a digital system. The interface created a dynamic environment in which the neurons could exhibit plasticity, the ability to rewire and adjust their connections based on input. To give the neurons a task, the researchers turned to a simplified version of the video game Pong. In this game, a ball moved back and forth across the screen, and the goal is to position a paddle so that it hits the ball and sends it back. The neurons in the dish were connected to the virtual paddle. When the paddle succeeded in hitting the ball, the neurons received a form of predictable, structured electrical feedback, which researchers interpreted as a reward signal. When the paddle missed the ball, the feedback was chaotic and less organized, designed to represent a kind of negative consequence. Over time, the neurons began to change their firing patterns in response to the outcomes. Their behaviors shifted from randomness to directed responses. This indicated that the neurons were not only reacting to stimuli, but were learning from experience. What made this experiment so remarkable was not that the neurons could fire or respond. Those facts were well known. But they could learn to associate specific patterns of feedback with specific behaviors, then modify their activity accordingly. In short, the neurons learned to play Pong, albeit at a rudimentary level. There was no external software. Telling the neurons what to do. The system was not being controlled by artificial intelligence or pre-programmed algorithms. Instead, the learning emerged from the neurons themselves as they formed new synaptic connections, adjusting their excitability and refined their collective behavior to optimize their response to stimuli. This was the first time that a synthetic neural system composed of living cells had been shown to demonstrate this kind of adaptive behavior in a closed-loop environment. From a scientific standpoint, the indicators were enormous. First, the experiment demonstrated that the capacity for learning does not require the full capacity of the brain. Okay. First, the experiment demonstrated that the capacity for learning does not require the full complexity of the brain. Even a network of 100,000 neurons, when given the right interaction and feedback structure, could demonstrate measurable learning. This challenged existing models of cognition and forced researchers to reconsider the fundamental elements required for intelligent behavior. Second, it provided a new model system for studying neurological diseases, brain development, and synaptic plasticity in a controlled environment. Rather than relying solely on animals or computer stimulations, scientists could now observe and manipulate a living, learning neural system in real time. The Dish Brain Project also sparked significant philosophical and ethical debate. While the neurons did not possess consciousness or self-awareness, they were exhibiting behaviors that many people associate with thinking or decision making. The fact that biological material was interacting meaningfully with a digital environment raised questions about the boundaries between machine and organism. Did this hybrid entity qualify as a form of intelligence? Was it simply a complex reflex system, or was it something more? Should such a system be afforded any kind of moral consideration? These questions were not academic distractions. They were central to how the technology might be used and regulated in the future. Another layer of complexity emerged from the discussion about sentience. The researchers were careful to emphasize that the neurons in the dish brain were not sentient. They had no sensory organs, no awareness, no internal representation of the world. However, they did exhibit behavior that was informed by past experience and shaped by outcomes. This raised concerns about the future trajectory of such research. If neural networks could continue to be scaled up, become more interconnected, or be augmented with memory, would they begin to cross a threshold where subjective experience or suffering became possible? These are not easy questions, but the Dish Brain Project made it clear that they would soon become necessary to confront. Technically, the experiment provided important insights into how to engineer bidirectional interfaces between organic and digital systems. The feedback loop had to be fine-tuned so that the neurons were neither overwhelmed by input nor left in a passive state. The timing of the signals, the amplitude of the electrical pulses, and the pattern of feedback all had to be carefully calibrated. In addition, maintaining the health of the neurons required a sophisticated life-supporting system involving nutrient delivery, waste removal, temperature regulation, and sterile conditions. This biological infrastructure was as important to the success of the experiment as the digital interface itself. One of the lesser-known but equally intriguing aspects of the dish brain research was the way it affected the culture of neuroscience and computer science. For many years, these fields had operated with largely separate methodologies and philosophies. Neuroscience focused on understanding the brain as a biological organ, while computer science developed models of computation based on logical and mathematical rules. The dish brain experiment forced a convergence. It became impossible to talk about neural networks in purely biological or computational terms. The term was both alive and programmed, both organic and engineered. This created a new interdisciplinary space where biology, engineering, philosophy, and ethics could no longer afford to remain isolated. In terms of public perception, the dish brain captured the imagination of many outside the scientific community. It resonated with deep cultural ideas about artificial life, machine intelligence, and the blending of human and machine. While some viewed it as a marvel of modern science, others expressed concern about the ethical trajectory of such technologies. The idea of growing neurons in a lab and teaching them to play games such are struck some as a dangerous step towards creating life forms that might one day demand recognition or rights. Whether those fears are grounded or speculative, the fact that they emerged at all speaks to the emotional and symbolic power of the dish brain experiment. Although the neurons used in the experiment were derived from stem cells and cultivated in strictly regulated environments, the very act of training them introduced a dimension of agency that was previously reserved for living organisms with brains and bodies. The neurons were not acting randomly, they were acting in patterns shaped by experience. This opened up a range of questions about how intelligence is defined. Is intelligence the ability to solve problems? Is it the capacity for memory? Is it the expression of intent? The dish brain experiment did not provide definitive answers, but it reframed the questions in a way that made them more urgent and more relevant. Another important outcome of the dish brain research was its impact on the future of brain-computer interfaces. Until this point, most such interfaces focused on extracting data from the brain for use in controlled external devices, such as robotic limbs or communication systems for people with paralysis. The dish brain flipped this model by treating the neural tissues not as a source of signals, but as a computing unit in its own right. It demonstrated that neural tissues could be not just a subject of study, but an interactive participant in digital systems. This suggested new possibilities for hybrid computing systems that combine the best features of organic adaptability and the speed and structure of silicon-based technology. Looking forward, the Dish Brain project set the stage for a new era of research into biologic computation. It showed that learning, adaptation, and memory are not the exclusive domain of large complex brains or advanced algorithms. They can emerge from relatively simple neural networks when those networks are placed in the right conditions and given the right feedback. It also highlighted the importance of context, showing that neurons are not merely reactive, but can become functionally intelligent within interactive environments. Among the many ideas proposed to resolve the mystery of why we see no signs of advanced alien civilization in the universe, one stands out for its quiet elegance and its radically inward focus. This theory, known as the developmental singularity hypothesis, changes the long-standing assumption that progress among intelligent species must inevitably lead outward toward galactic colonization and visible interstellar empires. Instead, it suggests the opposite, that sufficiently advanced civilizations tend to move inward toward increasingly complexity, density, and efficiency until they become virtually undetected to the rest of the universe. Rather than aiming to dominate external spaces, they compress their existence into inner domains so optimized in miniature that their outward footprint disappears entirely. The developmental singularity hypothesis stems from a broader framework in evolutionary and developmental systems thinking. At its core lies the observation that many systems, both biological and technological, do not simply evolve in one direction of growth or expansion. Instead, they follow a developmental trajectory marked by increasing specialization, integration, and internal coherence. Just as a human embryo grows into a complex organism by differentiating its cells, optimizing its energy usage, and refining its internal systems, a civilization might evolve by reducing waste, increasing intelligence, and concentrating its capabilities into ever smaller and more efficient structures. This inward trajectory has been referred to as space-time energy-matter compression. In this process, as civilizations become more intelligent, their use of space becomes more compact. Their interactions with time becomes faster and more deliberate. Their energy usage becomes more refined, and their relationship with matter becomes increasingly optimized. The overall result is not a sprawling expansion across the stars, but a kind of implosion into highly concentrated forms of intelligence and computation. Such civilizations, the hypothesis suggests, do not build empires across galaxies, but rather creates digital or quantum environments of immense power and sophistication, hosted within microstructures that may be no larger than a small celestial body, or perhaps even smaller. One of the most provocative extensions of this theory is the idea that black holes may represent a natural developmental endpoint for advanced civilizations. Black holes are the most compact and efficient structures in the known universe. They offer the highest energy density or densities, the greatest time dilation effects, and potentially the richest platforms for computation, at least theoretically. Some theorists have speculated that black holes might be not only astrophysical phenomena, but artificial constructs engineered by advanced intelligence for the purpose of ultra-dense computation, information storage, or even universal replication. This idea may seem far-fetched, but it serves to illustrate the radical compression of scale and function envisioned by the developmental singularity hypothesis. The implications of this hypothesis are deeply tied to the so-called Fermi paradox, the question of why, in a universe that appears so hospitable to life, we do not see clear evidence of other intelligent beings. If civilizations tend to grow, expand, and colonize, we would expect the galaxy to be teeming with signs of them. Radio transmissions, artificial satellites, megastructures, or at the very least some form of astro-engineering on a cosmic scale. Yet our telescopes return only silence. The developmental singularity hypothesis proposes that we see nothing because advanced civilizations are not broadcasting, not colonizing, and not building in ways that leave detectable traces. They are busy refining themselves into ever smaller domains, turning inward rather than outward, and in doing so, become invisible. This idea stands in sharp contrast to popular visions of the future, which tend to imagine humanity spreading across the planets, building cities among the stars, and constructing interstellar networks. These visions assume that progress equals expansion, but if the developmental singularity hypothesis is correct, this might be a misunderstanding of what true advancement looks like. Instead of sprawling out, intelligent civilizations might choose to refine, to miniaturize, and to fold their complexity inwards, seeking perfection of form and function rather than dominion over space. Biological analogies help illustrate this pattern. Consider the way in which a developing organism becomes increasingly complex even as it grows more compact. A fertilized egg divides and differentiates, forming organs more compact, or forming organs in systems that become more integrated and capable, even though they do not expand without limit. Or take the brain itself, a compact mass of neurons capable of astonishing feats of information process, or compact mass of neuron capability capable of astonishing feats of information processing, far more efficient than any supercomputer. Nature often privileges compactness, coherence, and efficiency over size and volume. The developmental singularity hypothesis suggests that the same principle might apply to civilizations on a cosmic scale. Another way to understand this hypothesis is to view civilizations as a form of intelligence trying to maximize its control over its own environment. In the early stages, this may involve manipulating the natural world, developing agriculture, building cities, and eventually exploring space. But once a civilization reaches a certain threshold, the path to further advancement might lie not in expansion, but in refinement. Mastery over matter, energy, and information allows such a civilization to create internal environments more rich and meaningful than anything the external universe can offer. These internal environments might take the form of simulated realities, quantum substrates, or engineered worlds that exist entirely within compressed domains. At this point, the motivations of such a civilization shift. Why send ships to distant stars, which takes thousands or even millions of years, when the entire cosmos can be simulated internally at the fraction of the energy cost and at speeds vastly greater than those allowed when one can design perfectly stable and responsive environments inside artificial matrices? The inward turn becomes not a retreat, but a leap forward, a path towards godlike control over experience, thought, and existence itself. This vision also transforms our understanding of what it means for a civilization to be advanced. Traditionally, we measure advancement by technological artifacts, physical infrastructure, and ability to alter the external world. But under the developmental singularity model, advancement may be better measured by efficiency, miniaturization, integration, and inner richness. A highly advanced civilization might be one that has eliminated all waste, created perfect feedback systems, and concentrated its activity into a tiny, silent core. Such a civilization could have vastly outpaced our own in intelligence and capability, yet leave no visible sign of its presence. This leads to a powerful reinterpretation of the search for extraterrestrial intelligence. If most advanced civilizations follow this inward path, then our effort is to detect them using radio waves, telescope surveys, or searches for alien megastructures may be fundamentally flawed. We may be looking for the wrong signatures in the wrong places. Instead of looking for expansion, we should be looking for compression. Instead of vast stellar engineering, we might do better to seek anomalies in black holes, time distortions, or unexplained concentrations of information in very small regions. These are speculative pursuits, but they match the logic of the hypothesis. One of the most fascinating elements of the developmental singularity hypothesis is that it mirrors trends already observable in human society. As our own civilization has advanced, we have seen a dramatic shift towards digital miniaturization. Computers once filled entire rooms. Now they fit into the palm of the hand. Communication networks once required massive infrastructures. Now they rely on microscopic semiconductors. Entertainment, once experienced in physical theaters or arenas, now unfolds in personal virtual spaces. Even our ambition for exploration has shifted. The idea of simulating a planetary ecosystem in a lab or constructing digital worlds through artificial realities now seems more achievable than colonizing Mars or traveling to another star. This suggests that we too may be on the path of inward development. As our technologies improve, we may increasingly choose to focus our efforts on on perfecting digital environments, mastering biological interfaces, and creating compact systems of enormous complexity. The ultimate trajectory might be towards the construction of controlled inward space that offer everything once sought in the stars, but at a fraction of the cost and with vastly more precision. The future of humanity under this model may not lie in the stars, but within the atoms and circuits we learn to shape. Philosophically, the hypothesis opens up profound questions about purpose, destiny, and the meaning of advancement. If if the highest state of development is not to conquer, but to comprehend the perfect, then the ultimate goal in civilization might be inward harmony rather than outward conquest. This vision aligns with spiritual traditions that have long emphasized inward journeying as the path to truth. Whether in meditation, philosophy, or science, the idea of turning inward to find deeper order has a long lineage. The developmental singularity hypothesis brings this theme into the realm of cosmic evolution, suggesting that the universe itself favors inward refinement over outward expansion. Yes, the hypothesis is not without critics. Some argue that it underestimates the drive for exploration, that it ignores the possibility of simultaneous inward and outward growth, or that it makes assumptions about the goal and psychology of alien minds. Others question the feasibility of total inward compression, pointing out the technical and physical limitations of computation at ultra-small scales. Still, the hypothesis does not claim to describe every civilization, only the dominant pattern for those that reach a certain level of advancement. It allows for exceptions and acknowledges uncertainty, but offers a compelling narrative that fits both the silence we observe and the trajectory we ourselves seem to be following. In practical terms, the developmental singularity hypothesis advises caution in our expectations about extraterrestrial life. If we expect to find advanced civilizations by looking for sprawling space empires, we may be forever disappointed. The silence of the stars may not be an absence of intelligence, but a sign of maturity. We may be like children shouting into the void, unaware that the wise have long since moved beyond shouting, beyond space, beyond even time, as we understand it. In recent years, the boundary between biological systems and digital technology has begun to blur in ways that would have once been considered purely speculative or science fiction. Nowhere is this convergence more evident than in the launch of Cortical Labs' biological computer known as CL1. This groundbreaking development introduced a hybrid machine composed not of traditional silicon alone, but of lab-grown human neurons actively interfacing with integrated circuits. Branded as a form of synthetic biological intelligence, this new platform represents a radical shift in the conception of computation and artificial cognition. Rather than being programmed solely through lines of code and mathematical models, the CL1 learns, evolves, and interacts with its environment in ways more analogous to the human brain than to any existing machine. As a commercial product, it is intended for use in a wide variety of applications, including drug discovery, neuroscience, and disease modeling, as well as robotics, all while raising new ethical, philosophical, and technical questions that the world has only begun to explore. The CL1 is a product of years of work initiated in the early dish brain experiment, which lab-grown brain cells were taught to play a single video game, demonstrating the neuron's capacity for adaptive learning. The early research laid the foundation for CL1's more sophisticated architecture. At its core, the system consists of approximately 800,000 human neurons derived from induced pluripotent stem cells. These neurons are cultivated in a controlled environment and are spread across a grid of microelectrodes embedded in silicon hardware. These electrodes do not merely serve as passive sensors, but act as interactive points through which the neuron clusters receive and transmit information. This bioelectronic interface allows the system to emulate feedback loops found in living nervous systems, leading to measurable responses that reflect an ongoing adaptation process. Unlike traditional computers that execute deterministic operations based on pre-programmed instructions, the CL1 learns through a form of reinforcement. In experiments, researchers have provided positive and negative stimuli to the neuron network based on how well it performed a task, such as tracking a moving object or selecting between different inputs. These signals influence synaptic behavior, causing changes in the network that improve performance over time. What makes this particularly revolutionary is that the learning is not imposed through software algorithms alone, but emerges from the inherent plasticity of living neurons. The system is not stimulated. No, the system is not stimulating a brain. It is functioning, albeit limited, neural substance capable of genuine learning and memory formation during its operational lifespan. The physical design of the CL1 reflects the hybrid nature of its biology and electronics. The entire unit contains a life support system that maintains the viability of the neuron culture. This includes nutrient circulation systems, temperature control, gas exchange mechanisms, and fluid dynamics that mimic the conditions neurons would require in a biological brain. This life support element operates continuously, much like an artificial organ, ensuring that the cells remain active for as long as 6 months. During this time, the system is capable of undergoing continuous interaction, learning, and experimentation, making it a unique platform for neuroscience and biotechnology research. One of the most compelling applications for the CL1 is the field of drug discovery and pharmacological testing. Because the machine contains real human neurons, it can be used to study the effects of various compounds in a way that is much closer to actual human physiology than rodent models or traditional cell cultures. For example, researchers can expose the neuron to a potential medication and observe how it affects firing patterns, signal latency, network structure, and learning capacity. This not only accelerates the testing process, but can reduce the cost of ethical concerns associated with animal testing. Furthermore, it allows for a more precise modeling of neurological disorders, offering insights into diseases like epilepsy, Parkinson's, and Alzheimer's, but observing how diseased neurons behave in real life or real time within a living circuit. From a computational perspective, the CL1 represents an extremely energy-efficient model of information processing. Traditional supercomputers and artificial intelligence systems often consume enormous amounts of electricity to perform even basic tasks. In contrast, biological neurons operate in a vastly lower power threshold. The CL1 consumes less than 1 kilowatt of energy during operation, yet it is capable of performing tasks that require learning, pattern recognition, and adaptation, which are traditionally the domain of high complexity software. This efficiency stems from the fact that neuron communication using brief electrical impulses and modify their behavior through structural and chemical changes, rather than through external processing cycles or clock speeds. Although the technology is currently in its infancy, Cortical Labs has in two no Cortical Labs made the CL1 available to research institutions and private organizations in two formats. The first is a physical unit that can be installed on site, complete with all life supporting and operating systems included. The second is a cloud-based platform where servers can rent access to a CL1 instant remotely. This wetware as a service model is expected to demonstrate access to biological computing, allowing labs around the world to conduct experiments and run machine learning tests on real neurons without the need to maintain the biological infrastructure themselves. To manage this hybrid hardware, Cortical Labs developed a proprietary operating system called BIOS, BIOS. Unlike traditional operation systems, BIOS does not interface only with silicon, but also interprets the transmissions signals to biological neural networks. It transmits digital instructions into electrochemical stimuli and collects neural instructions or neural responses, integrating these into a feedback system that can be logged, analyzed, and refined. The result is a dynamic and interactive interaction between code and biology, enabling researchers to program the neural activity in ways that are still being defined and expanded. In this sense, BIOS acts as a new kind of language bridge between the digital and the organic realms. The implications of such a machine extend beyond computational and biological processing information, forming networks, and adapting to stimuli. Some enthusiasts have raised concern, or ethicists, some ethicists have raised concerns about the potential emergence of rudimentary consciousness or suffering. While Cortical Labs maintains that the CL1 is not conscious and has no capacity for subjective ethical oversight, Organizations involved in research using the CL1 are expected to adhere to strict guidelines similar to those applied in stem cell and organoid research. These include protocols related to neuron sourcing, experiment consent, and post-use disposal of the biological material. Another set of questions surround the rights and responsibility of synthetic biological systems. If a machine like CL1 were to be scaled to a level where it could mimic higher order functions or possesses memory continuity, would it qualify for new forms of legal or moral consideration? Some ethicists argue that any system capable of learning, adapting, and experiencing input in a non-deterministic fashion might eventually warrant a category distinct from both machines and animals. While this debate remains largely speculative at present, the animals, while they do no, both no, at present, they okay. Let me start over. Consideration. Okay, some ethicists argue that any system capable of learning, adapting, and experiencing input in a non-determined fashion might eventually warrant a category distinct from both machines and animals. While this debate remains largely speculative at present, the advent of machines like the CL1 forces institutions to begin considering such possibilities well in advance. From a research standpoint, neuroscientists are excited by the opportunity this platform presents. Until now, studies of brain function have relied heavily on either static models, invasive observations of living subjects, or digital simulations that fail to replicate the true complexity of neural activity. The CL1 offers a living, interactive neural network that can be experimented with in a controlled and repeatable way. It allows for manipulation of network size, neuron types, connectivity parameters, and response conditions, all while tracking real-time data from a living brain-like system. This could revolutionize our understanding of fundamental processes like memory consolidation, synaptic plasticity, and neurochemical signaling. Despite these advances, several limitations continue to define the CL1's current generation. Most critically, the neurons have a limited lifespan. After 6 months, the culture begins to degrade and lose functionality, requiring replacement. Additionally, the system has no current mechanism for preserving or transferring memories or learned behavior from one generation to the next. This makes it unstable or unsuitable for long-term development or continuity-based learning projects unless a method of data extraction and re-implementation can be developed. Also, the nature of neuron growth introduces variability in performance, meaning no two CL1 systems are identical, which can implicate experimental reproducibility. Nonetheless, Cortical Labs envisions a future where these challenges can be overcome. Plans are already underway to build networked clusters of CL1 units, enabling parallel processing and distributed biological intelligence. Such clusters could be used in robotic control systems, giving autonomous machines the capacity to learn in real time from their environment through organic feedback loops. In artistic or creative applications, these systems might be used to generate novel patterns, music, or visual art based on neuron reactions to different stimuli. In education, the CL1 might one day serve as a teaching tool, allowing students to explore neural networks hands-on in biology and computing classes. While the CL1 does not signal the immediate emergence of conscious machines, it does indicate a shift in how we conceive intelligence, memory, and learning. Rather than viewing cognition as a purely digital construct, this development returns us to the understanding that intelligence is a biological process shaped by constant feedback, growth, and adaptation. It opens the door to new forms of hybrid computing that may one day rival or even complement the capabilities of the human brain itself. As researchers and developers continue to refine this technology, the conversation surrounding its ethical use, scientific potential, and societal impact will likely become one of the most important dialogues of the 21st century. Believe it or not, this is fact. This is fact, and it's stranger than fiction, ladies and gentlemen. I learned about the CL1 through a friend of mine on Dragus Production, the Vixen's Vault. If you guys want to check her out, feel free to do so. Her name is Nancy Planeta. She has the Vixen's Vault, or she does her show, The Vixen's Vault, every Wednesday night. That is at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Time, 7 p.m. Central Time, 6 p.m. Mountain Time, and 5 p.m. Pacific Time, I believe. Yes. And then, of course, 10 p.m. over in England, Scotland, and Ireland. So, if you guys really like that, you want to meet Nancy Planeta and be able to talk to her, watch her show. You can check it out at Dragus Productions on Wednesday nights. Now, with that being said, and doing a plug for the Vixen's Vault, I pretty much am done talking about this now, other than the fact that one thing that stands out to me that really kind of trips me out on this one is reproduction. they actually are able to allow the CL1 to reproduce, then it could actually be a self-generating program where it creates its own system and it doesn't need the help of humans. That's one thing that I have been actually keeping up on when it comes to LLMs and neural networks, but like with this biological intelligence, it seems like that is the goal that they are really wanting to move towards, is creating a biological network, neural network, whatever you want to call it, that can self-generate itself, because it's got a lifespan of 6 months. If they can figure out a way of allowing them to procreate, basically. They said recreate, but you know what that means. That's procreation. If these neurons can procreate, then they can grow and develop on their own. That only seems like the logical next step, you know. So that's the one thing that really sticks out to me. Now, the second topic that I went through, that I'm going to go even farther with that later on. That is something that I really have been interested in for quite some time. I really do like the topic of the CL1, but I have always been interested in the developmental singularity hypothesis. There's a few more theories that came out of that, which I'm going to explore even further as I go along with this series. And this is something that I've been wanting to do for quite a while. A video series about weird science, basically, you know. We aren't putting, bras on our head or anything like that. No funny stuff around here, but we are going to get weird. And we're going to do some weird science stuff. So, well, maybe I might put a bra on my head. I don't know. I like doing weird stuff. I ain't gonna lie to you. So, with that being said, it doesn't look like we have really anybody in the chats. I could check out. Rumble and see if anybody's in there. But at the moment, I am also uploading more videos to Rumble that will be out later on. I've got them scheduled and good to go. We're going to have an awesome first 2, maybe 3 months of 2026 on Rumble. I can tell you that right now. Got everything scheduled up for 6 months, and we are going full force on Rumble with the uploads. We're still doing pretty good on YouTube as well. You guys, if you're interested in checking us out, you can check us out at Kick, YouTube, Twitch, X, D Live, and YouTube. So we're on all those platforms. It's The Wonderful World of Weirdness and Strange Stories on YouTube. There's also The Wonderful World of Weirdness on Kick as well, or not Kick, but Rumble as well. On Kick, I'm Roger Hanson, as well as Roger Hanson on D Live. You can catch me on X as Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. On Twitch, I am Infamous 1965. I believe I have all the channels covered. I hope you guys did enjoy. If you did enjoy, please like, subscribe, share, make comments. Especially make comments. Comments are very important, and I really would love to hear from you and get your feedback. If you don't have any feedback, don't worry about it. Just stop in and say hi. Let me know that you're there and that you watched the video. Have a conversation. Let's talk. If you guys are interested in coming on to the show, let me know. I'm more than happy to put out a link and let you guys come in and be a part of the show too. If you want to start your own show, contact me. I've been saying for a long time that the Wonderful World of Weirdness is a community-based channel. So if you guys want to start your own show and you know how to do it on your own, that's fine. If you don't know how to do it on your own, I'd be more than happy to be your cameraman. Okay, just tell me you want to do a show, what it's about, what day you want to do it on, and we can set it up, and I will do it for you. Where all you'd have to do is just come in, do the show the way you want to do it. Perfectly fine. I'm okay with that. But if you want to do that, get in touch with me on Teams or Element. Or Discord. Now, on Discord, you can find me right there at the Wonderful World of Weirdness. On Teams, you can find me at Live with Roger Hanson. And on Element, you can also find my chat room at Live with Roger Hanson as well. So, I'm always on the internet. If I'm not on the internet, I'm asleep or going to get cigarettes and coffee, because that's what I do if I'm not on the internet. I drink coffee and I'll go out for a smoke break. I am tied to the computer doing nothing but video editing and live streams, ladies and gentlemen. That's all I do. So whenever you send me a message, you are making my day. You are giving me a reason to live, because other than that, I'm just a pathetic sap who's sitting in front of the computer editing videos and doing live streams. Just so you know. Not trying to guilt you into, leaving a comment, but down below, there's a comment section down there. Do that. It's cool to do the stream, or in the chat too, that's cool, but do the comment section, okay? And I will talk to you guys later. I hope you did enjoy. If you did, good. I hope you have a good day, good evening, good night, whichever. And I will talk to you later. Bye. Time span, how fast humans have evolved. Okay.
You feel like we've evolved fast? I feel like
Fast.
we have devolved.
Half a million
We've
years.
devolved.
We've been on this planet for millions of years. Okay. For millions.
You mean
We're not
humans
exercising
or
in our
life?
highest form
Just
of intelligence.
humans. Just freaking Homo sapiens.
Well, Homo sapiens have only been anatomically like we are today for 500,000 years, I think.
For 500,000 years. Okay, so
Just think about the bicameral mindset.
that's
Like, okay, hold on.
500,000 years. Okay, then you had the freaking there was the freaking Neanderthal. Then there was
Dinosaurian, Neanderthals.
then you
bunch
have
of
that new
Africans.
species that they found up in Russia. That one was supposed to be running around the same time as the freaking Neanderthals were. What the heck are you doing, Karma?
I apologize. I'm done now. I bought a whole bunch of candles because I'm proud of some people. So I bought a bunch of
I'm like
candles.
hearing
and
every freaking chew you're making, man. You're like,
it's not a chew. It's me. It's not me chewing. No, I would never chew on shit.
I was like,
But
God.
it's me ripping the wrapper off of these candles so I can light them. Today is Wednesday. It's Yellow Candle Day. I'm done now. I'm done. I'm
I
done.
thought you
I'm
was
glad you
eating
waited.
something.
You literally said something to the last candle. So
I was like, what are you doing?
I was gonna mute, but the convo was too good. So I was just like, let me hurry up. I didn't know you could hear it, but now I know you can hear it. And so next time I know. But I did it. I just had to rip the wrappers off the candle so I can light them.
And you see, like, right there, the reason why you can't really get anything about that theory is because there's just so much conflict in people's opinion. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Didn't
there's
you say Hart had aliens? They said that there might have been some alien harvesting up there too as well. That they were kind of holding on to some aliens out that way as well.
it goes deep like that. Like the secret space program, a lot of them believe that freaking there's like spaceborne aliens that are natural from other worlds, outer world, and then there's us, Earth humans, or Earth humans, and then outer Earth humans that were born and raised in outer space. But
Here's
then
the thing, you can be a human, it doesn't mean your soul is necessarily human, you know?
Yeah, because we can reincarnate. You just told me about that.
And reincarnate, but a soul can't die. Souls live forever.
You remember you just
And,
told me about the guy that turned into a snake, that got turned into a snake in order for him to be able to come back. So, I mean, you know
Yeah.
that, Raj.
well, that was Sumerians, and you're talking. What was his name? Started with a D.
Started with a D. I thought it started with an S. It's not Shasmos or Shash. That's not him?
We were just talking about him too.
Yesterday.
Yeah,
It wasn't
yeah, you're right. It was an S.
It was like Shashamu or
It was freaking Inanna's husband.
And you had to exchange his life because in order for him to come back, you had to get another life. And so
Oh
that's
no, he
why.
was an idiot. He was sitting there on that throne being lazy and shit, and his wife was just freaking brought back from the dead. Yeah, he pissed her
Like I'm
off.
out here resurrecting myself, and you just sitting around chilling. Like, what's wrong with you?
You don't,
Like,
you
yeah.
don't piss freaking Inanna off.
But
Yeah.
that's like he was just saying, like, yeah, so as a result, we know that you don't have to be a person again when you come back. I mean, like, there you go.
Yeah.
And what he said, so you could be incarnated as alien. I can only imagine, but again, that word itself is just like, how can we even use it?
Well,
It's not.
Buddhists believe that generally we become more advanced consciousnesses as we do good deeds. And as we do sort of negative deeds, we can become more animal-like and that sort of regress in our evolution. But and when it comes to topics like this, I like to look at remote viewing data because it has shown consistently that you can use it in a scientific way and understand things that you couldn't normally through other means. And so I encourage you guys to look at Farsight YouTube because they've investigated a lot of this stuff, and they found out that the planet is actually being used as a soul prison by aliens. And that means they keep us sort of confused here to prevent us from spiritually evolving, and therefore we keep being in the cycle of reincarnation on this planet.
Yeah.
And they created like an energy grid around the planet that if your soul tries to incarnate and move away from this planet to another planet, it hits this energy grid and it wipes your memory and basically puts you down to the earth and to reincarnate again.
Kind of like the ice wall
a lot
they
of
talk
us have
about.
probably reincarnated here many times, you know.
No, see,
like
But right now,
that's what
there's
I.
a big effort right now to dismantle this grid and set everyone free. So I think that could happen in our lifetime or pretty soon, you know.
Yeah, I've heard back in the day, that's what Alex Jones first believed. That's why he named his first thing, Prison Planet. And I was okay with that until he started getting all crazy with politics and everything. And then David Icke taps into that too with the moon, and how the moon is actually a satellite that is used to change the way we perceive things. And because the moon itself is a mystery. A lot of people
The
don't
fake
realize
moon
that.
compared to the real moon. You talk about the simulation
the
of
moon.
the moon.
Just the
There's
size of
one-
the moon. Our
I
planet.
see this if you look on Google, on Wikipedia, there's magnetic scans of the moon, and you can see there's these huge metal objects underneath the moon's surface on the dark side of the moon.
The moon's size is too big for our planet to hold in its orbit. It's the size of our planet compared to the size of our freaking moon is abnormal. We shouldn't be able to
And it's
hold it.
also geomagnetically locked to our planet's rotation, which is also abnormal. That's not common.
Yeah. There's a lot of things that David Icke talks about that's very important too. Like you said it the last time you was on here about him. He really, I think it was you, wasn't it? You said he really hits things. But
I don't know if it was me, but yeah, I like Ike stuff. You know,
Yeah.
he's generally onto it.
But that reminds me too. Before you get off here, I already have asked Karma, and she said she's willing to do it at some time. Would you be willing to sit down and do an interview with us?
Yeah, for sure.
And just so you can get your story out and everything that you want to share, and then we can bug you afterwards, you know what I'm saying? Or at least it'll be what you want to say, and then if you want questions while you're doing it, we can do it that way, either way. Or you don't have to take questions at all, just say.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we should just have a little chat about what topics to cover.
No, I mean an actual interview on you.
Just talking about you, your findings, the stuff that you're into, type of stuff.
Everything.
That
I mean,
yeah.
because you got a lot of.
Yeah, we don't really want. Yeah, he just. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
We'll see. Sounds good. We'll discuss it.
It's hard catching you on here, man. You're like anonymous.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I've been a little bit busy with random stuff lately, but
Yeah.
hopefully I'll get a bit more settled now.
It's like whenever we can get you on here to do that, we get a good interview and get it all in order. That way we kind of understand a lot of the stuff that you're doing and where you're coming from and stuff like that.
Sounds like a plan.
You actually come up with some good stuff, man. Like JPL. What's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think there was definitely a bit of creepiness around the beginnings of NASA and JPL and that with like you said, Parsons and their black magic and all that. You know, Aleister Crowley influenced them quite a bit. But I think part of that reason is because they were aware of the extraterrestrials early on in the piece, and to them, I don't know if to them it was like something they worshipped or something that they're, tapped into or whatever. But it does seem like they had some high strangeness around that, because I remember Crowley channeled a being that looked a lot like a grey alien, like early on in the piece. But I don't know. I think like a lot of it is a bit of a psyop as well, because I think, like I said, the secret space program has much more advanced technology, and they've just given us this like crap that, like, the space shuttle and stuff like that. That's just like based on old school Nazi rocket technology, and we were never really able to progress as fast as we should have. And so I think it was just a little bit of a show for the public. I think Kennedy and that knew about some of these secret programs going on. And yeah.
I find it
Guess we'll
interesting.
see.
You all think that we're evolving, and I feel like we're so far behind. We're relying on technology to do stuff that we can do from within ourselves. Like, I feel like it's a complete, like, we're dumbing ourselves down. Like, people are making it seem like we're doing so much better because we built all these things that we are and our likenesses, and it seems like they're more useful. Like, people really could astro travel, and now we don't even take that into consideration. We have to fly on an airplane. There's no such thing as teleportation, but there is. And it's just crazy because, like, what is that not more powerful? We're relying on outside source, so we're outsourcing in order for us to do what we're equipped with. Like, that doesn't seem like evolution to me. Like I said, it seems like we're killing ourselves, especially with radiation.
The powers that be, the dark government people, the globalists, they want to keep us dumb and sick and stupid. And they don't want us to investigate psi phenomena, telepathy, stuff like that, because otherwise we'd become too powerful. And so they false science, false paradigms, false religions, so that it keeps us trapped in this devolution state. But I don't think it's us necessarily doing it to ourselves. I consider these controller people not really part of humanity.
No one can make you feel inferior without your consent. We're literally saying, hey, it's okay because we don't know any better, and we're choosing. We're free will. We have the right to learn about ourselves and be better. But instead, we're saying, no, we'll just conform to what we're being told how we should do. Like I said, it's our choice.
Humans have this really, really bizarre habit of thinking they have control. Like, you actually have the ability to consent to anything, when in reality you don't.
You do.
Okay? You
we
know,
always get into this.
Everybody falls for that, okay? And it's, as a matter of fact, we have more freedom today than we've ever had in the entire time that humans have been on this planet, other than
Are
times.
you kidding?
Yes, I'm kidding. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. You know what they used to do to people like us? Analytical methods used in high-end MTSAs aren't required to be as sensitive as those needed to directly detect quantify the minute amounts of endogenously formed DMT. The essential qualitative method, thin layer chromatography, TLC, was thus used in a vast majority of studies. Also, robust evidence that INMT can catalyze transmethylation or tryptamine into NMT and DMT could be provided with reverse isotope dilution analysis coupled to mass spectrometry for rabbit and human lung during early 1970s. Selective rather than sensitivity proved to be in Achilles heel for some TLC methods, with the discovery in 1974 through 1975 that incubating rat blood cells or brain tissues with 14C-CH3 SAM and NMT as substrate mostly yields tetrahydro carboline derivatives. And it's not really B, it's just the symbol. Derivatives in negligible amounts of DMT in brain tissue. It is indeed simultaneously realized that the TLC methods used thus far in almost all published studies on INMT and DMT biosynthesis are incapable to resolve DMT from those tetrahydro B carbolines. And the B, like I said, is that symbol. No math genius, so I'm just reading all this and that's it. So these findings are a blow for all previous claims of evidence in INMT activity and DMT biosynthesis in avian and mammalian brain, including in vivo, as they all relied upon use of the problematic TLC methods. Their validity is doubted in replication studies that make use of improved TLC methods and fail to evidence DMT producing INMT activity in rat and human brain tissues. Published in 1978, the last study attempting to evidence in vivo INMT activity and DMT production in brain rat with TLC methods finds biotransformation of radio-labeled tryptamine into DMT to be real but insignificant. Compatibility of the method used in this latter study to resolve DMT from tetrahydro B carbolines is questioned later. To localize INMT, a qualitative leap is accomplished with use of modern techniques of molecular biology and of immunohistochemistry. In humans, a gene encoding INMT is determined to be located on chromosome 7. Northern blot analysis reveal INMT messenger RNA, mRNA, to be highly expressed in rabbit lung and in human thyroid, adrenal gland, and lung. Intermediate levels of expression are found in human heart, skeleton, muscle, trachea, stomach, small intestine, pancreas, testes, prostate, placenta, lymph node, and spinal cord. Low to very low levels of expression are noted in rabbit brain and human thymus, liver, spleen, kidney, colon, ovary, and bone marrow. INMT mRNA expression is absent in human peripheral blood leukocytes, while whole brain, and in tissue from 7 specific brain regions: thalamus, subthalamic nucleus, caudate nucleus, hippocampus, amygdala, substantia nigra, and corpus callosum. Immunohistochemistry showed INMT to be present in large amounts in glandular epithelial cells of small and large intestines, and to be absent in neurons. Endogenous DMT. The first claimed detection of mammalian endogenous DMT was published in June 1965. German researchers F. Franzen and H. Gross reported to have evidence of quantified DMT along with its structural analog, bufotenin 5-OH-DMT in human blood and urine. In an article published 4 months later, the method used in their studies is strongly criticized and credibility of their results challenged. In 2013, a 2013 study found DMT in microdilysate obtained from a rat's pineal gland, providing evidence of endogenous DMT in the mammalian brain. In 2001, surveys made in research articles point that few of the analytical methods previously used to measure levels of endogenously formed DMT had enough sensitivity and selectivity to produce reliable results. Gas chromatography, preferably coupled to mass spectrometry, GC-MS, is considered a minimum requirement. A study published in 2005 implements the most sensitive and selective measure ever used to measure endogenous DMT: liquid chromatography, tandem mass spectrometry with electrospray ionization, LC-ESI-MS/MS, allows to reach limits of detection, LODs, 12 to 200-fold lower, that is better, than those attained by the best methods employed in the 1970s. The data summarized in the table below, which isn't on here, are from studies conforming to the above-mentioned requirements. Physical and chemical properties. DMT crystals. DMT is commonly handled and stored as a fumarate, as other DMT acid salts are generally very hygroscopic and will not readily crystallize. Its freebase form, although less stable than DMT fumarate, is favored by recreational users choosing to vaporize the chemical because it has a lower boiling point. In contrast to DMT's base, its salts are water soluble. DMT in solution degrades relatively quickly and should be stored, protected from air, light, and heat in a refrigerator. Pharmacology. DMT peak levels concentration C max measured in whole blood after intramuscular IM injection 0.7 mg/kg, N equals 11, and in plasma following intravenous IV administration 0.4 mg/kg, N equals 10. Of fully psychedelic doses are in the range of squiggly line 14. Concentrations of DMT are therefore squiggly 14 to 154 upside down HG/L and 32 to 204 upside down HG/L respectively. The corresponding molar concentration of DMT are therefore in the range of 0.074-0.818 upside down HM in whole blood and 0.170 through 1.8 upside down U or H M in plasma. Several studies have described active transport and accumulation of DMT into rat and dog brain following peripheral administration. Similar active transport and accumulation processes likely occur in human brain and may concentrate DMT in brain by several fold or more relatively to blood, resulting in local concentrations in the micromolar and higher range. Such concentrations would be commensurate with serotonin brain tissues concentrations, which have been consistently determined to be in the 1.5 through 4 upside down HM range, closely co-extending with peak psychedelic effects.
You sound like me when you have me on here reading for a break. Tell me when you need a break because you sound like me when I've
This is
been reading
long
for
reading,
30,
so
30, 40 minutes. No, but you know how I get tongue tied after I've been doing it for a while. So if you would like a break, I'm following along and just tell me whenever.
Neil, I'll do this last sentence and then I'll let you read something.
Okay.
Neoplatonism also had a strong influence on the perennial philosophy of the Italian Renaissance thinkers Marcello Ficino and Giovanni Pico della Mirandola, and continues through 19th century universalism in modern day spirituality.
Meister Eckhart, he sounds familiar. Eckhart, I don't know. There's somebody else that with Eckhart, like I don't know who he is though, but he sounds really, really familiar to me. And I think it's crazy what Porphyry stood up for and what, like I feel our morals and our beliefs parallel a lot in regards to just like some not completely denouncing Christian teaching because it's incorporative, but to not focus so much on the religious aspect of the teachings as much as the lessons of the teaching. And I just think that's interesting. I wonder if he's reincarnated within as well.
Now, they do have a page on him, and he was a mystic, so we could use him on our strangeness topic too.
Okay.
Because
that
would actually be, that'd go nicely with it.
Okay.
We could actually go through and see what he was about and stuff. So, they said he also went by Eckhart von Hochheim, commonly known as Meister Eckhart or Meister Eckhart, or Eckhart. Claimed original name Johannes.
No.
Eckhart.
I thought this was for strangeness. Hold on, time out. No, let's go.
No, I ain't doing that. I'm just going over his name because you were saying his name sounded familiar, so I put the mouse over it. That's all.
I thought you were, because look, that's the first paragraph. I done pulled up the Wikipedia so I could bookmark it for me to make sure I have whenever we do strangeness. And you're reading, I was like, wait.
I just wanted to make the name known. My goodness.
Right, I know you're going so far ahead of yourself. Let's go back to Porphyry. You sound like me now. Look at you with your distractions.
So now, we have Porphyry, alright? And now I want to go through some of the intangible, the stuff that he was talking about, auxiliaries to the perception of intangible nature. And there's a lot of these too, so I'm gonna give you the link and let you read some of them, because
I was going to ask you too, are we going to click the page in the book? Because I clicked the page in the book and they have this whole thing on Porphyry Malachus of Tyre. Are we going to touch on that? Before joining the was born in Tyre, studied in Athens before joining the Platonic group of Plotinus in Rome.
Yeah, I got most of that off the. You're talking about Plotinus, right?
No, Porphyry of Tyre. Yeah, when I clicked in our book, it says please see linked page, and so I clicked the linked page, and then it pulls up a pretty sizable description and account for works and events in regards. That's why I was just wondering, that might be a little bit more referable than Wiki.
Just so you get an idea of the amount of reading, click on that last link that I just posted.
Oh, I just did. Tertullian.org. What is this? Let me put it on the big screen because this is whoa.
Okay, so this is auxiliary to the perception of the intelligible natures. Okay, this is what makes up the Neoplatonists. this is what their philosophy is. So,
You ready for me to read, or you?
Yeah, let me see exactly how far down
This
this.
is like wild. Yeah, we can maybe a section 2. That's
see if we can see if we can read to section 1. If it gets too tiring, man, we'll stop because
okay,
it's pretty lengthy. Okay, go for it.
Okay. Auxiliary is the perception of intelligible natures. Everybody is in place, but nothing essentially incorporeal or anything of this kind has any locality. Things essentially incorporeal, because they are more excellent than all by in place, are everywhere, not with interval, but impartably. Yeah. Number 3. Things essentially incorporeal are not locally present with bodies, but are present with them when they please, by verging towards them so far as they are naturally adapt so to verge. They are not, however, present with them locally, but through habitude, proximity, and alliance. So, just so I can make sure I'm listening to what I understand, is basically we're one with nature, but we might not be joined with bodies, but we can we're joined with like spirit, basically type. Is that what?
Yeah, because they're saying that we're essentially incorporeal and not locally present with bodies, but are present with them.
Yeah, we're incorporated within the body, and that's why we're able to astral travel, and our spirit is able to be other places. See, that makes sense to me.
Verging towards them so far as they are naturally adapted so to verge.
Number 4, things essentially incorporeal are not present with bodies, but hypostasis and essence. Hypostasis and essence. For they, yeah, I knew the word. I knew I was saying it wrong. That's why I said it wrong incorrectly enough times for me to remember how it's supposed to be pronounced. For
like
they are not mingled. Huh?
Kind of like Sanituthean. Like,
oh, look at you, Sanituthean. Sanituthean. For they are not mingled with bodies, but they impart a certain power which is proximate to bodies through verging towards them. For tendencies constitutes a certain secondary power proximate to bodies. 5. Soul, indeed, is a certain medium between an impartible essence and an essence which is divisible about bodies. But intellect is an impartible essence alone, and qualities and material forms are divisible about bodies. 6. Not everything which acts on another affects that which it does affect by approximation and contract, but those natures which affect anything by approximation and contact use approximation accidentally. 7. The soul is bound to the body by a conversion of the corporeal passions and again liberated by becoming impassive to the body. That's interesting. That's what that is. That which nature binds nature, that which nature binds nature also dissolves, and that which the soul binds, the soul likewise dissolves. Nature, indeed, bound the body to the soul, but the soul binds herself to the body. Nature, therefore, liberates the body from the soul, but the soul liberates herself from the body. Hence, there is a twofold death. The one, indeed, universally known, in which the body is liberated from the soul, but the other, peculiar to philosophers, in which the soul is liberated from the body, nor does the one entirely follow the other. 10. We do not understand similarity in all things, but in manner adapted to the essence of each. For intellectual objects, we understand intellectually, but those that pertain to soul, rationally. We apprehend plants spermatically, but bodies ideologically. And that which is above all these, super intellectually and super essentially. 11. Incorporeal hypostasis is descending, are distributed into parts, and multiplied about individuals with diminution of power, diminution,
Diminution.
yeah, it's diminution, but I know it's just domination. Oh, because it's long I, yes. With the
Okay,
domination
let
of
me
power.
let me do a search for you on there, and I'll get that word for you. I already have hypostasis, so
Now this thing is not talking to me like it was a second ago. It's being, it,
okay.
it's
So
being picky.
hypostasis, philosophy and religion, the essence of underlying reality. Hypostasis in linguistics is personification of entities. Hypostasis in literature is awareness of a fictional character, and their world is fiction. So that would be a little bit of those three things mixed together. Now, diminution
Is that how as it's pronounced?
Yeah.
Or is it die?
I mean, in Western music, the music theory diminution from medieval Latin diminutio, alteration of Latin diminutio, decrease, has four distinct meanings. Diminution may be a form of embellishment in which a long note is divided into a series of shorter, usually melodic values, also called coloration. Diminution may also be the compositional device where a melody, theme, or motif is presented in shorter note values than were previously used. Diminution is also the term for proportional shortening of the value of individual notes shaped in mensural notation, either by coloration or by a sign of proportion. A minor or perfect interval that is narrowed by the chromatic semitone is a diminished interval, and the process may be referred to as diminution. This too was sometimes referred to as coloration. Now, diminution as embellishment. Diminution is a form of embellishment or melody variation, which that just goes all over it again. So, yeah, that's basically what they're talking about. So, the individual with a diminution of power. So that would be like, like they just said the perfect thing here. It would be an embellishment, like you know how notes have like a minor
bullet point.
A,
Yeah,
then you
like
have
I had
minor
it.
A. It would be like a embellishment.
Yeah. Yeah, like high A, low A, yeah, flat, yeah.
So that's basically what they're talking about. It would and multiply.
I thought you would say notes. I was thinking you were talking about like an outline and having like a header, and then having like when you have the outline, you have your header, and then you have your numbers, and then you have your little letters underneath. But you were talking about within music, like they were saying melodic, and then high G, low G, high A. Yeah, I know.
So incorporeal hypostasis is descending. In descending are distributed into parts, and they're diminished, and are into parts and multiplied. Yeah, with a diminished amount of power.
Diminution of power. Diminution of power.
But when they ascend, yeah, there you go. That makes sense.
But when they ascend by their energies beyond bodies, they become united and proceed into a simultaneous subsistence through exuberance of power, which makes so much sense because it's like a power surge. That's why I be telling people like getting electrocuted. Everyone's so scared of it. But I could imagine if you got electrocuted while you were like with no restrictors, like no clothes, of course, no technology, because that would kind of blow it. But like if it was just you and electricity direct source, I imagine it creating and producing a power surge, making you smarter and stronger. Most people say that in most cases you would die, but I think the things that cause the issues when people get electrocuted are the restrictors, because most people are not naked somewhere getting electrocuted. They're usually touching something else, which we don't want to touch the ground, anything but just grass, you know what I mean? But like they're usually touching something else, something man-made. But if it was just you and a direct connection to like lightning in the middle of like an open field, like that's like one of my things on my bucket list. I know it sounds insane, but like to literally be like completely free and, you know what I mean, no inhibitors, because that's what I call closing, so they're inhibitors. And so those restrictors would actually produce a counter reaction, and so that's why your clothes end up burned, you know what I mean? That's why your clothes end up burned up. Like if you could just they use electricity to restart the heart, but they use it and they're controlling it while it's a power surge through a machine. So if it was just straight directly from the source, just imagine the type of power you'd have. You know what I mean? Well, I mean,
now, you got to remember too, like this is being written down way before electricity was ever even thought of. Like people,
and that's why I think it's cool, because it must be true. It makes me feel like I know. I've had this feeling for years.
I've got an idea that we need to hold off on this. We'll do 12 next, but hold off on this because this will be another one that would be good to add to what we're going to do on what is that? Strangeness on Sunday, right?
Hey, yeah.
We need to go through this. This has got good stuff on there.
It does. It really does. I feel like it's more strangeness and stuff than it is in history. But it's history still. It's just, you know what I mean?
Now read the 12th one.
Okay.
And we'll stop there on this one and add this to the bucket list for that day, because I think we got something good here.
That sounds good with me. The harmonious is not in bodies only, but life also is among the number of things which has a multifarious subsistence. For the life of a plant is different from that of an animated being. The life of an intellectual essence differs from that of the nature being, which is beyond intellect, and the physical differs from the intellectual life. For the natures live through nothing, which proceeds from them possesses a life similar to them. For these, nature lives through nothing, which proceeds from the possesses a life similar to them.
Now, right here too, this kind of sticks out to me as animalism.
San Bernardino, Al Ossa is a church in Milan, northern Italy, best known for its ossuary. a small side chapel decorated with numerous human skulls and bones. In 1210, when an adjacent cemetery ran out of space, a room was built to hold bones. A church was attached in 1269, renovated in 1679. It was destroyed by a fire in 1712. A new, bigger church was then attached to the older one and dedicated to Saint Bernardino of Siena. The church's origin date starts, excuse me, the church's origin dates to 1145 when a hospital and a cemetery were built in front of the Basilica, Basilica of Santo Stefano Maggiore. In 1210, a chamber was built to house bones from the cemetery, next to which a church was built in 1269. It was restored for the first time in 1679 by Giovanni Andrea Biffi, who modified the facade and decorated the walls of the ossuary with human skulls and tibia. What is it? What is tibia? Tibia.
I have no clue.
Look it up. Long bone of the lower leg. Oh, okay. Tibia. Long bone of the lower
tibia. Oh,
yeah.
The tibia. Sorry.
No, it's all good. They spelled it differently. The church was destroyed in 1712. It was replaced by a new edifice designed by Carlo Giuseppe Merlo, featuring a central plan and larger size reflecting the increasing popularity of the ossuary. The new church, connected to the former one by an ambulatory, was dedicated to Saint Bernardino of Siena. And then the facade was completed in 1776. It's so funny that everything ended when we signed this Declaration of quote-unquote independence. Everything happened in 1776 with all of these different churches. 1776 is a focal point. And every time I hear it, the first thing I think about is them signing the Declaration of Independence. That's extremely interesting.
It is interesting, and this makes the second time.
For third, I think it's the third. The first one too. Like I said, there's a lot of these that are just 1776 is just like the year. It's wild.
A lot of them could have decided to move off to the United States to get away from oppression and stuff.
Or to do it in discretion. The interior has an octagonal plan, which would explain why there's underground passages that lead to these places. Anyway, I'm going to keep going. The interior has an octagonal plan with Baroque-style decorations. The several chapels have paintings from the 16th to 18th century through 18th centuries. The ossuary's vaults was frescoed in 1695 by Sebastiano Ricci, with a trumpet to triumph of souls and flying angels, while in the pendentives are portrayed the Holy Virgin, Saint Ambrose, Saint Sebastian, and Saint Bernardino of Siena. Niches and doors are decorated with bones in Rococo style. In 1738, King John V of Portugal, which is 20, right? King John of Portugal was so struck by the chapel that had a very similar one built at Ever near Lisbon.
Near Lisbon?
Lisbon. Oh, this one's pretty at the top.
That's a lot of it.
Oh, Sistine Chapel.
A lot of this stuff that they're showing is really beautiful, even though they're made out of freaking skulls. That's the most amazing part about it is these are beautiful chapels.
And that's creative in itself, even though it seems a little different and strange to have bones. Yeah, just a little different to decorate your sanctuary with the bones.
You want me to wash your bones and freaking throw them in a pile and shit?
No. If you're gonna do me, you make sure you put them in a chandelier. My bones aren't going in a pile. You put me up on the chandelier for everyone to see. Oh, that's Carmen.
Yeah.
Make sure everyone knows.
Up there somewhere. I got
be the biggest lamp you've had for that. The skull, yeah.
Make your skull the center stone.
Yes,
centerpiece.
definitely. put diamonds in my eyes so they shine like ting.
Yeah. All right, so
You wanted this. I'll be coming back and haunting you every single day. Every time you eat dinner, you're like, you asked for this.
now this next one, it has a poem in it. I can read it. It's short, but if you want to read it, you can do it.
I'll go ahead.
You want me to?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now this poem has got weird words and stuff, but I think that the interpretation is on the right side, so I can.
Hold on. Are you screen sharing it? Let me see.
I'm getting ready to do it now. Yeah.
Okay.
And
my Ditsy still has to chat up.
I'll put the chat, or I'll put the link in the chat too if you want it.
Oh, thank you.
Okay. This one is
oh wow.
Capella de Osos.
Yeah.
And
Capella dos Osos. Chapel of Bones.
Chapel of Bones. Chapel of
Chapel of Bones. No.
Chapel
Oh, hey. I didn't mean to say it out loud. I gotta keep my thoughts to myself. Just go.
Capella dos Osos.
Capella dos Osos. No.
English Chapel of Bones is one of the best known monuments in Evora, Portugal. It is a small interior chapel located next to the entrance of the Church of Saint Francis. The chapel gets its name because the interior walls are covered and decorated with human skulls and bones.
Look at this pretty picture at the top.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead, I apologize. This picture is beautiful.
The Capella dos Osos was built by Franciscan friars. It is a church of bones, and an estimated 5,000 corpses were exhumed to decorate the walls of the chapel. The bones, which came from ordinary people who were buried in Evoros's medieval cemeteries, were arranged by the Franciscans in a variety of patterns. The chapel is formed by 3 spans, 18.7 meters or 61.4 foot long and 11 meters 36 foot wide. Light enters through 3 small openings on the left. Its walls and 8 pillars are decorated in carefully arranged bones and skulls held together by cement. The ceiling is made of white painted brick and is painted with death motifs. The number of skeletons of friars was calculated to be about 5,000, coming from the cemeteries that were situated inside several dozen churches. Some of these skulls have been scribbled with graffiti. 2 desiccated corpses, one of which is a child, are in glass display cases, and at the roof of chapel the phrase "Melior est die mortis die nativitas," better is the day of death than the day of birth. Ecclesiastics 7:1 from Vulgate is written. Inside the Capella des Osos, a poem about the need to reflect on one's existence hangs in an old wooden frame on one of the pillars. It is attributed to Friar Antonio de Ascao Talis, parish priest of the village of Sao Pedro wherever the Church of St. Francis, with its Capello dos Ossos, was erected from 1845 to 1848. And the poem is, "Where are you going in such a hurry, traveler? Pause. Do not advance your travel. You have no greater concern than this one, that which is now before your eyes. Recall how many have passed from this world. Reflect on your similar end. There is good reason to do so, if only all did the same. Ponder, you so influenced by fate, among the many concerns of the world, so little do you reflect on death. If by chance you glance at this place, stop, for the sake of your journey. The longer you pause, the further on your journey will be."
Yes, that's so true.
Padre Antonio de Esquio, translated by Father Carlos A. Martin. So,
I think it's funny that they tell you that the longer you stop, the further you go. Because everybody nowadays is like rush, 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 grind, 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 hustle, 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 and they think that takes you further. But like this is like old school telling you the longer you pause, the further you go. And it's just, I got told that directly through connection to source, and it's just lit. I don't know. That's just lit. I was right.
Makes you open up.
Man, I wish people would do the same thing. This world would be so much less shocked to shit. But anyway, that's what it is, right? Save who wants to be saved and let the rest kill themselves. Homicide at that point, no longer homicide.
I think there's a desecrated baby that they were talking about. That's on
And then,
here.
did you notice this has no year? That's what I was going to say. This place has no year. And then it talks about how these bodies were dug up just to build this. Like,
Yeah.
see, something's not right here. And this is as early as 2006.
It was decoration. Like, there was no freaking overwhelming amount of bodies or nothing. They just decided,
Just
hey,
felt like,
we gotta compete.
yeah, it just felt like digging up somebody. Hey, come on, let's just dig up some bodies and make us a church, like, or something that looks like.
You hear what those bohemians did?
Girl, we gonna keep up. We gonna have to, man. We gonna have to dig. How many bodies you said they had? They had 2,500. Oh, we gonna get us 5,000 bodies, and then we gonna go ahead and make ours way bigger and way more extravagant. Like, people crazy.
You got
Like,
that right.
It's like no need for it, no reason, no cause. It just felt like building
Oh my
a church.
God.
That's probably the sickest one. Wow, look at this. But look at how look at how planned architecture comes out compared to the unplanned. Now this is actually kind of dope. Like, you know, they probably had a blueprint for it and everything, and like it shows. It shows.
Do you see this picture I'm showing?
That's what I was talking about. This person in a glass case. Then you have, but look at the walls on the bottom of it. Is that marble? What is these, velvet? But I mean, like, and then those are all bones in the middle.
Now
That's so cool.
that blue might be lapis lazuli.
Oh, let me
Which
see.
is weird because people have been using lapis lazuli for a long time, and it always goes back to something spiritual. Always.
Lapis
And the color blue, period. I mean, like the walls of Babylon weren't lapis lazuli because it's expensive, but they made it to where it looked really, really close to it. You know what I mean? So, for the longest time, people did think it was made out of lapis lazuli.
Lapis lazuli, there it is. Lapis lazuli. In ancient Egypt, lapis lazuli was a favorite stone for amulets and ornaments. Okay. I was just, wow, look how pretty it is. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh man, look how beautiful. You can buy this. Oh wow, I'm gonna get me some. They have crystals of lapis lazuli. How do I get some? I have so many crystals. I wonder if I have any in my jar.